Stefan Wul Noo the set novel. De Noël by Editions de Noël. Paris, 1977. 5-part Immerine and elsewhere 1. At Chacan-Comerville, capital of Immerine. I have the feeling that our civil tunics disguise us. Silk tickles my back. Although it makes me cough, I am getting used to the plastic ear. Juve and I leap into a line of slides. Each bubble is a different color. It looks like a string of candies between the tall, historic buildings. Everything subtly reminds me of the high fats, puffed up to the dimensions of a city. Great green rectangles surrounded by garden terrace skyscrapers. Diagonal compositions. Wild descents towards the zenith. The interplay of colonnades and domes balanced among a vast array of light. A triumph of robust Baroque-style architecture. The city never misses an opportunity to remind everyone that it came so close to becoming the capital of the world, and remains. Rendezvous, even after the fall of the Aymarian Empire, we came to a central station in a working-class district. Before diving in, Juve looked suspiciously at the crowd. He had let his mustache regrow and color it. Our long stay in Subrel had made me unrecognizable as well. But the city was teeming with Auxilian agents. There's no need to waste ink unraveling the complex interconnections of those times between Axile's forces, Immarines, the Born, and the Rebellion, each composed of diverse factions themselves, influenced by opposing currents, complicities, or betrayals. To summarize, let's say that Aymarine was neutral in the civil war that was taking hold on the continent, but older grudges incited him to grant asylum to the rebels, who were usually imprisoned in the southern province. This imprisonment was not an abuse. Forcibly gathered around their headquarters, the rebels, for the most part Sabralian, colonized a good fifth of the imprudent Immarine, whose diplomats were making a great fuss to please the two parties in turn. Axiel, far away, was rolling his eyes, sending patrols of Kalides over the straits. We were the victims designated for a dumping that was possibly disguised as a regrettable accident, at least until we joined Chan in his citadel. We had to make contact with envoys at an inn in the lower town. After going through a number of parks and seeing not a few arches sheltering the sleep of beggars, we fell into a miserable street, crossed by viaducts and strange rolling bridges that one saw go up everywhere from the port to the outskirts. But Comville, even in its worst cul-de-sac, doesn't manage to become ugly and retain something captivating. Kind of sweet bitterness, a little sadness, a little nobility, a charm of rotted fruit. The dilapidated buildings, some of which were doomed to be torn down, had their windows boarded up with wood, papers strewn about the deserted streets, and even these comic street lamps made of Capucin wood seemed out of place. The most gloomy alleyways echoed old dreams. A distant voice was heard, out of time with the laborious hammering from a neighbor's yard. A large blue dog slept between a ray of sun and an orange peel. We passed several times in front of the pearl curtain concealing the entrance to the tavern. Juve snorted like a cat faced with a piece of green meat. I suggested that I go in alone. "No me," said Juve. "Post yourself on the sidewalk across, and don't come until 5 minutes if I am not out." He disappeared under the tinkling of the curtain. I wandered about pretending interest in fragments of posters. Empty bin, where some flies got angry, cooked bitter in a corner. The street branched off into a dead end barred by a wood fence, a clothesline, and a broad swath of purple sea. A boy scampered down the road, clomping along in his clumsiness, banging the tin can he was carrying. Two women above my head exchanged flat, Aymarinian accented words from balcony to balcony. Time passed. The blue dog yawned and stretched. The Viayat's up there, curled into the lows. The bistro digested Juve with a placid bovine calm. We didn't even have arms, and I was wondering what to do in case of trouble. However, I crossed the road again. A black woman whistled briefly around the corner of the street, and I jumped back when she stopped under my nose. The 4 doors vomited out 4 types as soon as they were launched under the pearl curtain. Oh my! Inspiration drives me forward. I find myself at the wheel of the Reaper without asking for my opinion, looking for the controls and taking off quickly. Acrobatic U-turn beginning on the sidewalks. The types come out with Juve. I charge my tank to mow down at least 2 without killing Juve. A punch point releases a spark, which freezes the whole street in blue and white and breaks a lamppost like a matchstick. I have time to see Juve make big gestures at me, while the types jump to one side like bad matadors. Hesitations. Juve holds the shooter's arm as he cries, "Friends." Curious heads populate the windows. I open my door. "Stay in the driver's seat and go," grumbles one of the acrobats, as he compresses next to me, his smell of sweat. General reboarding. The doors slam with a start. My neighbor guides me to the right, to the left. We climb a ramp that soars into the heights. We explain ourselves. I learn that an indiscretion has transformed the taverna into a trap. The 4 saviors had arrived just in time to knock out the landlord and hang him on his telephone. The next day, we fell from a gray sky into the southern province at Chan Airport. The palace made available to the rebels by the Imerine government was a gigantic polychrome, flouting a chaos of bulbs, spires, and topes that captured pale reflections from the sun. This gargantuan pastry had been episcopal residence in the theocratic times. A Repetius led us from the Kelide to the staircase of honor. Chakan was waiting for us under a forest of bent and twisted barbed wire, draped in their counterweight caps. Followed by other characters, the great chief descended a few steps to meet Juve, arms wide open. He had the build of a heavyweight wrestler, and his ebony face split into ivory. His voice baritonated words of welcome. My hand was lost in hers, and I felt that he was carefully measuring his grip. A long leather suit, as black and lustrous as his skin, favored his muscles and suggested nudity. I saw Juvenal already disappearing among a group of men. Dazed, I clutched at other hands and heard other words. My vertigo continued for weeks. Did I live differently since my 13th year? My story returns to me in disjointed sequences spaced over large gaps where the colors flow. It is crazier and less precise in my head than on these pages, where I arrange it so that it takes a more or less readable form. An elderly man with a grizzled beard guides me through a maze of halls and corridors, the echo of our footsteps and the lingering chill of historical residences. The walls are adorned with massive tapestries, and the wooden floors are worn by the hobnails of soldiers. We pass through ancient grand rooms that have been converted into dormitory chambers. Men play ring-toss on rolled-up rugs in the corners. Others clean their weapons, chipping the electrodes from their bore drills with a file. What else? Desks, maps, proclamatory slogans on majestic chimneys. Small secretaries with hostile eyes, clad in khaki. Giant portraits of Chakan, carved in full wood at a dragon's maw. Each door growls as it opens onto endless perspectives. I was allocated a small room near Juve's office, and the following days I got bogged down in paperwork. What exactly was I? His secretary or his aide-de-camp? And himself, what role did he play with Chakan? Grey Eminence or conscience director? All of this remained undefined. I sorted Juve's notes and mail, took care of small domestic problems, sent his invitations, kept track of his hearings. But working on an ad hoc basis, I had no clear idea of my job or even the functions of my employer. It seems to me that we did not really have an official existence within Prevent. As for asking me for a concise analysis of the party's dogmas or strategic options, ask a wall then. I know, it's incredible, and only a few lunar minds will understand me, finding, even in my confessions, the inimitable note of the live thing. There will surely be some hooligans of my ilk among those who read these memoirs. Better still, I have sometimes been present at great questions asked, purges, dark conciliabules in a restricted committee. I have only kept a few tricks and some fragments of courage. A show, after all. When beautiful eloquence didn't give me some kind of musical pleasure, I yawned irresistibly. For this reason, probably, I was not visible. Neither the shadow of Jouve nor any furniture. And yet I was useful, but like an office machine dictaphone or file sorter, of which I had perhaps unconsciously been effective. From my first hours in the palace, a strange intoxication had blown me. I don't know where, my head already full of draughts. Thinking like everyone else, I filled my tasks, for they were indeed more numerous than difficult, without letting on that a headless man was carrying here and there my beautiful new uniform in the secretariats or in the anterooms. I had my body at work and the brain on vacation. Bored? Maybe not. Boredom only begins with the awareness of boredom. Let's rather talk about blessed slumber. For it was wonderful to wake up between sheets, to feel clean skin and cloth, and walk without treading on roots, puddles, or gravel, and without fearing that a spittle would reduce me to shreds at the corner of a corridor. Just for that I would have given my other ear and even an arm or a leg. And then, how to get bored in a maze of fabulous theatres. For this monstrosity called the palace was worthy of the plural. Imagine a good 36 Kremlins, Alhambras, and forbidden cities, entwined from the earth to the clouds with their dungeons, terraces, towers linked by bridges that, from afar, wove in bizarre lace, balancing on swarms of human insects. This accumulation of mounted parts, held in the detours of its 1,000 enforchments, rotans, crypts, enfilades, and promenoirs enough to bring down the most bustling follies. Ave Louis of Bavaria. One could wander for days, months, varying infinitely its walks under dizzying ogives at stalactites of gold and ivory, under domes of stained glass or fringed archways like caves, and bump into new surprises at every moment. Excess of frescoes in relief or solitary monuments. Fireplaces with catapult or balcony surcharges. Marble titans bearing stairs up, which, symbolizing I don't know what psychomacy, good women would rip their bronze thighs on the swells of griffins. Pool levels fed by bright waterfalls, deep chess rooms where 10-ton kings and queens, formerly controllable from the stands, groaned over a 1,000-year-old breakdown. All of this was connected by trains of vectors, the smallest of which was overgold as the charioteering of Apollo or Conchibus as the shell of Venus. Drifting through there was like a drug for giant ornamental megalomania, surrealized by decay and administrative necessities. As many statues, whether intact or mangled, carried signposts pointing to the floor of such and such departments, annexes, services, or intendances. There, the sword of a fighter from bygone times was aimed at the barracks of the 3rd Airborne Group, general stores or shooting ranges. Elsewhere, stunning onyx lions or bucking broncos in high school figures supported numbered boards that likened them to auction lot numbers. The maze resounded with footsteps, echoes of walkie-talkies, orders, calls, laughter, screams, and clatter of doors. And the coming and going of different breeds and uniforms created an uninterrupted barbaric festival. As for the party, but we'll get back to that. The first anniversary of the insurrection was celebrated in the gardens. More madness, these so-called gardens, enclosed by the gigantic ring of buildings and their forests of extending towers. in a vast crater of greens, in concentric terraces, punctured with ponds that succeed each other until the bottom and are crossed by monumental flights of marble steps. May this bombardment of adjectives make up for my laziness. In minute descriptions, the painting is, in fact, summed up by a historic sentence of Bishop Perdiccon, the builder of this overwhelming madness. Bad taste only deserves its name for timidity. Inflated to superhuman dimensions, it refuels contempt in the throats of estates, crushed by sublimity. This delicious character also said, excess destroys criticism even in the moral field. God loves excessive souls. He who kills his neighbor for a penny will be cast into hell. But the great builders of empires, genocide under their footsteps, roll out the red carpet leading to the right hand of the Father. They will be greeted by the trumpets of angels. The only mortal sin is failure. Draw your swords to the heavenly Parvis. What a program, and what an era. It was in the days of the old regime, when hypertrophied psychisms led frightened peoples with exuberance and chaos. As long as they were victors, they had more statues than the saints, and their most bloody battles sometimes earned them sainthood. Would one day say, Saint Chacon? Saint Demeril would have been more likely, unless the very notion of holiness itself was considered as obsolete by the founder of the new mysticism himself. When I was alone with Jules from time to time, I would launch small probes without appearing to do so. Was it really serious, this project of sacralizing the powers, which he had spoken about at Subril? I was getting vague answers, as if he were thinking of something else, until the day when he was surprised. You keep coming back to this, but it's just empty talk. When you listen to you, one would think that I want to rewrite the Bible. Ah, my God! Suddenly he crouched in his old-fashioned armchair, making the armrests creak with a shining eye, saying nothing else than, "Was I blind? My God! Was I blind?" I felt that something was missing. He got up and strolled back and forth, giving me a little fist to the jaw in passing. Truth comes from the mouth of babes. You stumbled on this just by chance. In the end, the whole Bible revolves around the book of Ecclesiastes. As usual, his thoughts flew faster than mine. What connection could he see between politics and the neurotics of a Jew dead for 3,000 years? His finger tightened on a contorted figure emblazoned on the door lintel. Bishops took care not to forget the devil's existence. Times have changed. The last devilish trick is to disguise himself under the mask of absurdity and to distill boredom into our souls. This is the poison of societies on the point of completion. What is boredom, after all, but the gross internal of happiness? I imagined behind his skull a fantastic chain of endo while he continued, absurdity, factuality, anxiety, incoherence. This is the fundamental mystery from which our small reason cannot forge the key. Reason is made of logic, and logic is made of words. It would take more delicate scalpels than words to dissect the real, shifting labyrinth of functions. Every man is a lost child who asks to be held by the hand. Each individual is an atom that must perpetually have its valences saturated in order to experience a secure and full feeling. Only a few elite atoms can withstand being placed at the end of the chain to extend their free valences into the flows of the cosmos. It is up to them to create for others a philosophy that can be understood, or better, a religion, that is, the Vulgate, allegorically illustrated, of a philosophy. Yes, you've hit the nail on the head. I'm going to rewrite the Bible. That's all very well and natural, he replied calmly, but I dared to remind him that he could hear the sound of military trumpets announcing the 7th hour. No matter how important his prophetic number was, he had to interrupt it to go to the council. His mouth muttered a tasteful curse of a stable hand. I won't go. Send any kind of excuse. All these types are getting on my nerves. When you let them go wild with their so-called groupthink, they only concentrate on destruction. Hate is a lazy thought. Do you see what I mean? I saw nothing at all, but I sloppily nodded my head. May he always do that. One may perhaps lean on hatred to some extent, but refrain from allowing it to sit on the council. If I cannot persuade Chakan to alter the spirit of the Prevon, we shall be heading for Neo-Carolinian times, a few dark centuries, ravaged by purges and decimated by palace revolutions. He was growing agitated, as if he were succumbing to fervor. Listen. There is always in society saprophytes elements that wait for their hour. In high times one barely notices them. They melt into the crowd, unless they become cursed poets, prison game, or asylum meat. But most prudently bend the spine. Call them genies, saints, forerunners, dreamers, utopia, seekers, variants, anomics. Treat them as instables, peevish, or good-for-nothing, lunatics, or visionaries. They often deserve several of these names at once, and their kind is rich in sub-varieties. I said, saints, prophets. Whoa! Every time a pioneer of thought gains the support of 10 generous souls, it also unleashes the enthusiasm of thousands of madmen who exploit and distort his message. Without even mentioning the opportunists of chaos, foolishly ambitious newlards, delighted to add a fake number to their 0 point. Let's go back to the word good for nothing. Cause, if they are indeed of no use in a coherent period, they play an enormous role in the decline phase. They flourish, raise their heads. The failures become heroes, the bullies head burners. Rebels without a cause have finally found one. As soon as the hunger for change becomes a binge on licenses, and agrees with the humiliation of power, as soon as general apathy is installed by ideological devaluation, bad. Conscience and authority crisis, the saprophytes become pathogenic. Few in number, they take up a lot of space and make a lot of noise. They are going to catalyze the destruction of old structures so that new ones can be built, where they will have little part, their talents being essentially negative. The saints made the madmen rise up, and go then. You distinguish the one from the other. There comes a time in the history of a people when 3 days of carnival, 150 days of mourn holiday per year, no longer suffice to unleash trends. The state gives bread and games, but more is desired. True games are demanded that engage the whole being, body and soul, games that don't look like games. Then one dreams of upheaval. Although he limited his judgment to a certain kind of revolution, plenty B3 type neodoratism causing a paralysis of the intranuclear mechanisms and distinguished between 3 or 4 classes of degenerations, I was completely lost by his sacrilegious remarks. More than once lately he had already surprised me with contradictions too huge to be true, and so they joined together somewhere at altitudes where I did not have access. After all, we had chosen Prevon. Hanging from a nail of a solid truth, albeit out of reach, I even found it entertaining to swing from one extreme to the other on antinomic chasms. But the movement suddenly took on such an amplitude that the rope would break. And what? Wasn't our revolution just and inevitable, perhaps, but just? It's a different matter. Let's not talk about the peoples that we have abandoned at the precise moment when they were going to become our commensals after having been our slaves, thus creating our slaves. Entanglement of cynicism and absurdity, all a mess of hypocritical whining and passionate quibbling. Let's just stick to the present situation. Grass cows, skinny cows, provender is not always a first choice for everyone. But never since the beginning of time has one been rich enough to throw his bread in the garbage and demand that everyone has a gun at hand. Then, as caviar began to spread out, he too hurled his indignation at this luxury that was even more alienating than poverty, and which, moreover, insulted those just recently freed, not to share with them. This is obviously the best way to create a beautiful mess and be right afterwards. But the true reason for the disorder is an ideological hunger. Happy peoples have no history, and as they lack it, they make up stories. Ah, what a feast the revolution is. What an opera. What a majestic spectacle. Total. What an orgy of sensations. What a sequence of ecstasy. It is the giant psychodrama, the great release, the orgasm in chain, the supreme catharsis. We tear down the panels of walls from a stifling past. The moral and legal claustrophobes rip open doors and windows to allow the storm winds to funnel through. A glowing electricity sends shivers down the spine of the wild beasts. Large voices rise up, preaching calm and harmony. Crack! They are thrown off the Tarpeian rock. It's party time. Let's go. The exasperated fandango. Thirst for disasters, happiness, justice, nonsense, pretentiousness, absurdity. No blue sky is worth the romance of bloody horizons strewn with black flags to enhance the profiles of tribunes. And since fanatism disguises massacres and fires in the colors of duty, wouldn't any pyromaniac take advantage of this to set fire to the barn under the pretext of disinfecting it? Which butcher wouldn't seize the opportunity to blush his arms up to the armpits? Hysterical tumult. The pulse of the unleashed hydra speeds up in rhythm with the drums. Hallucinating procession of torches that light sparks in the eyes. Tickle the optic nerve. Or wake up, I don't know what sleeping salt in the labyrinths of the unconscious. Explosions. Firework salvo. Dogfight. Cervelle fut en essaie tout. Aux confins des palais. Les escaliers offrent un cadre propice aux effets dramatiques. La score vacillante. Relance vers les tribunes. Quelle beauté des doix tendus, des catilineres, des manifestes, de grandes embrassades, trahison et vengeance, hoquetantes et majestueuses fontaines d'hémoglobine. Dans les places publiques, il se passe quelque chose. That's good. Sadomasochism. Endocrine glands exude excitement. Hormones tickle you from top to bottom. Revival of prehistoric instincts, I mean pre-human. Inheritance of the vertical brute. Pugnacity written in the double helix since tertiary. Oh, ape man, we have lost telepathic ability and hypermnesy at ground level due to lack of training. Subtlety of the senses and fear of darkness. All qualities necessary for natural survival, but which have become more or less obsolete. Rut has ceased to be seasonal, increasing in duration while losing in violence. But the old sadism, now obsolete, still occasionally rages. Most people quickly recover from it. A week of excitement is enough to satisfy them for an existence. But there are others, angry ones, schizophrenics beset by a desire for chaos and carnage, primitive enthusiasts of shock emotion. A hidden frenzy lies within man. As boiling water imprisoned beneath some anticline in the skull, she is the natural hot pot of souls well-tempered. Energy in others unemployed, it bursts forth in scorching vapors through the crevices in cracked brains, ill-suited to long-term endeavor. Devastating, she gives to wretched and deranged people of exciting feelings of power. When a minute is enough for them to reduce in powder the centuries-old work of giants who preceded them, to provoke the collapse of the temple, One believes to rise up as an equal of its builders, while one is only its opposite. Below zero. Below zero. The expression haunted me for several days in a row, leaving me with a profound sense of nullity. Without Jude's intent, I took it to heart. I, too, had found the manhunt and the village fires an atrocious outlet under the pretext of revolution. As a matter of fact, had I wanted to avenge Vile, and what exactly by fighting the troops whom he wore in uniform? Apart from all aberration considered digging deeper, I found more personal reasons for my behavior with the fine mediocrity complex. It was now up to me that Vile, having probably deemed me unworthy, had refrained from letting me fully participate in his conspiracy. This is why I later wanted to shine in the eyes of his ghost and my own, by giving myself over to a murderous frenzy where it was difficult to tell whether I was avenging or getting revenge for his disrespect. Mental mumbling. I wasn't even able to make sense of the murky waters in my mind. As I ruminated on my memories, it seemed that I had always deserved either scorn, pity, or derision. Gael was tired of me. Vile didn't trust me. The little wildling taught me a lesson in style, and the humble Zam taught me a lesson in nobility. But even the Terran, whose I had thought to soften death by blowing 3 English words in his ear, had probably shown, rather than a smile of happiness, that and last rictus of compassion for my ridiculous accent. As for Juve, I apparently served as a mascot or pet animal for him. He was responsible for dragging me along behind him, of course, but my insignificance gave him the right to do so. After all, I only had to show so little that I was someone and not something. And if a secret calling led me toward the dream, the Robinsonade, the sentimental chansonette, or some passion yet to be discovered, why not send to the devil a revolution that I appreciated, except for the great Merillian organs, side by side in pictures? If it were difficult to get my stake out of the game, desertion would offer me a more honorable exit from my subjection to destiny. I found that living in accordance with others, always anxious about being well or badly judged, opens up 1,000 opportunities to lose face by collecting oddities. It was time for me to be myself, to replace vanity with a solid self-esteem. At the thought of these proposals, I felt my chin hair grow. My little soul blossomed under my false peel of a twig, and as my resolutions came in handy, I decided to put them into action a little later, after the big Prevent party. 2 foreign races, our mostly sub-Raelian troops, had recently been mixed with distant volunteers. And even at Grand Croix, the Cosmopolitan, I had not seen so many figures of all colors. The people of Equalis, their skin often a deeper shade than indigo, were already well known to me. Not that I'd met so many, but because my conversations with Sans, Gael, and some others of aquiline extraction had taken much of the mystery out of it. Carbohydromania is elsewhere fragile. A week's cough does easily shift you from the carbonic atmosphere to sorer air, with a natural complexion. Equalians Candidians still, but I hesitate to scroll the rest of the carnival. If you think it is easy to trace an existence like mine without stumbling on such obstacles. We would like to soften, dilute, jump over the improbable, and we find ourselves stuck 200 pages later. I have always shied away from discussing pneumocysts, but they are so important in the worlds of Helios that without at least a minimum of popularization, we won't get out of it. I can see your head here if I talk about Hadians or lizard men without preparing you. Let's try to be brief, at least. The things I am going to summarize are part of ancient history there that one learns in books. Remnants of a bygone era, they illustrate the traditional role of chance in great discoveries. During an expedition on the dark face of Minauta Archipelago, men hand-collecting geological samples contracted a fungal infection caused by Alpha Spatiomycete, a microchampion whose spores had been waiting to awake for millennia. The doctor of the group easily cured his comrades, except for one of them, whose mycosis took on an alarming size and quickly covered him with a very sticky felt to the epidermis. Imagine the gloomy and confined atmosphere of a lost base where distractions are rare, and therefore big laughs and jokes by the explorers before their comrade suddenly changed into a seal. The scene was probably very different from the famous painting that shows a dozen worried faces, like an anatomy lesson, bent over a guise and covered with grey mousse. In fact, the patient had a rather complicated mycosis due to the association of spatiomycin with a microalga already known in fossil state, Paleochlorella. Briefly, this symbiotic interaction made a much more resistant lichen than the non-associated spatiomycin. On the third day of treatment, without result, complications arise. Diffusion of hallucinogenic toxins in the organism. The type becomes completely crazy. Narcotics are administered and he is locked up. We no longer laugh about it. We're going to wash our hands. We examine all the seams anxiously to find foam between our toes or under the arms. In his delusion, the patient takes advantage of a moment of inattention to escape into space and run around in the desert of Min, a planet with no atmosphere to remember, wearing a respirator, but forgetting to put on his spacesuit. See the ruckus, the mad rush for diving masks, the slow trudge of the lifeguards as they sweat their way through a glass door, trying to corner the maniacal elf who's taunting them between quick jabs. They catch up to him barely 3 kilometers down the road. Everyone is winded, not him. There, this pathologically mundane adventure crosses the boundaries of the fantastic. For the denier who should have been struck by lightning due to decompression is brought back an hour later in perfect physical health, mental. His mycosis, whose fur has turned into soft and firm cuticle, served him as a protective sheath. This discovery is coupled with another. When we remove the energumen's mask as soon as he returns to base, we realize that this mask only carries an empty oxygen tank, and that man has breathed almost pure carbon dioxide without being inconvenienced. A thunderclap in astronautics. Because there was a symbiotic trio human-mycete chlorella that, after improvements in the development of antitoxin, would provide humanity with a prodigious biological independence throughout the cosmos. And since I sense skepticism in the audience, I specify without going into detail that the fungus had, at first, only a vehicular and domictic utility. The mycelium slid through the pores and hair follicles, dragging along with it cells of chlorella, which, when multiplied, absorbed carbon dioxide from the blood, reoxygenated it in abundance, and synthesized glucose for the mushroom on the account of insufficient amounts in human plasma. However, the organism must be well supplied with thiamine as a preventive measure. Is this enough to give you an idea of the principle? Or should I talk to you about sporulation temperature, hard radiation, autonomy time, pH drop, and anti-diabetic capsules? This was the tragedy comedy of the first mycosage, which brought about the great human diaspora. The only one who didn't understand was Simon Dole the Sick, deceased aphasic and amnesic 3 months later. Monuments were erected for him all over the place. The most famous is that of High Fates in Brogel, which shows him leaning on a gladiator-like elegance, with 2 fingers on his forehead and a grief-stricken gaze, subdued by the curving style of the time. The bronze beard that climbs to his navel makes him resemble a faun. This adventure was the origin of many saprophytic cocktails, with which one could live in a paradisical way in environments where before one would not even have dipped the. Although established in practice, the term mycosis is often misleading, since some formulas do not contain any fungi. Like the candidiasis, for example, Erythrithiales case 3, subsection 27 on the general table, also called marble mycosis, which allows to live in a low oxygen environment with very low pressure. On Equalis Martian-type atmosphere is fixed in the respiratory apparatus of rotifer colonies iodocecin, an animalcule located in the gills of Scandia crustaceans, rich in iodine anhydride, and parasized by a yeast that stops completely to convert it into CO2. Carbon dioxide is itself attacked in circulation by a saltwater algae spirophyte capable of releasing oxygen in quantity through an hypercarbonate. Going into normal air, the carbohemics suffer from violent fits of coughing excretion of dead Sigionides in the form of bright blue mucus, commonly called iodine whooping cough. Do I continue, or do you call for grace? I hope that my little presentation will get me at least a minimum of credit when the sword of my characters goes beyond the acceptable. I have only touched on the fungi, simple catalysts of real monstrosities. For living in very heterogeneous environments, man was beginning to change nature. It was impossible to tell a black, white, or yellow man from the lion men under their muzzles, or the scaly skin of the Cephasians. The chromosomes were already rejected, and researchers watched with amusement as the karyograms danced a bizarre mazurka. The continental situation deteriorated before their very eyes, and as each people wanted to take part, even symbolically, in the anti-Oxelian coalition, to say nothing of invaried fauna falling from all four corners of space. Apart from a few curious specimens met in the offices, the invasion of extraplanetary beings was not very visible. The vast residential areas had housed the most neglected bears of special menageries. However, strange smells wandered in the hallways. The abscess burst on the night of the anniversary of the rebellion, when almost everyone abandoned their quarters to join the party. To escape, in addition to the arms displays, a deluge of music and martial speeches broadcast since the morning, I had spent the whole day locked up under the attics of A cottage, in the company of a bag of sandwiches and a small secretary. We came out as the festivities approached. Night was coming. From one side to the other of the sky, and pretentious twilight tore through the gardens its ostentatious purples. Rows of torches lit up, along with their reflection in the ponds along the terraces. The fear of a storm had made the vellums at the main roundabouts hang, where the episcopal coat of arms could be seen. Gravel crunched under the soldiers' feet as they carried tables in groups of 10 to place them end to end in the wide aisles. The preparations for the feast had turned to vandalism. Soon the brocade hangings were filled with crystal and silver, an entire array of antique dishes where the high ciboires of Amarin were juxtaposed with the hanaps of Subrol. Great fires sent thick smoke from which to cook large game. They had tossed the park grills. The skins of the tana were hung from tree branches, with ox-hide leather being the most common. It was enough to tilt the golden-hilted head for a glimpse of the red serpent, of wines, amber of melons, or sap of unknown origin. Other drums were animal mummies, half fish and half dogs, called cynoceres. I believe those hanging on the table of chiefs' tables were human skins. Cleared up my illness. The women bound to the four limbs, and whose rounded bodies swayed shadows on the platters from a too full of liquid swell, were nothing but sirens caught in the Scandies, and brought in the baggage of the Equalis contingent. The man who was informing me had a strong breath and a grey hue from recycled lung. He leaned over to press the breast of a mermaid and let a little liqueur flow into a bowl. Cry cut his demonstration. Come see what the Cadians eat. A crowd rushed onto the lawns toward a half-moon table where men marbled with irregular spots arranged gurgling jars. They were surprised by our disgust. We eat a lot of oysters, one of them said. Why not earthworm? In our country, they are the food of males. He showed, like many of his compatriots, a sniffly nose and surprisingly broad shoulders from those who breathe relaxed oxygen. His vinous blotches seemed to be painted on his too white skin. By watching others, I realized that 1 in 3 was polydactylic. Their frozen eyes seemed to sleep wide awake. On the other hand, their troops were said to be a wonder in high mountains. My companion of the day had evaporated into nature. The rarity of women gave me few chances to find him, especially on such a night. Around me strange specters began to develop. A cat's mustache tickled my ear, and I had a revulsion at seeing, up close, a lion profile that immediately disappeared in the shadows. Groups of more and more people spread out under the trees. All sorts of accents could be heard. They were timidly picking at the finger food, and the men started drinking and eating before time, despite the warnings from the officers. Harlequins lay sprawled with their jugs to their lips in the bushes of Laniger. As I was about to join them, a call from a horn blew from the top of the stairs, where the table of the commanders suddenly lit up. The gardens had filled up during the night, and I only became aware of the multitude at the giant ovation that broke my ears when Chakan appeared in the middle of a dozen uniforms. On his right, one could recognize Jules, all shaved and clad in a civilian toga. Chakan went through the guests one by one. With each name, the screams of enthusiasm covered his already deteriorated voice by the crackling of the loudspeakers. I doubted that beyond the first ranks, anyone understood anything of the short speech he improvised, except for the words victory, freedom, and justice, which were compressed with strong ideas well enough to support not only the revolutionary spirit, but also the good conscience of the revelers. I was carried away by the restless waves of the soldiers' crowd. After initial suspicions were overcome and alcohol helped, a vast fraternization mixed races together. Legionnaires from Haiti, whom one could see walking around black and half-naked between the tables, would stop in laughter to let their natural armor be felt on their skin. It seemed like rhinos. The spiders of Thea's spider ran like goblins among the dishes, drinking from all the glasses and spitting without shame the drinks they didn't appreciate. They fled or bit the hands that wanted to take them with monkey-like screams. Despite the rumors, I had trouble believing that their small size and agility would make them good assistants. The motley crowd gathered around a pool where large lizards frolicked. They were the Stefan amphibians, with their skin covered in nodules of oxalates. Their buff-colored heads blew water out through their nostrils. Believers in good faith that they were being offered a meal of raw vegetables, they bit down on the symbolic fish, still revered by a Riman Christian. Were these still men? Were they men? These beings who came from I don't know where, who resembled cacti with glass bubbles on their heads, and who talked to each other in sign language for deaf-mute, and this shaggy beast that I carelessly took pleasure in passing by, and who turned around on me with an insult, with a voice of sheep. She seemed less human than the worthy Kihas gathered aside, less than the bottles of androids hanging from the branches. Rendezing, I was afraid to chase a huge dog who followed me step by step and licked my wrist and pretended to look for sugar in my pockets. I guess it really was a dog. I slipped into the crowd, emptied some glasses, and tasted various cocktails. Things of little appearance were presented to me. I remember I regurgitated something odious in my hand. A countercurrent returned me to the table of the chiefs, where there was an exchange of ceremonial toasts. When they lifted their cups in honor of Jules, the volume of applause surprised me greatly, as did the term Marilism, which I heard for the first time. It is now coming back to me that the name of Jules Demeril was running on all lips, although generally no one could be able to specify whether it was an old primate, a sociologist of Aqualis, or the political and consanguine heir of a strategist dead a century ago. So therefore an imprecisely famous but tenacious and rampant reputation was beginning to resurface in full light. Someone grabbed me by the arm, a green-skinned Equalian, presumably a newcomer, as he was coughing up blue phlegm into his handkerchief. Asked me who Jules Demeril was. Not wanting to engage him in conversation, I grumbled that I didn't know and walked off. We were separated by the giant dishes coming from the kitchens, carried on the backs of men on sort of canopies. Above the heads and outstretched arms we saw roll by like carnival chariots great elephants cooked in their fur, stuffed with herbs and venison, and bearing straight up the complicated diadem of their tusk, tiger sharks packed with oysters, seaweed and sea mangoes, pyramids of palm melons, icebergs of multicolored sorbets, pastry concoctions in ensembles of dungeons with windows gaping, which, lit from within with alcohol, made them flaming palaces. The porters skidded in pools of juice. Some culinary structures traveled by swaying through the crowd, like ships. Others lurched under a downpour of cries. Men crouched to pick up food packages from the step. The filth of grease added its streaks to the military tattoos and facial fungi. A gigantic Hadean wanted to make me drink to the health of his people. It was ridiculous, but he already held over my head a rumen full of fermented chime. I had to submit, endure the festivity, put on a brave face, go and vomit in the bushes. I have never prized this stupid and persistent rite which probably dates back to Babylon of pouring liquid in honor of someone or something. After getting me so excited that I had nervous hiccups, this huge circus was starting to spoil my mood. I was spinning in a storm of gesticulations, noise, and food smells. Repelled, jostled, putting my feet between bags of bear's bread, which are big marsh truffles, tripping over baskets of licorice roots, or almond loaves dusted with pollen, fleeing the heat of fires set up under grills, where pods of allspice and capers exploded in a din of cannon fire. The wind chime whistled in the flames, hobs at arm's length past the figure in front of me, enveloping it in fumes, yellow soups of petals with a scent of thyme, strange caviar. They call it cavias. From thousands of ladybird eyes, bivalves weighing 100 kilos split open, blue-tinged and smoking, in their scales shaped like a chasuble. Oil splashed on my uniform as they passed. The swaying discus throwers were balancing empty trays over their heads until they accumulated on the lawns in a cacophony of cymbals. One could see strange delicacies sliding by. Skewered shrimps called monkey ears, stews of quinces, tubers that looked like hands, large jars of butter from a camlet with thieves, taste of buds, which the prince's prelats brought from Bourne and which were found in reserves in the crypts, salads of ophiolite, a two-leaved peppery herb that grew in Thebes north, eggs and lizard tails hash, an Equalian recipe that everyone gorged on because of its reputation for being aphrodisiac. My happy giddiness at the start turned sour. I was sick of this boisterous mess, sick of these binges, these mastications, these gulpings, these hiccups, sick of the laughter that stained the night, of the shards of glass littering the aisles. Saturate these toasts with planets, alien races, political leaders, alliances, people's happiness, general mayhem, anything. Stop these completely drunk candidi with their ale of capers, and who, showing their monstrous devices, dared to piss as high as possible while aiming at the fleeing geckos. Among the branches, too many fish-eaters, too many hajis playing xylophone on their keratoses with spoon handles. Too many greasy hands of food hitting me cordially in the shoulder. Shave the throat of drink, eat, and fake laughter. Shave the eyes of torches crossers with which Borneans juggled while encouraging themselves with a whistle. An Adonis of Chrysael with a grave look rolled naked in the crans, and, mounted on an empty pedestal, he let himself be licked from all sides with dancing antics. Some high subril mountaineers improvised a robust concerto by blowing air at the bend of their elbows. A guy was climbing onto a bronze horse, putting on a deer antlers helmet. He was applauded. We were bombed with meatballs. I made my way up the stairs, dodging snores, passing under the indifferent gaze of the marbles to skirt the official terrace, now deserted where deflated sirens took on fillet. Appearance of old women, and let their hair hang in disarray over their shoulders. I strayed into the night of the great gardens, butting against the push-pull of laborious. Precise details made me sick. My reaction I felt like holding a woman by the little finger to rock her with elegant lyrics. Undoubtedly proof that my hormone sluts needed to roll around in endograins like, just now, Adonis in the bakery. More vicious than others I was probably. A sort of shameful disease. What an ass to make fun of myself. I walked away, whistling and kicking at the bunches of grass before collapsing into the meadow. Coolness awoke me a little later, my mouth bitter and faced with the stars. The silence of these infinite spaces gave me complexes and utterly subtle ideas. What were we? You us poor human morpions, little clumps of matter excreting this viscous byproduct called thought, which is nothing but a degradation of the biological, itself, an impurity of the geological. I tell myself that I was the Pascal of the poor. I tell myself that it didn't mean anything. I tell myself that I was thinking too much. And as I was tired of having things said to me, I thought shit. Crouching on all fours and scratching my knees on bottle shards, I went looking for a more comfortable place to wallow in my pataphysical fumes. 3. Chakan and Juve, an unconscious regret, drove me to the hiding place, where, from time to time, I used to find a gallant company. This sort of opportunity had come up on that very day, and I am just telling you about it. It was a Baroque pavilion, carried by a wall of enclosure over the lagoons. Some inner gallery probably connected it to the palace, but out in the open air, its forged iron windows made it impregnable. On the other hand, the attic was easily accessible once one dared, as I had discovered by chance, to reach the skylight using a crow's foot as a stepladder. And then we entered a flea market filled with dusty magic, complete with a few paintings, wobbly candelabra, 3 suits of mangy clothes, and a large harp Hemingworthia. Broken strings were a real headache for average musicians. After a few broom strokes and some blankets, I had made a picturesque jump rope. Well, that's where I opened my eyes, stirred from sleep by the noise of a discussion rising from the floor below. Juve's voice was so clear that, believing myself in my usual bedroom close to his office, I was surprised to feel in the dark a wall instead of my chair. Stunned, my good ear now received a deeper drone. Tick-tock, of course. No one else could get such low notes out of his vocal cords except for some predators. What were they doing together? Truth. Equality. Thundered Chakan, only to be cut off by Juve. Your truth throws reality down from its throne, and equality as you conceive it would lead to a kind of entropy. Oh, they were bashing my skull in with their capitals. It took a famous dose of health to manage with the general ideas at 4 o'clock in the morning. I was torn between irritation, surprise at this familiarization which they did not use in public, and concern over their disagreement. Irritation prevailed. For a little while I would have beaten on the floor. I contented myself with turning around like a furious dog with a sheet of cloth over my head. The conversation became a buzz that was bearable, but a sound of broken glass woke me up completely. Were they beating each other with bottles? On my elbow, I now saw next to the palace a weak light between the roof and the floor. I went to check it closely on all fours, to find under a crossbeam a passage where I slipped on my belly. 2 good yards of crawling through the plaster took me to a crack, revealed by a light beam. My weight cracked the old boards that served as ceiling the floor below. The crack widened by 1/4 of an inch, and heart pounding, I waited to be sure they had heard nothing. But they were too absorbed in crafting a new humanism. Juve deplored an ontological misery. God, why didn't he just speak like everyone else? Much more explosive than material scarcity, even if this was the only thing the masses complained about, who were wrong about the true nature of their craving. Any society that does not give itself an ideological framework is doomed to collapse. Chakan grumbles like a war drum. You stick your nose into something that's already open. God knows we had to cut our hair in 4 and make Previmism a new reference system. Now you want to cover it up with superstition? Because the need to believe is more imperative than the need to understand. Because the grip of faith on consensus creates chain automations that a system without emotional a priori could not keep. And finally, because, at the most basic level, the formulas of religiosity have a gentle lobotomizing effect, modular, reversible, self-adaptable to circumstances and individuals, and promoting general exothermia pan, the big Marillion joke. A burst of joy from within almost made me burst out laughing. Understand me well. I did not care one bit about their stories. It was against my will that while twisting my neck appear through the crack, I now had to endure the interferential timeline of revolutions, once justified or always, motivated by poverty, more recently by discomfort, and now by incoherence, the 3 eyes, said Jouve, a tableau of equations vented into the air, which without my pure visual curiosity would have sent me running for the hills. Bring! Again that mysterious sound of broken glass, followed by great laughs that had nothing to do with speculative gravity. Try, please. No, you interrupted me. I was entitled to a minute of speech. A real fight between teenagers. Clearly strange things were happening in the neighbors downstairs. By pushing my elbow, I managed to enlarge my peephole even more. Since the case of ceilings in poor condition was not provided for in the rule against looking through keyholes, I would not be troubled. My downward gaze caught Jouve's silhouette, slightly askew, in a large mirror with a tattered frame. He walked back and forth, and almost immediately disappeared from sight. The mirror offered me a partial image of a hunting trophy hall, with taxidermied animal heads yawning, filling the walls with mute roars. One of them belonging to an extinct species, whose name eludes me, was so enormous that one could comfortably swing on it by hanging a rope on its upper canine. They had to shoot down a beast like this with cannon fire. 8/10 of the room remained invisible to me. But Jouve walked past the mirror, naked to the waist. Leaning over, he wielded a halberd's long shaft like a scythe. A red-covered serving table obstructed my view of what he was pulling onto the floor. The serving table was loaded with bottles and dishes. Send food? Thunk at Chakan. Jouvet grabbed a huge sandwich and threw it across the room at the other end. There was a flapping noise, as if Chakan were greeting the offering with a snapping of jaws. Their behavior intrigued me more and more. The braces curled further beneath my ribs, and I gained 20 square centimeters of mirror, unfortunately obscured by age, but also the panoramic view of a vast ceiling from front, which hung dozens and dozens of white weapons, an entire collection of harpoons, scythes, and crossbows with sophisticated iron hooks, an entire forest of deadly stalactites that threatened the ground like as many daggers of Damocles. But I welcomed the outburst of a carpet seller's argument about 4. No, 3. Penalty points for a monologue break. And as I now distinguished the large black and gold squares that paved the room, I understood all. They were playing chess according to Sora's complex rules, with pieces of variable value. Moreover, they drank the queen bitch, a playful fantasy of the old pirates of born discussing share of loot, by whistling the glasses pips stolen from the opponent before, throwing them over their shoulder like boyars. A theory held that far from being merely picturesque, this way of negotiating, by thinking of 2 things at the same time, balanced the odds, and moreover forced the parties to focus on the essence, provided one drank scan, which gives depth to mental images. But if I tell how chance made me indiscreet, it is not for me to dilate on the quarrels of sacred monsters. I might as well have omitted an episode that, alone for sentimental reasons, I am moved to record. Ah, yes. Without shame or modesty, you shall swim in pink foam. It would still be time to erase this preamble and tear the page, but I will not do so because of my duty toward Juve. Very unelegantly, I came back several times to my observatory, not to hear Remake the World by playing Queen Wheezy they no longer played after this, but rather by taste of this young pyrotechnic rhetoric whose I would kill myself to say. My haste, puke copy, only gives an idea hatefully primary. In launching these memoirs, I always knew that Juve was a too large subject for me. My God, I should have taken notes when fate played a trick on me and made me share the life of a Superman. But how could I possibly have guessed that one day I'd have to recreate his character right in front of you? Superman. The word eluded me. Often, Juve seemed to me an excellent approximation, at least until the evening that revealed in him a brave man's side incompatible with cold and monstrous humanity. Frustrated by my inability to translate his genius, will I find revenge in speaking of his heart? Sappy expression that oozes from my lips and would have made him himself smile, I imagine. The heart. Do you mean those mental circuits that are attached to the plexus and make us do so many silly things? False cynicism, which would have been in his way. But here are the facts. Don't go believe that I was hiding myself in my attic on every occasion. I only went there 3 times in total, and it is from the third that I will talk about. That evening, my fishing for oratory barks turned out to be mediocre. I did catch a few definite statements about the submental employment factor of revolt and access to the divine through fundamental research, our only Jacob's ladder, but it wasn't the best Demerol. And as a river of troubles and considerations no longer sent me but soporiform dimnesses, I was perhaps going to fall asleep without noticing that the conversation took on a familiar turn when a piece of a sentence shook me. A boy like Bryce, who is not interested in the call of his name. Angry that I had missed the beginning, I became all ears, very immobile, and quickly stunned by an unknown Jove, who obviously had provided I could pierce through his ironic temper, was pouring out paternal affection on me. Even the sound of his voice was different when he spoke about our common life in the district, with small, grave laughter. We've always had a reserved relationship. How do you say? Even when he was younger. He would stay in his room for hours to avoid disturbing me. So I'd stop the synecopter and wait a bit, never too long. His footsteps in the corridor. He was coming, serious as usual, you know. He asked a question. While I answered, he tilted his head to one side like this, like he was bored. You can't trust his silences. At the moment when you think he's elsewhere, he drops a pertinence reflection that proves you the contrary. Was it God possible? I was now being defined as a case. Too bad for me. I imprudently finished the sentence begun a case, I said, overbalanced introversion. The context illuminated. Far from being a disease, it was an ode supported by comments where positive factors dominated. Juve peeled me back with a delight where not even the tiny resentment of knowing me imperfect failed to appear. And I learned as well his discreet surveillance over my studies, the tests that he had regularly made me undergo to my ignorance, the dilemma that he had faced before I trained Subral, his torments during our campaign. Oh, elegance was saved. It was necessary to translate his contemptuous detachment, to interpret his false nonchalance. But I understood in a way, all at once to discover a father, instead of this nice tutor, yes, but not very expressive, and whom I often thought had encumbered with some sort of duty. He spoke about it in passing, without forgetting to make fun of himself. For a little, he was going to push me to cry reflexively. The fool, Chakan, who approved with monosyllables. What should he think of this unconscious display? With my hair on end, I imagined my Superman with a nurse's dry soul. No, this time I didn't want to look through the crack anymore, and if my uncomfortable position had allowed it, I would have covered my ears. I retreated discreetly. Later on, I thought it quite possible that, after all, nature had endowed me with that infamous surplus recognized by Zhu. This helped me walk more erect and gave me a complacent glance from my inner mirror. At other times, meticulous masochism proved to me that the poverty of character can evoke in others a certain self-control, just as a pebble evokes indifference. Zhu had been taken in by my air of sleepiness, interpreted my silences, filled my void, modeled around a son late offered by fate. I don't know what character who didn't resemble me. I wouldn't be dishonest enough to let him keep his illusions. I often thought about it. And after a few days, a surge of honesty made me go on the attack. You know, your policy has never interested me as a distant spectator. He looked up from his eternal paperwork. His calm cut me to the core. I knew that, and it's only normal. If everyone were passionate about the same thing, there would be no poets, doctors, or dancers. But why are you saying this? I rubbed my throat. Well, to get out of it, just that. I was angry that I hadn't prepared my text. We went around the problem together. In case I still didn't know what I wanted, I was sure of what I didn't want. Office life, for example, was starting to get on my nerves. Could he make me take a special leave and enroll at a university in Como? No thanks. No studies now. We'd see later. To make an assessment. I needed outdoor activity, but without fighting. I had enough of playing at the little soldier. To my great relief, I understood what he was afraid of. 2 days later, an official note named me as a trainer for a group of pirogias, which would be needed in Sabril. The training center would be set up far from the fighting, on the 100 rivers in West Mimiri. For a week, I spent my time on the charts dissecting regional hydrology with great joy and intimacy, anticipating apotheoses of froth, the wetness of a handle in the palm of a palm, my hand, and the tingle of buttocks from a thin wooden hull. I was about to enter a gear of sorrow and trifles with enthusiastic heart. Isles and Rivers and Sector 12. When the mountain waters fall from all sides with solemn voices before going to infinity to twist in the gaves, what a bore it is to play. Master of school in front of 100 ballards. To begin with, I had imagined too soon that I was the head of the center. A red gargle gang boss ruled our little universe. He felt his attachment to the West as an almost exotic exile, and I was the first to feel the effects of his temper. His mania for cleanliness gave priority to the aspect of the camp. A few huts made from reeds arranged in star shape around his hut, with the wind ruffling the roofs and beavers taking advantage of night to steal the beams. It was hard to make this hamlet a model of military rectitude. Endless tasks of organizing, added to hours of exercise and political catechism. Navigation came last, at the convenience of the head. The men called him Stat, because of the word he kept gobbling up all day long. When we put on our rowing gear, Stat didn't hide his contempt. He would turn his back, shrug his shoulders, and go off to lock himself away. As weeks went by with no major results, fearing the responsibility for failure, he gradually let me do whatever I wanted to, not without spreading sarcasm about my inability. His complaints were motivated by all sorts of problems. forests with wood unsuitable for building canoes, a chilly climate that required uncomfortable jackets, rivers rendered passable because of the floating trees. More than once, Stat had enjoyed humiliating shipwrecks of the expert, as he called me, spitting to one side. Finally, if my sense of water mitigated all these inconveniences, and if I was able to reinvent my technique in the long run, it was difficult for me to start my students in calm water, an area where liquid elements jumped everywhere. However, my reports were accumulating on the desk of Stat. Despite his anger, he finally sent them on, understanding that the installation of a better-placed camp would bring him closer to the coast. 2,000 meters lower down, the new site offered more suitable conditions for sub-Reliant hydrography, with varied currents allowing for gradual education. Despite the lost time, my rowers became fairly tolerable, but I had hoped for more enjoyment from my new duties. Oh, I had 4 or 5 of my wild rides, but less exhilarating than anticipated. My little solo getaways presented themselves as coarse reconnaissances, and perhaps the pretext spoiled my pleasure. Maybe I wasn't old enough to appreciate the simple joys anymore. Sometimes the abundance of morks turned the ravines into swollen canals, where the roar of the waters changed pitch. I often lurked in the papyri, watching as the beaver's eyes matured berries of viburnum under their gaze. They were very different from those I had known, brutalized by captivity. At the Grand Croix, some of them were almost the size of men. Their manes and hands, which seemed strangely yellow-gloved, made them look comical. One day I found them much less funny. Arriving by mistake near the outskirts of a mud village, I was welcomed by a concert of whistles under a hail of pebbles. The macabre view and the brutal stench of an animal cemetery, jumbled up as scarecrows, reminded me that they crucified trespassers at the boundaries of their territory. Already a dozen large males were diving towards me in the water, knife between their teeth. A big rock fit my canoe spin around. Another ripped off my plastic ear very painfully. The swimmers were approaching. To quadruple the current speed, my paddle became almost a propeller. I went back with a bloody face. Stat was delighted to push a bulb into my auditory hole. I had already experienced this practice in Subril for minor injuries. The plant bloomed 2 days later, me claiming to be cured. Stat ripped it out without mercy. The next day, a lump that was painless and compact tilted my head to one side. Afflicted with a giant case of neck pain, I had myself replaced by my best student. Still not suffering, I got a horse fever. Fortunately, the kelp that supplied us every 2 weeks evacuated me quickly. Clinique de Camp de Marc's Eastern Province. Violet scent permeating all the health facilities there. Rubber floor, smooth corridors, pastel room. A park frames its light effects in my window's oval. Clostridiosis. It was the little-known name of my disease, caused by a certain high-born bacterial Clostridium, living the castle life in my mastoid and other bordering locations. It was fought with fire and iron. He was sent to finish off regiments of plebeian microns and aristocrats' cleaners. And while we were at it, we decided to make me grow an ear back by chondroid implants under external molding. My memory has always liked spring words. Juvi's visit, smiles and rich silences of reunions, interrupted by the banalities of visitor to sick person. He flipped through the books that I had borrowed from the library, the Eimerin newspapers, which announce in bold headlines a hope of armistice. He said, Uxale is on the fatal slope. Decadent peoples become anti-militarist in such an absurd way that they worship the militarism of others, ready to enslave them, to bring them under control under new flags. Too bad for them. He finds me good company. I don't tell him that he looks tired. Are you working a lot? No, not much to do. The labs are developing an entire conceptual pharmacopoeia to act on the social body at the subcellular level. This is a complex sentence that seems to be describing scientific processes and concepts. Here's a simplified version. It involves determining the receptors in engrams that are equivalent to female chip points and creating exograms with male chip points. The original text also mentions histochemistry, endosmos, pH, karyolysis, and nuclear permeability. These seem to be scientific terms, but without more context, it is difficult to provide an exact translation. The author then introduces terms that are seemingly made up or humorous, such as anarchio-sulfioautorité and glycerophosphate de civisme. The sentence ends with the author laughing, which causes pain in their ear. Transcribe it in plain mechanics. I'll understand better. He scratches his chin, sighs his usual suspenseful preludes. How to say? After the inevitable concessions of good sense to common sense, and once the passionate issues are settled, great politics has almost at the opposite end of genius. Reverse 2 or 3 gears. Provide some fuses and a few servocommons. In short, carry out the small, reasonably reasonable reforms that could not be carried out from within the system. Change relatively little and completely change some words, touching only the weak points of structures, while upsetting an entire part of terminology, changing holiday schedules, uniform colors, and even haircuts. Give the people their dose of big show by burning a few symbolic mannequins at intersections and a few empty bastilles in the distance. All of this is just surface work. But more importantly, it is about reinvesting psychoses in a new consensus, obscurely underpinned by the nostalgia of unity. Pardon? The word is not mine, but of a Jesuit father that I met in Mongolia. All very characteristic. He would end up meeting a penguin in the Hagar. Don't be surprised. I traveled quite a bit during my 18 months on Earth. Curious fellow. Some kind of big Orvanat priest who distinguished 2 or 3 kinds of pantheisms. He's going to take off again. I'll bring him back to Sora. And your Vulgate. How do you say it? Yes, you once claimed that a Bible was just the Vulgate of a philosophy. He raises an eyebrow. I said it, really. It's a reversible formula. A text with double meaning is needed. To the spiritualists, I can present my book as a Vulgate, in reasoning language of their highest truths, for use by souls touched by grace. Others, on the other hand, will see it as the mystically illustrated dissemination of an affirmative philosophy aimed at irrational mindsets. Sure, here is the text translated into English. Everyone needs to vibrate. His gaze sparkles, suddenly crossed by mischievous flashes. He is off and running. It's difficult to get a word in. He pokes fun at dualism. Remember, when I have Jules speaking, my very loose approximations of an introducible Sororian vocabulary. He talks about teleological asymptotes. For once, he's annoying me. He's surnamed me. When he planned to rewrite the Bible, I thought it was a joke. Is that really serious? Of course. Have you started yet? I'm done. Come on, we've only been apart for 3 months. So what? It's a piece of cake to define a focal point. The center of centers, the supreme spirit, God in one word, the hexagonal key. Why hexagonal? Because my ruminations forced me to do so for purely rhetorical reasons. Who cares? Create a vault key, I said, from which 6 robust syllogisms, 6 high fusion sophisms radiate, and the rest comes along. Its cheerful informality struck within me prohibitions that I believed had collapsed long ago. Phew, my ears were still hot, and even the one that protruded under my bandage had to make cartilage at top speed. To please the spirits of Padre Vicente, I protested. God create you. You are not going gently on it. And him but no. Create a new image, a new representation of an essential concept indispensable to human adventure. I will never prevent those who cannot do without anthropomorphism from sitting on my arch, a character with white beard. The important thing is to graft onto the old religions of resignation a super-religion of achievement. I felt like going for some fresh air. We went out into the gardens for a small peripatetic walk around the central rock. Juve pressed on. My arguments are a bit simplistic. One should first trim before building, but be it. The problem is that I pretty much said everything in 3 pages. That's what I meant by having finished. And since a Bible should feel heavy in the hand to be taken seriously, we'll need to flesh it out. Whatever, we won't flinch from repetition, ponderous redundancy, nebulous allegory, and well-laid parable. We won't spare the superfluous and soporific additive necessary for any religious text. How so? Us. It's a contract job. My teams are tightly guided by the simple dogmas I've put into orbitates. Guys with a rapid and slippery pen, virtuosos of extended periods, the simple Mayutics, and lyrical procrastination to the nth degree. I just have to supervise. I have to bob up and down kilometers and kilometers of solenoid phrases around souls to maintain the lively flow of a belief. Overwhelmed. The alchemy of the verb. We jump into electromagnetics. Aren't you ever tired of writing 10 ideas a day? He gives me a sample of his prose. We, men, guided by the precepts of the best among us, followed by solemn verbiage ending with the grand structures of a sovereign. Consistency. I can say that I am disappointed. He would have spared himself trouble by keeping. I believe in God, the Father Almighty. He told me that he was forced to pick up the pieces and start over. It wasn't his fault that the clumsy tinkerers had dismantled the old faith until she was multiform, grinning, and unrecognizable. It was not a question of forgetting the old formulas, but restoring them through countless comments, or in some cases, replacing them with long, misleadingly innocuous sentences designed word for word like camshafts to drive very subtle clocks in social behavior. Nevertheless, I find his text to be very rambling. Is he planning to subdue the peasants of Cibrul or the dockers of Port Favre with this kind of turd? Well, first, they won't understand it at all. They will understand enough. Generations of porters have recited Kyrie Ellison for centuries without asking questions. And other indoctrinated generations repeated like parrots. The laws of dialectic govern the whole universe. For one and all, it was always Greek to them. The important thing is to welcome all souls in a solid word cathedral, so that each second, each breath of the individual has a flavor of delicious certainty. Words will always acquire a certain meaning. So, the philosophers won't walk. They'll rip you to shreds. Juve laughed frankly. Ha! The philosophers, they'll eat out of my hand. I give them diversion for 1,000 years. Philosophy follows me everywhere. Quan dit chacun, il est d'accord pour favoriser un syncrétisme coiffant et réconciliant peu à peu toutes les sectes, pour un rôle à sous, en même étendard leurs fonctions complémentaires. Vous croyez en Dieu? Il m'y regarde. Jamais il n'a eu l'île si gaille. Il exulte intérieurement. I don't know much about it. It's not important. Maybe God has created unbelievers like me to do a job that his frozen worshippers would be unable to perform. And maybe he's getting ready to send me his grace as soon as my disrespectful Pyrrhonism has played its role. Since I am in good health, I have never been a gulper of absolutes. I get by with internal happy assumptions like this. God is perfect by definition. No perfection possible without a grain of humor to lubricate the august structures. If God has a sense of humor, I am sure I have it with me. When they are not completely mad, ideologues at bottom are jesters. This is what gives them a new perspective, and the courage to shake up old vocabulary. He lets out a small gurgle, as if savoring ineffable nuances. Where is the Juve I knew? He has gone white. His silhouette is more hunched than before. The silent male has gradually changed into a gray-haired wanderer. His romantic charm has dissolved into dignity. A ray of sunshine sculpts his face in profile, and anticipation gives him the look of a beautiful old man. I don't quite know why his inner happiness hurts me. At the time of farewell, I find his shoulder too thin under my fingers. Although the armistice had been signed, military administration grabbed hold of me to catapult me into Sector 12. The anonymity of the figure fooled my suspicion. As inaction began to bore me, I even welcomed with favor the small green ticket bearing the arms of Prevon that summoned me to the airport. Not falling back under Stats control seemed like a plus, compensating for the uncertainties of my destination. In any case, the war was over. The Kelly took off 10 minutes after sunset. My traveling companions were arguing and trying to guess the terrain through the windshield as they pressed their noses against it. You couldn't see anything. We had to be content in knowing that we were heading north. In the middle of the night, as we emerged from the aircraft, a damp jungle odor clung to my throat. Far off, plates of phosphorescence could be seen. The swearings of the conscripts rumbled around me in low voices. A captain called my serial number out under a besieged yellow lamp with a swarm of butterflies. The second sector was at the heart of Sabril, the lagoon region haunted by a chouannerie of irreducible rebels. My rank entitled me to a complaint. I jumped at the telegraph. I was answered, tomorrow. Modesty prevented me from pressing for more. The Demeril son could not be suspected of insubordination. If I had known, I would have started a scandal. Battered, all over the place reefer, who met me at the end of the runway, dragged me into a spongy hell for months, where the nuances between logistic zone and combat zone were as fluctuating as the distinctions between instructor and commando leader. War was coming for me again. A sticky, endless hot war whose foulness rendered previous memories almost idyllic. The reunification of Sabril soon transformed us into regular troops, and the rebels, now they were the others. Childed by the lagoons, mud creatures emerged to pull our legs before re-entering their native scenery. The apparently deserted strikes hissed of enemies curled up under the vase. They sometimes walked on their bellies. The only visible eyes widened out in the sludge like shells, and the blow of the scythe spread your entrails. You were never sure if you would see the patrols again, who melted into the distance among the weedy prospects of watercolor. The canoes were drifting out of control at every moment, and we waded through soup-like water filled with bodies, pushing away a whole lot of floating organs covered in flies, while keeping our eyes on the sky to spot the flying planaria, this tropical scourge. Each evening we offered some moments of ecstasy as twilight stained the length of mirrors, and when, endlessly, all a din of storks with their 1,001 clatterings of one clatterings of wings, as if applauding to the forges of sunset, almost immediately it was the magic of nocturnal phosphorescences. It was impossible to distinguish between the wandering lights and our own fantasies, hard to scold those who pulled at random. Lying in the filth, we welcomed the heavy rise of stench and anxiety. We closed our eyes. We strained our ears to guess breaths and noises of men and the creaking concert of frogs and insects. I was also dying very badly. I had seen others, but this was the dirtiest period of my life on Sora. My letters to Juve remained unanswered, as did my regular requests. They must have got lost somewhere in the hierarchical maze. The war dragged me into its macabre waltzes. Sometimes one believes that one is exercising oneself by vomiting one's two-full images, but the most atrocious, or the darkest of them, I cannot render. They stay with you in your soul, with a taste of decay. I shorten it. We leap over months of dung and graves, of highly picturesque or sordid episodes, grand or burnt out, which might drip onto pages in interminable folds of gold and filth. My heart is aching. Hardly arrived for a week of rest in a filthy village, I am sent to suppress a riot of drunks. Accompanied by 4 men, and masked with a makeshift morgue, I clear a crowd of rough-and-tumble types to enter the inn. I barely avoid the path of an overturned table. My stat: open some informative calm seconds. Drunks, they would like. Their anger is precisely from the lock of barrels. Why? In national mourning. A newspaper is handed to me whose title hits me in the face. Funeral of Juve Demeril in Port Favre. All is calm. I am sitting on a bench, perhaps the one who just now brushed my head. Whispers are stifled. Eyes wander around me. A hoarse voice filters from my lips. What did I say? Nothing. You were just seated, that's all. I look at the brave men around me. The unknown voice still comes from my tonsils. I demand a glass. Alcohol for all. And I help the men to burst open the door to the cellar. What else can I say? Là, l'ombre d'une idée, une image ou une phrase qui aurait pour me. Oh, j'ai souvent été poussé. Il y avait des vers qui m'ont échappé, comme les perles d'un collier, et Dieu ne les retrouve plus. It is these ill-covered gaps that, in the end, make truthless appear more than time they win from me. Tiredness. I would like to finish here these memories, which will now be only a dull appendix to Juve's memorial. But since I am being pursued to find out the rest, and since this is the only way to have peace, let's go all the way. I submitted my fortune with new indifference. I was sent to do the Zoav at the 4 points of the compass, in Emerine, in Bourne, in the Isles, and even in space, where I learned to do somersaults around asteroids between 2 solar eruptions. Training that should have been useful a little later. My service record was growing longer. The captain's stripe made my legs look great. For the sake of it, I filled out a new opt-out form every month that remained dead letter. After 3 attempts, I had given up touching Chan. I wondered what he had against me. I was quite wise, refusing to tell yes when friends asked if I were related to the big boss Juve Demeril. Maybe my mail didn't reach him. We did not want to disturb the apostle of Prevamerilism, who, sign of victory, would confer by the arm the nations of Sora around the Auxilian decadence waiting for Renquois to fall like a ripe fruit. At the moment of sending the colors, we now recited every morning the Myrlian prayer, we men, guided by the precepts of the best among us, and so on, and so on. We obviously know that the destiny of humanity is woven thread by thread among the great meshes of the visible and invisible universe. But we obviously know. Sounded to me like a wonderfully convenient formula. As for the rest, I could still hear Juve's banter. Vacuous phrases are of an inexhaustible depth. He had even planned and determined class by class on the vibrant panel of behavior or opinion, not only areas of resonance, but also nodal lines and surfaces where his text, following the mood, should not act, or rather act as useful, and selective stupor-inducing. I keep an eye on my typists. Around me, no one complained. The men muttered passively about tales of harmonious happinesses and languished over anti-meritocracy that led to questions subdividing to the infinite. Reached to spray the healthy representation of the world until making every man a sick and suicidal beast, and humanity an emergency horde. Maybe they were thinking of something else, while being lulled by confidence in the words. Since these words had the imprimatur of the philosophical and religious authorities designated by political heads, themselves elected by the acclamations of the council, itself elected by provincial representatives, elected by section chiefs, elected by hand-raising from good pre-voters, designated from above as worthy of being elected by secret ballot from the base. Each one of us formed a reassuring pyramid of implied certitudes. Juve had he wanted it. I could have asked him, since he was never far away, and often even closer than before. He ran at the slightest mental summons and stood by my side, taller, younger, a little serious as befitted guardian angels, despite his smile in the depths of his eyes. Grief would be too piercing if we didn't have our little tricks. He separates bodies, but he can be forced to bring souls closer together by playing the game of content. Their impotence is total against the projections of endograms, perhaps a little transparent, but charged with real presence in proportion to the credit we give them. As blood donors, we lend life to the dead by mental transfusion. They need us to continue to be and to still exist. So I had long conversations with Juve that were inaudible. He almost never spoke while I made the requests and answers in interpreting his various qualities of silence. It was also very useful, because 1,000 small inexprimed things from his life exchanged between us by osmosis without the rough vector of words. I had to wait for a break in the bad fortune to rush into the opening. To what end? It would be wise to think about this now. Change of skin, the Borneans have a reputation for being docile brutes who only lose control at specific times and places. In outbays on the south coast, the quarter for foreigners is only open at certain times, to swallow waves of drunken foreigners eager to let loose in the company of people from all walks of life, a cacophony of bustling alleys, sometimes overly bright and sometimes cleverly dimly lit. Puffs of incense and fried fish intermingle with the port's lingering smells. Girls, carefully hairless, swing from a trapeze above our heads. Very bold young ladies hanging from a cable wriggle at the wrist from window to window, lifting their legs to frustrate the hands of a crowd of depraved men. Others play the naughty girls in public fountains or cariates under the balcony rails, forming living pictures on the lintel of the entrances. The so-called cathedral of the sacrilege houses not only very special angels, but also rows of demons and false saints, who hide in their stone niches. Elsewhere, women are chained by the neck, crawl on all fours, and bark like dogs as they pass, mentally conditioned to do so, truly believing they are dogs. For those who like adventure, they can even try at their own risk and danger to those oscillated or painted with stripes and crazy about the estrogens, walk their cages in it, making moan like panthers or tigers. Elsewhere there are monsters, beasts, flea circus, mechanical noises of casinos, yells. Uniforms with lined shoulders sway from door to door. A zombie with an empty gaze walks with pretentious and mute certainties. There is drunk meat that soliloquizes at the intersection. At the entrance from an establishment, and no doubt protected by an repelling field, 2 superb negresses mount the guard, living torches all mussed with blue flames that ripple like Gorgon's hair and make the lacquer of their skin shine. Musk scent. 2 glasses here, 3 there. I start to get the right dose halfway through a retreat that, Unless something unexpected happens, we'll end up in the squalid between the arms. A morensis of the night transformed by the small morning into a morose grummet. A lozenge-shaped opening sucks me to the left. Amused, I let myself descend a small staircase. Small room, small lamps. No bagpipes music this time. A young guy is giggling with two good women at the table in the back. I lean on the counter to sip some local home-brewed without worrying about others. It's the sudden silence that gets me suspicious. I turn around. Stunned. The two women stare at me. One is quite pretty, the other average. I can only see the eyes of their companion, whose head is in the shadow. They examine me like a curious beast. Not possible, murmurs a woman. What do they find in me? Annoyed. I take a step forward. The type comes out of his corner, stands up, all smiles. Oh my God. I know him. A small vertigo. Am I facing a mirror? My twin brother approaches me. A two-tone jacket and an accent like Equalians. So, that's what it is. After thinking about it, we weren't so identical. He was a few centimeters shorter than me. Had a slightly longer nose, a clear forehead, and a less husky voice. But before measuring our differences, what a shock. The women are indulging in a concert of clichés about our adventure. The blind tavern owner adds his own remarks, and from his cage on the counter, even the parrot engages in croak comments. My double dips a handkerchief into his decanter to wipe my rank from my chin. With a fork, I style his hair in the mode of exhale. We fascinate each other so much that we burst out laughing as we give ourselves big slaps on the back. When he laughs, it is almost unlike me. I practice in front of a mirror to imitate his asymmetrical smile. He puts one of my curious hats on my head. I lend him mine. Women begin to tire of our childish games, suggesting in code a four-way orgy. Facile, this is the name of my double, gives them a note to get out. They are furious. Facile shrugs and drags me outside. The prettiest of the women shouts abuse at us, filling her little mouth with charming garbage. At the very last moment I realize that she is a young boy. Another pub, complimentary introduction. Vasile Pogerian, an Equalian originally 4 years older than me. He's looking at my collar insignia. I did the several. Him too. As a volunteer, so. His eyes drift away. Forget those stories of the horned devils. The goblets pass by, and we truly become brothers, old man. Vasuyas, maybe. But inseparable. True dialogue between intellectuals that turns into a friendly arm wrestle. He twists my right arm, you bastard. I save face with the left. As alcohol tends to make me slouch, some kind of social ease makes him keep up quite well with the leader. I envy him a bit. At bottom, he is not too sympathetic to me. One can guess a calculation in the bottom of his eyes when they appraise me. The alleys lengthen far from the center, in a universe of halos. Little red eyes in the dark corners, whimpering cries at ground level. Rats run after us. I'm a bit cold. We're not far from the harbor. How many times did he make us change shops? In the next one, we recognize him. A good joke. Before entering, hand me your uniform. I look at him, illuminated by a street lamp, leaned against the night's darkness. With his pink and green jacket and three-pronged headdress, he looks like a joker. We break into a run in the full wind in the shadow of an alleyway. What a jest. Everyone calls me Vasile and marvels at my resemblance to my thug. A girl watches me from the wings. He gives her a familiar smile, and she laughs in reply. My God, I nearly believed it. No, it's really you. The real Vasile blinks at me. How did I end up alone? Was I in another cell? And why the brawl? Beaten up? Police. Woke up in a cell. Accused of the disappearance of a certain Captain Demeril, whose ID bracelet I have. The swelling of my lips embarrasses my protests, and reminds me in time that, to avoid the worst, my best lawyer will be silence. I play amnesia retrograde. Tomorrow everything is sorted out. Witnesses spoke to the captain at the other end of the street, an hour after my imprisonment. I am in good hands with the consulate. My supposed amnesia makes things easier. I am Vasil Pergerian, a citizen of Equalis, former deputy of the voluntary corps, demobilized a year earlier. Free as the air. Why have I been so long without giving any sign of life? I was given the choice, a free repatriation on the last troop transports, or an award of a lump sum made up of bonuses. Resisting the confinement for half a year under my cub in direct ship, I opted for the 2 million guarantee. Seeing Equalis, I asked for nothing better. A mundane journey would have made me touch, but with 10 months head start, but at the price of an additional 60 days in quarantine. I preferred to cut my trip short and spend a quiet 12 months at Candide's stage, while waiting for the laws of universal attraction to bring me closer to Equalis. I saw an additional advantage in visiting a planet as a tourist, however. A puzzle worried me. Since I was obviously making money, what interest could Vasile have found in slipping into my skin? A regular Khalid took me to Uxael, where I had 3 weeks to kill before jumping into space. The High Lady of Shadow and Light has kept her power. Grand Croix maelstrom in depth, or defiles the sky with its colossal madness. Grand Croix, the omnipotent, the grandiose, the multiple, at times raises me up or crushes me, subjugates me as once, strikes me with thunder or envelops me with whispers, intoxicates me with found odors. I search thoroughly for my lead ingot in the throat, revisiting the district and our building on the edge of the small square. One should never return to the places of one's childhood. One only finds mutilated paradises of everything that memories have made crystallize around. Everything is the same, but the impossible gives you a nauseous feeling. For a week I let myself be swept along by the cursor lines anywhere, drowning in the crowd. Rarer crowds than before, where new fashions lurched on somber faces. I was prolonging my drink at the bar in the station taverns, repeating my endless run around in a circle, an 8, a zigzag, letting myself be carried away until sinister endings. With a cold and fickle breath, I crossed again the Azume and changed almost every night hotel. This itinerant loneliness pleased me. I would have imbibed myself with Grand Croix, its Baroque festivals, its abyssal whiplashes, its multicolored takeoffs, and some sort of intrauterine comfort, fascinated by its rhythms and pulsations. I failed one day in a warm quarter of Brogel, with sad enamel streets where the breeze gathered in the corners, the little skins of reason of spring rains. The housing cubes balanced their fantastical inclinations at the foot of the high fates. I sat on a bench. The cacophonous din of the docks rose up to reach me. Evening fell with the mist. Every 5 minutes, a siren drew out a distant call that placed a wet finger on my heart. Magic of a sign on a door. I rented a room from an old couple. I slept there during the day. Every night I went out to stroll in Upper Brogel, showing off my jade doublet and slip-on boots, rubbing shoulders with the Firefly's fauna, dining under chandeliers, and risking my hoard on the red carpets of the amphitheaters, leaving me alone to find my frigid soul in empty pockets, with the echo of my footsteps on the faded railings by the dim light. I had unfortunately blocked an account at the Spatial Bank, and I had my ticket reserved. To end it all, a sudden haste drove me towards the hotel section of Spatio Port, where, cutting my bridges, I dispatched the departure formalities 3 days in advance. I had only to walk endlessly, my vigilant search ever present among 100 corridors, levels, galleries, enclosures, exits, rooms, and salons, noisy or muted. My senses wide, open to the slightest evocation of the unknown, arrivals on orbit, departures anticipated, schedule changes, announcements, messages, and directives wound themselves around me in poems without a tale or a precious content. The most common banalities heard by chance in restaurants or waiting halls made me breathe opiates and other world's potions about hygiene, politics, architecture, or about boots. I would get drawn into fragments of sentences whose familiar turn strengthened the unusual. Triple the doses in the red season. A year of stay would make you sub-eligible for their sycophant synod. Note, the original text includes uncommon symbols not found in standard English. These have been removed. We dilate the foundations every night because of the mild tides. Just enough time to put on the K-soaps. Don't forget to take your iodine for the pinche for. First 8 days. Are you going to write me? Do you have your talisman with you? What doses? What season is it read? What did sub-eligible mild tides K-soaps mean? Why iodine? Did the talisman reveal a justified superstition, or was it simply an ironic nickname for a loophole? Or merely a pharmaceutical brand mark? Lulled by endless, meaningless choruses, I floated from one theater to another, hypnotized by the signage, the colorful light show of sightseers, the reserved or forbidden door, the nauseating breath of the automatic doors, the costumes, masks. Prosthetics. The resigned expression of contagious patients in quarantine behind their glass, the world maps, and the heavy gravity of the planetarium. Seamen barely cleaned from their silver fungi, whose wrinkles still held some glitter, lay sprawled out before their first scan. Fetishism of insignificances, the enigmatic shape of a suitcase or the peppery odor of a cigarette alternately captivated me. The slightest forgotten locker ticket on a bar stool gave me a moment of catalepsy. I moved through a sort of dream, balancing impatience to be elsewhere and relief at still being there. At night, from my room, listening to the murmuring of the streets below, I contemplated Grand Croix, already painful out of reach, but omnipresent, and which haunted every window with its giant signs of goodbye. Why leave? Hadn't I traveled enough? Lyle used to mock my wanderlust, and as he would say, my electrified ends. I had never attempted the analysis of this expression, as it seemed frivolous to give way to my fads. I gave myself a clear conscience by accommodating to a very personal source some moral principle, base for my inner comfort. Cultivate carefree, dissipate all concerns about a goal to achieve or a duty to fulfill. Play a role that destiny has assigned to me, that of a curious bird with no problems, a wandering dust that one day, perhaps, by spinning through the great puzzle, would find its place and function. Tell me, surely, if one appreciates nonsense in small doses to derive humor, one must accustom oneself to it in its entirety. No more anxiety. The pleasant vertigo of the absurd is the greatest charm of the universe, the juicy sweetness of reality, the blood of God. Surely it is excessively pretentious to seek certainty. So, total serenity, blank page on which my innocent caprices will write themselves, to explore the field of the possible. In my case, It could only be to fill myself with images. It would be my hedonism, mine, to run through worlds, to pluck from day to day a bouquet of sensations. Since the prism only gives us 8 colors, a range of 7 notes, only 4 flavors, there must be a way to combine them endlessly in order to enrich my endogram collection, by matching my states of mind with any landscape that comes my way. Allowing all fibers to resonate with all vibrations by boarding every drunken boat, ready one day to undergo a Rimbaldian conversion. It was necessary to gouge out my soul from all the vipers and subject it to all rays so that it forms its juices. I needed this unreasonable and agitated novitiate before, perhaps, a commitment of which I did not have to worry in advance. At what age? It was easy to translate my 14 years naod into classical decimals. Soon 17, but I couldn't remember the timeline of Earth anymore, nor the relationship between hours, months, and years on my native planet. The black hole. A quick look told me I must have been a little older, between 19 and 20. Even if I allowed for a large margin of error, I could not bring myself to exceed this humiliating and derisory figure. To give myself some clout, I decided to feel my name as written on my papers, namely Vasile, 4 years older than I am. 6th part Candida 1. Station F leaving was going from one level corridor to a Kalidite corridor, and a little later, from a Kalite corridor to a Station F corridor, all without jolts, and other than that, the emotion of knowing we were leaving. Unannounced, I could have been at the spec, and supposed that I had only been given another hotel room. It was the same chrome-plated or luminous walls, the same carpets, the same room, and nothing suggested that we were already leaving Soarer at top speed, except for the excitement of travelers who mix themselves up in an atmosphere of celebration on the first day. You had to push and shove to reach the bars, in a cacophony of shrill voices, breathing hair of women whose sudden laughter burst upon your face. A sex atmosphere reigned on the ship. Curious gluttony, pout of painted lips, trembling repressed. The eyes sorted, shows. The alleyways were bustling with faux nonchalant walkers who spotted cab numbers. A fairly nice brunette, after having crossed my path a couple of times, eyeing me like a pimp would, managed to join me in a small van. Ignoring my grumpy demeanor, she didn't beat around the bush. All right for a ride. The formula itself was a cure. Why do I remember that girl who behaved like a wild horse in the act of riding the buck as they say she deserved it? I didn't much care for her acrobatic and chatty way of taking charge of operations and stringing together figures of speech until an unremarkable It is only once, however, as an object of desire rather than a spectator with no problems. The art was subordinate to technique, determined a subsidiary, the crypto events, the marginal effects, the divine awkwardnesses, the magical gifts of the disconnection. In short, all that which moving depths of the soul add to the eternal physiological coupling. Unless a long practice has transferred all our internal bric-a-brac into another modal scale, but I wasn't there yet, and, in my opinion, neither was she. Fortunately, she soon preferred an officer from the lower deck to me. I spent 8 days wandering through the maze of the ship to tire out the interest of this 200,000-ton building, whose arch was an asteroid. The men had sealed, screwed, and welded metal structures around a space island, like the wasp mason amasses its floors of cells around an old branch. The original rock could be seen through an open archway beneath the grand staircase. It was marked on a copper plaque with an arrow. Here, central asteroid, One ran one's fingers over the small rectangular piece of stone. It made your fingers feel rough and brought good luck. We were happy. Two old ladies would visit him every day after the tea and spice time, giggling like schoolgirls to excuse their superstition. After trying all the performance halls and the gaming room that sought to evoke Grand Croix by false bays overlooking a panoramic of Brogel, I spent most of my time at the library, either reading directly or resting my eyes while welcoming through my headphones a calm and docile voice that read the chosen texts, while, knotted like a fist around me, a city of 10,000 souls was rushing towards the Candidian orbit at millions of kilometers per day. Either I would troll around looking for snippets of conversations from anyone who was talking. Ecological difficulties in a closed universe, the staff found it difficult to divert travelers by stopping them from falling into debauchery or aggression. Anyone talking about religion or politics would be fine. I see the fury of a Bornean receiving in full figure this jest that may not have been for him. There are only heavy-blooded peoples who can bear democracy. The lack of imagination drowns them in their work, and a passive bovine holds place for their civism, and the quick presence of mind of this officer, who arranged everything. At random, by retorting one hand on the shoulder of the offended, there are only peoples of lively blood to take advantage of the dictatorship. Thievery is their substitute for freedom, while a minimum of discipline prevents their individual talents from becoming national blights. The misfortune is that both choose passionately what doesn't suit them. Then, pointing an index finger at the culprit, you owe Mr. a glass before what I owe you. I would have dismantled this amusing diptych to extract a whole lot of sinusoidal functions. I also heard about merism, and most people made it a snorting noise of derision or skepticism. The Jouve ghost smiled next to me. Almost tangible, confident, in the order of things that slowly rises from the plebeian to the elite, an imposed faith by a few realists, a new table of values where sometimes the words have been changed while keeping their content, and sometimes the content of theatre. Unchangeable words has been changed. A simple table, accessible to the worst residences, but supported forever with vague platitudes, to endow the whole thing with an evolutive flexibility, allowing to go from initial intolerance to justice, and from justice to indulgent equity, a state of equilibrium to be maintained by all means, because the same, always the same. The scoundrels who frenetically adhere to the draconian Manichaeism of the new laws turn against them at the slightest sign of relaxation and precipitate their decadence in order to satiate their perversity without risk. The stricters of old become, always in the name of virtue, the protectors of crime and ignominy. May they have a hard time making, it doesn't matter to them who to change the victims. Psychopaths only thrive at extremes, said Jouve, and the word balance came back like a leitmotif in our last interviews. When he wanted to make an image, he talked about thermostat, self-regulation, biological mechanisms. He also talked about reinvesting indestructible meanness so that everything, even the worst, became a useful fuel. I cannot talk about Jouve without feeling guilty. It is impossible for me to remove him from my long personal adventure, more acro-colored than interesting at the end. But I am not up to it. The Jouve that I portray here does not reach the height of the real one. It's Plato in comics. On the screens where Soror's news passed, the banners of the official marches showed a dehumanized portrait of him that made me hurt. I shut my eyes in contempt of the comments that crossed around me. These people knew nothing, suspected nothing of the depths of Merrillism from which, like an iceberg, they only saw a small emergence. Could they guess that Jouve had anticipated everything, the irony on his lips, Chican's excesses, the oddities, the accidents of fate, and even, under the longevity of a cult, the movement of rights and the future dates of inevitable non-violent revolutions? Who would trample Demeril's memory by continuing his work. He said, "Finally, humanity is on the rails of an irreversible surge, condemned to eurythmy. We've taken the great ascending spiral." And he tried poor me to demonstrate this by using as a mere rule calculator the tree of combinable structures. Then the small bar note seemed ridiculous to me. Without explaining myself, I had nevertheless made my Merrillism known, so that, good or bad advice, one would stop vilifying or trivializing the religion of religions in front of me. And when people tried to discuss it with me, I pointed out the signs advising against this type of subject. Or I took refuge in amnesia to justify my silence. Alone in my corner, I lived a parallel dream where voices, sounds, and gestures took on an enigmatic meaning. In the dive bars with aquarium spells, the tiniest passing laugh, the scent of a walkie-talkie, the indifferent glance of an employee, or even the gurgling of a fountain would intoxicate me with exquisitely coded messages laden with nuances. I could detect subtle disturbances in my nerve centers. This perhaps due to the many jumps in gravity and to self-suggestion. And someone was chanting Candida, or travel. There were only about 36 Candians on board, most of them from the upper classes. A couple of days later, they had all moved up to the next level, separated from us by a partition. I see the figure of a big guy with his face covered in vine-like splotches. I can still hear his voice, husky and full of dirt. "They told me you were coming over. Doesn't it bother you that they're messing with your blood cells?" He coughed, a hand on his throat. "Can't breathe through a membrane anymore. I'm going to the clinic tomorrow, so they can remove this crap." "What do you care about Candida?" Someone came to fetch him to fill out a form. I only saw him again from a distance in the dining room, where he sat down with fellow countrymen. Information, of course, I had from the library, but my impatience did not accommodate these pages of literature and photographs, which I suspected were too artistic or not enough. I was looking for the echo of personal experiences, the tone of the thing lived, the direct testimony, rich in imperceptible subtleties. I had nothing left but use candidates to talk to me about the magic of Grande and the giant islands that I had seen once, drifting in Sora's sky. Motto: Candida is a hot-belly ice ball. When viewed from space, it rather evoked an eye globe of which only the colored part would have been habitable. 70 million kilometers of land above water, enough to comfortably fob off 200 million men organized into medieval kingdoms and principalities, such as Sikov, an island south of Grande, whose monarchs wore title Hereditary Democrat, by the grace of God. A perfect example of the power of words. This brilliant stroke of the founder ancestor brought about a loyal following among his rough subjects. "Don't laugh," said an old diplomat. "I know the current ruler. He's a jolly fellow full of humor, and he knows quite well that democracy for savages would be as absurd as pouring gasoline into a horse-drawn chariot. And to extol the practical sense of the Democrat as regards the vast plantations of dairy products, of which he had successfully purchased in the background the shares issued by the central government. There was a lot of discussion about the increase in thermoductile sap. All this didn't interest me, and since Sikov was in the liberation zone, I would have liked to hear about the taste of the morning air, when the east wind rises after 3 months of twilight and colours. All the sea with pollen swept from Grande Terre. I would have wanted to guess at the depths of looks, and even in the clumsiness of words these excited springs who, starting from a bare ground, make boil in a few hours the noisy ascent of forests to the assault of the sky. There was no one to inspire me with my old miracles. before the violine beaches that stretched to the horizon, crushed by the great red-hot dome of the twin planet, nor to make me hear, with my eyes closed, the grave song of the Altus Mountains, soaring their 25,000 meters above the atmosphere, and dipping their bare peaks in the ink of space. Merchants, industrialists, or civil servants who had just refreshed themselves with Sora's oxygen only talked about quick fortunes, retirement points, and administrative careers. I tried to pick up a good-looking guy, friendly tarting for the third time on the oval planet. I often met him at the pool, where he exhausted his excess energy in endless runs, after which, over a tea-spice, he became accessible, dressed in a Brandenburg coat of thieves, latest fashion from Grand Croix. His vice was deep-sea fishing. All my tricks to get him to reveal pictures were foiled by record figures. A small owl for a 30-ton boat, old man. The big pearl medallion. The others envied him. But nothing from him to draw, even incidentally, on the reflection of the wave on the smooth side of the hull, or on the smell of the smoking deck of mauve seaweed. Nor even, what do I know? On the kind of absurd pity that the winner feels for his prey after the victory. Nothing of these ancillary feelings that multiply the value of any activity, and that, if vain it is, justify it or absolve it. I would have been astonished to reveal that he was no more than a medal fisherman. There was also a portly man in his 20s, whom everyone called His Highness, the little lord of the sinister lands, who had no other passion than the shoals of Brogel. And this educator, collecting the petty intrigues between colleagues of teaching, this doctor fond of small scandals, of cuckoldries and good eating, this boring couple only, concerned with worldly successes in the saloons of Nida, the capital. In short, all these foreigners were ending up making me doubt myself. What was I to do the despising? And since it was about fishing, how my fishing for sensations was more noble than fishing for medals or gossip. Everyone should move their engrams in their own way. So you're still dreaming. It was the voice of a changeling priest, the purrs of a qualis, who would switch with a fellow priest every night so as not to sleep twice in the same cabin, and could be seen running naked through the corridors. He spoke to me in the face. Do not cling to concrete things. You will communicate with the divine, Cleone. He was drunk on chine. Running away from my breath, I was leaving in a grumbling fashion like an annoyed beast. My unease didn't come only from not fitting with others, but from the feeling that they knew it. Though I had never talked about it, such things filter, it was also known that I had served in Merrill's troops. A stout, broad-shouldered man, about 50 years old, who had just passed me on the street, accosted me one day at a distance. You have no plans to remain in Canada, he said. I could use a man like you. What sort of man was I to him? His knuckles were white where they gripped the sapphire set in his earlobe. I want to say someone who's experienced and used to dealing with men. Don't be angry. I know your discretion bias. Would you like to accompany me to the islands of the Eastern Powers? Pronouncing such words was like making me take off on a background of big organs. I understood in time that for 2 million guarantees per season, in equals currency and half in advance, it was only a matter of playing the gods in the nonantium. Mines, chemical element whose name I don't know on Earth. No 90 in court synopsis. The incident had no follow-up, but for having felt them many times in Grand Croix at the time of Jouve, I recognized the indefinable tingling that warned me that I was being watched. By whom and why? I went to fill out my mycosis request form. The doctor who received me was a young man with a large nose and tiny glasses, a thing made rare by advances in ophthalmology. He pinched his lips when I noted it. I don't want to blow my eyeballs out with their chitin injections. 9 times out of 10, a Binasla is a doctor. That proves that we know the risks. And then it gives tenderness to the gaze and helps to pick up girls. He accepted a cigarette and offered me fire, grumbling. Enjoy it. You'll have to do without for a few weeks. Is that the erythro you want? Sorry? The red yeast? I have to spend some time on Candida. Is it uncomfortable? He says, dismissing the smoke. It's less painful than the iodized one from Equilus. A little shortness of breath at first. A little itchiness. Not too bad. Redundant allergies are exceptional. This is the translation of the provided text from French to English. It isn't really the erythrocyte that shakes you, but the nitrobacteria and the Chen virus. That's Chinese to me. He smiles. When do we start? Are you bored on board? He knows this question well. I tell him that I'm holding on thanks to reading. In my opinion, you should go into a clinic in about 2 weeks. You will feel the claustrophobia keenly enough when it tempts you to want to gut the walls with a cannon. It is better to place the chore smack in the middle of the trip. When that's done, we move on to the upper levels in a candid atmosphere. Your faces give you the impression of having changed ships. And there are only 3 weeks left before we disembark fresh as a daisy. He gazed at the legs of a passerby assistant. Well suited as an unattractive but sympathetic chatterbox, he must have them falling for him left and right. What a nasty thing, thrushes. Eventually they will be outdone by the development of golden areole pigments. Quaternary gold core, phallic compounds. Hey, what a luxury! The subdermal colloidal gold gives you an extraordinary hue. It allows you to breathe almost anything, but it eats some of your catalyses. And so far we have had difficulty preventing intracellular water from turning into a water oxygen that kills you properly. He speaks to me of a method that involves inducing a rate of peroxidases in the leukocytes, even if we are completely devoid of red blood cells, and also of an ingenious infection by earthworms, microscopic worms releasing a respiratory copper-based pigment directly into the circulation. I shiver at the thought of feeling little fish bustling around in my veins. Dans les médias, je vais remplir une fiche et vous inscrire pour les examens préliminaires, qui vous aideront à tuer le temps. Vous n'êtes pas diabétique au moins. Some sinister fool must have invented the formula. Each minute without immediate joys should be invested, even if it's a dreary drop by drop, for the benefit of higher and more accomplished festivities. I thus walked my attentive laziness and thought about others, browsing at leisure through essays or popularization pamphlets, except when I would come across poems, because it was more to decipher their subtle springs than to let myself be carried away by. I realize that I haven't talked much about this Hellenistic literature in which, at the beginning, I was surprised to find plagiarism of ours, unless it was the reverse. Another proof that sporadic and clandestine communication had existed between the two worlds, but let's not go back there. Generally, I would bring my reading to a small blue salon, abandoned by tacit segregation, for the prudes, a Christian sect whose members vowed never to utter a word out of fear. Respect for the word, all dressed in dark colors, with their heads shaved, they waved their hands silently like deaf mutes. Some had even excised their tongues. Others, with horribly sewn lips, only ate liquids through a straw. I found their company peaceful, until the day I saw among them a small girl completely bald, with her mouth sutured by black thread, and whose grunts were reprimanded by gestures. This unbearable pantomime soon led me to the footsteps of a young woman who, like me, was slipping away with a book in hand. Indignation gave me a curse on my lips, and as we walked side by side, our complicity dictated to us I no longer know what banalities. We went to drink together at the nearest estaminet. How could I not have noticed her amidst all the others? When I saw her for the first time, I felt a sudden jolt in my aorta that, as far as I know, I had only experienced before while gazing at some watercolors or at the young queens of children's books whose perfection tears you apart because it is unattainable. She was there, rather chestnut than blonde, with eyes of changing water barely Asianized towards the temples, and the tenderness of her mouth which said in a naked voice, "How serious you look." Nude voice, "Yes, that's the right word. I don't know why. Unless I look like an idiot or a complete nutcase. How do I tell him that his vocal nudity may be what made me suddenly gravely sick, forcing me to stifle my own unmentionable harmonies with quiet tact? I got out of it by resorting to a cliché. But suddenly I was sure I knew this oval face, and this look, and this voice, highlights around which the memory of a distant emotion was recalled. And it is my horror of clichés that prevented me from saying, "Where have I seen you before so long ago?" Still a joker, fate sent me there during a period of abstinence. For since my brown acrobat, I had kept the sex in a high-handed reserve on account of not complicating my journey unnecessarily, without admitting to myself this is my inamiable side that a bitchy masochism was plucking at my bowels. There, I stopped lying to myself. The special excitement she gave me deserved to be maintained, incubated for a long time, and even, why not? Avoid post-epilogue precede. Was it another form of perversion, more ethereal in style? Taking everything into account, it's the perversions that set us apart from animals. Prairial. This is his name. The dress that exposes one of her shoulders has the color of her eyes. The flaccid ceiling fan makes a lock shake on her cheek. Thanks to a grant, she will peel on Candida some unknown bas-reliefs to support on her return a thesis of foodology. She shows me the book. I see there the intertwined characteristics of spaghetti engraved on Fuvdine temples, and then columns of tiresome formulas that require explanations. She turns the pages. By studying the frequency of certain signs, we have definitely identified verb groups, noun groups. I feel like kissing my pretty fingers that are looking for examples. No spiral, no matter what its sense, is ever presented in isolation. It is always attached to a verbal set. I cannot discuss this, but I've heard of languages that do without verbs and indicate action, state, or evolution with short, long, and medium-length words. An idea comes to mind. Is the depth of the grooves constant? Maybe the phonologues have always been wrong. Imagine that by walking a metal needle in the grooves, we get a sound emission. I grab a cure-dent from the bar and make it travel through his book along the twists and turns of a photographic reproduction, modulating She chuckles silently behind her hand, eyes full of stars. I raise an eyebrow. Have I said something stupid? Not at all. What amuses me is that, even when humming, you don't leave your gravity look. What do they all have to find me serious? Juve already told me this. If only they knew the great inner laughs I sometimes cover up. Sorry, I didn't understand his last sentence. What do you do in life? A little embarrassed. I talk on behalf of Vasile about very uncertain war memories and my supposed memory problems, before confessing my plans for a long-term bohemian lifestyle and gathering sensations of all kinds. It's a bit thin as a line of work, if not as a way of life. Here is a translation of the text into English. I add, in order to make it more serious, I want to collect states of mind and then take them apart to understand their mechanism. Words that come out of my mouth light me up as I speak. I'm amazed to discover that, disappointed by works of psychology, I have always had the latent intention to unravel our internal tangle, making a clean sweep of prior studies. Please note that I have removed any symbols or characters that may not be commonly used in English. I was talking. I couldn't believe the massive ideas that had accumulated in my brain unheeded over the years. But there was some sorting out to be done in my mental attic if anything was to come of it. It all began with a certain love of life, an ecstatic need to exist, and the desire to grasp at the complex nature of things. Before I could define happiness, I had to distinguish between the concepts of pleasant and unpleasant. No one had seriously done this. Talking about the pleasure of wobbly chills or moderate sensations seemed deplorably simplistic. Another enigma. Pleasure adds up to nervous activity, but it can also result from a break in this activity. I was running into dead ends. Hence this quip from X. I quoted a philosopher Bornean. Pleasure is an endogram movement which we call pain in some cases. I would keep only the annoying and simple terminology of exoendogram. That at least had the merit of providing, like a two-handed key, a fair starting tool. Freirial encouraged me with little questions that were most often pertinent. No one had ever managed to make me monologue for so long, that is, 10 consecutive minutes. It was all the more abnormal because his eyes made me dizzy, and confusing me even more, a damn plotting reaper whispered in my ear, "Where have you already met this girl?" Tacit agreement brought us together at the same small table for an evening meal. Without our having consulted each other, we met again the next day in the library, before downing a few drinks and going to see a movie. Second dinner at two places where we talked, I remember, about folk music and ton ta. The doctor with glasses had scheduled an early morning appointment for the next day. Many blood draws and complicated respiratory tests kept me in the clinic until mid-afternoon. The chore worked out well. The prairial conspiracy was beginning to frighten me, so I had sworn the night before to change my usual habits of daily life in order to space out our meetings, or at least to give them a chance of being random. But as soon as I was free, I walked up and down between floors with my anxious soul, without admitting that my eyes were searching for her. They found her much later on, in a short tunic in the dance hall, where she made a lovely couple with Tarzan from the pool, whose tights revealed too many muscles for my more taste. I don't know what he was telling her without losing his cool, to make her laugh like an idiot. That must have been much more clever than my stories about endogam. I gave them a hypocritical and smiling nod from afar, before going to wallow in my cabin. Oh, very well, fate was making things work out nicely. On reflection, what an adventure. I had felt for the first time the arrow of the little god whisper in my ears. So it was that foolish and powerful. The sentimental appeal, a certain face, a certain arch of the eyelids and crack. We were irresistible. Just in time, I escaped unscathed. 2 or 3 days, and it would have been impossible for me to turn back. The stamp on my door wakes me from a melancholy sleep. It's Maxime, the Tarzan, happy bell-shaped man with a confident smile, wearing a medal of the champion on the cuff of an astonishing overcoat. He comes to pick me up for a farewell dinner. What kind of farewells are we talking about? Temporary farewells, my dear. Prairial and I will be entering Candidian atmosphere tomorrow morning. The doctor revealed to us that you were signed up for later, in 2 6-week intervals, if I understand correctly. 2 very gloomy 6-week intervals, during which I remedied the solitude by devoting myself with a lack of enthusiasm to homology. My ignorance of this scientific field had always bothered me like a flaw. It didn't particularly interest me, but since nothing else had been fascinating me either for the past few days, it was a good opportunity to take advantage of it. So I hired an exam screen, and after finding a thin one that seemed easy enough to memorize by heart, I set to work. My mnemonics had to have changed since school, or else I was screwed, for I was sweating like a dog from chapter to chapter. And then, what a silly thing. The image of Prairial took advantage of my moments of distraction to stab me in the epigastric with little knives. Erythrochlorellosis, also known as red fungus, marbled fungus, or candidiasis, a perfect example of the expansion of the term, unless we consider the nitrobacteria to be a champion. Erythro is an inherited and irreversible mycosis. This means that after 1 year of mycotic infection, the chlorels permanently replace the red blood cells that the body stops producing and even cross the fetus. The vivid red tint of the children's candidiasis until the age of 7 or 8, and adult monobacosis during the incubation period. And when the marbling sets in, one remains physiologically candidian for life, forced to wear a membrane or mask and shorten their stays on other planets. Without nitrates breaking down into nitrous oxide, you will gradually fall asleep and, let's skip the details here, end up in cachexia. Let's repeat that for stays of no more than 1 year in Sorer time, which is the official calendar on Candida. The risk is 0. Well, I was going to go as the others did, encouraged and on my own defense by the presence of Prairial, at low pressure in the upper levels. The experience was horrific. I felt that I was dying and rising again several times during an awful day, before I woke up wrapped in bandages and crucified by infusions. "You're out of the woods," a marble-faced doctor told me the first time I saw him. Some 50 hours later, when I could manage to utter 3 words and ask what had happened to me, I learned that I had been in a night clinic for 15 days. Night clinic? Yes, Niga is the capital of Candida. So that my day of torture had lasted more than a month, while in coma-like state was stealing the end of the trip and my landing. Another surprise awaited me in the form of police revelations. A small friendly inspector with shabby clothes came to read me the report from the Glass's doctor, which the ship now carried to Equalis. As my new doctor, the inspector had a puzzled expression with red patches, and I felt like being framed by 2 clowns as I saw them together. Without fully grasping the jargon in the report that spoke of antigens, antibodies, and globulins, I had it repeated several times. There was a deliberate attack on my person. "My colleague, who is a navigator, left us all the serological samples," said the doctor, as the police officer nodded with a stern mouth. "We ran all the tests again. The intent to commit homicide is obvious. According to the lab, criminal hands gave me synthetic synapses. Half an hour before my mycosis, making erythrochlorels very dangerous." A classic question of the inspector. "Do you have any enemies?" "My God, not that I know of, but facile, lip service." "Still, all the service. I take refuge in amnesia." "You can file a complaint, but I won't hide it from you. No thanks. As soon as he is on his feet, false Vasile Pergerian will try to remember that it is better to stay on your guard." I received a letter from Prairial, which came twice to ask about my health before leaving for Sikov. There is an addendum from Maxime, in his club style, calling me his dear old thing, joining our friend in wishing for a quick recovery, and inviting me to meet him at Nude Island, where he fishes joyfully with I know not what marine monsters. It's very kind of them, but I don't want to see those 2 again, especially Prairial, whose powers over me scare me, and whose memory is difficult to fade. I close my eyes. Proximity of the long summer holidays makes my veins run with syrup. In a few more days they will give me my release, my documents, my suitcase. I'm waiting in front of the clinic for the car that will take me to the hotel. That. I hypnotize myself every 30 seconds on the scarlet of my hands. Ask the nurse who accompanies me if my color is going to get darker. Response: since you are rather blonde, it may turn copper. I slip him a tip with the embarrassment of someone who ignores local customs. She accepts it very well, wishes me a good recovery, and leaves me alone. One only sees for the moment the high foliage sheltering the hospital pavilions. But yes, indeed, under the nervous tapping of my heel on the tile, there's Nega, whose uncertain etymology apparently goes back to the Fars, and which I guess the murmurs behind the very close peeps of birds. The sweet whines of the air give me a desire to clap my tongue. In the searing heat, shadows are scorched, and golden coins are scattered across the asphalt. A few steps from me, a kind of heron peckishly picks at rubbish in a paper bin. It moves aside as I hold out my hand, its beak caked with old bandages. The little wicker car called a cocher squeaked at me in the sunspots, drawn by an improbable hairy and burly dog as big as a Shetland pony. Armed with a long whip, the bi-coloured Santa Claus, acting as a coachman, greets me with a polydactylic hand. The Candidians are almost all like that, calling me not seer. And here I am, being lulled by a soft murmur all along a curving descent, between two oak trees whose leaves up there are taking a bath of heat in the indigo sky. The old coachman asks me about my native planet, so as not to be confused with an hospice, he growls in his dialect. After some fine-tuning on the meaning of words, I learn that hospice is synonymous with hotel, and that there are hospices for every nationality. An instructive conversation on the backdrop of comfortable grating sounds. We cross other wicker cars. Then a few reptuses of Equalian brand with luxurious profiles. Disdained by a playful pat on the behind, our dog ceases to ogle at a harness of bitches. His feeble trotting puts him down an avenue all pink, lined with arbolithons, strange plants whose stipe evokes a trumpet planted in the ground, while two vast palms sometimes. Three flap like pachyderm ears 10 meters up in the air. With great shouts, cherry-colored clothes flail about on the pavement in a game that combines hopscotch and skipping rope, kicking the butt of a large domestic lizard who, undeterred, is determined to spice up the atmosphere by getting tangled up with his own legs. People walk by. In addition to these faces tattooed by erythrusis, my eyes photograph the bric-a-brac of regional costumes, different on each island and mixed in the cauldron of the capital. High boots of people from the north, floating ponchos of Secovians, shell hats of Grand Terre, and all those Phrygian caps covering sailors whose sun has faded their marble. Women with braided hair carry their babies in a backpack. Buildings with columns remind me of Emery. We cross a park where arbolithons and tree ferns mix with plant structures that evoke giant thorns. The dog obeys the whip of the coach who points to the left. After taking the shortcut of a side alley, we emerge into the new town. Astonishing habitable Oregon forest, irresistibly rejected by common sense despite the preparation of tourist brochures, and, in my case, by my school stay in a modest bamboo hut. Grand Croix. Taken by a reverse vertigo, my heart goes to spin in the sturdy tiers of piping that rise toward the sky. Clad in foliage jupes, I enter the hotel hall. In defiance of the sororical elegance that surrounds me, my enlarged memories, multiplied 100-fold by a smell of chlorophyll, would make me cry like a baby. The vector takes me to my circular room, a splendid and ochre nest. The oval window opens high up onto the ocean, whose back far away bears the cast reliefs of Grande Terre. Thickened by distance, big ships are laboriously climbing towards the horizon. I remained for a good while head in the breeze to let the rumors invade me. I breathed deeply. No choking. My blood formula holds up. My leukocytes must change sidewalks each time a chlorella is encountered, while my red blood cells form picket lines a little everywhere. I turn around to open my suitcase, and my eyes fall on the artistically framed bills of exchange. I read them several times, making accounts. Despite the favorable course, 1 night in this bamboo palace will reduce my allowance by a fifth. We have to leave. Back in the hall. I feel a little foolish approaching the blazoned tunic host. I've changed my mind. Please call me a cab, I said, looking at the haughty figure as I've seen Maxine do. As for the staff, I push a tip on the desk, too royal, I suppose, which he stares at as if it were shit. His eyebrows rise slightly in his isometric pretty face of idiot. Slightly marbled, he must expose himself as little as possible to the sun. He consents to snap his fingers. A butler rushes out to blow into a shell. Upon further reflection, I tip the waiter and give him a careless air as he returns to pick up my suitcase. Furtive satisfaction of seeing the disgrace of the secondary triangles in the figure of the head. The car stopped in front of a large, windowless building. All openings were invisible from the street. They opened onto some sort of courtyard. Basins, murmuring basins, bird cages that sing, green plants and wicker chairs, sweet bitter memories of the stay at Don Luis's farm, affordable rates. 2 non-mycotid Equalian couples, with facial inhalators, were having lunch while commenting on Chakan's entry at Grand Croix. A little boy taunted red fish with a piece of string. The barbed fragrance of the tea pepper floated in the corridors. Soft colors played a silent music on the walls of my room. I fell asleep on my back, lulled by the ventriloquist's noises from the ground floor. Though the day was perpetual, words like yesterday or tomorrow were used to denote an interval of 25 hours. The following text was translated from French to English. So the next day, I put on some light clothes with the intention of taking a refreshing walk around town. Unbeknownst to me, it would be my last. I wanted to see everything, to smell everything, from the grand formal quarters of the big organs to the bustling suburbs around the fish markets, leather markets, fruit and flower markets, in a cacophony of shells and bells. The horse was hitched, this time to a real pony candidate, a breed with an enormous head that seems to account for half the total weight, and whose nostrils scrape the ground. Working animal reserved for popular quarters due to the noise of the hooves, I imagine, because the canine trot is more silent, and also because dogs and ponies cannot feel, and would clog traffic with their quarrels. Unused to make them fight in the arenas, but gentler manners had now relegated this old rivalry to the racetracks. As we went clopping by the old shipowner hotels, with their balconies in the shape of prows, or down the winding alleyways that assailed the old city, a translucent shell hat revealed the face of my coachman, so young was he, who turned to me with a toothpick smile and waved his whip at bizarre towers. "It's the circus stall. That's where kings lived," he pronounced, Ruiz. He pulled the reins, cursing to avoid a flock of bald goats with pink nostrils. Were they really goats? They came out of nowhere, and their rear ends showed very obvious genitals. The shepherd and my coachman exchanged obscene gestures. A group of onlookers roared with laughter. Clown-like faces, pantomimes, clarion-like voices, and the sweet smell of manure filled the air. It all evoked the atmosphere of an outdoor circus. Clatter of the whip, whistle. The car turned as it passed the shop display, amidst the shouted cries of the shopkeeper. I bought a bag of seaweed cakes and sea mangs that stained our fingers. A calmer district made up of gardens and ornately decorated houses like jewel boxes. Then a park. A faded ruin dominated an uneven hillock of grass. My guide laughed silly and wanted to go around it. I forced him to stay a little for observing of the car. People who prostrated in the grass between two signs of cross. I learned from the driver that faths had never existed. But he signed in the soft by scratching himself alternately, and very well in order, the forehead, the sternum, and the two shoulders. Finally, the pylorus. A whole typical agglomeration still retaining the old charm. Each house was topped with a conical roof. Each roof was a pylorus, a fossil of giant cockle that abounded even in the mountains, and all one needed to do was to lean it against a circular wall to add a room to their apartments. These formed towers of various heights that clustered together to form a vast mushroom farm which descended towards the harbour. The roofs were marbled, jaspered, and shiny, with some occasional deviations from the rule. Houses covered with a spiral conch shell, or the lopsided shell of a large bivalve. There were also thatched cottages made of reed. The car was now driving on a paving of colourful shells arranged in spirals. Suddenly the alleys became narrower, forming long descents interrupted by steps and arches. So I sent the car back so that I could continue on foot. I quickly lost my way in a quiet kasbah of sentinels where very long cats, fleeing my approach, slipped under the lattices with graceful slithering. We wondered that their elongated heads did not draw forth a forked tongue. No doubt they were hereditarily mycotic like dogs, horses, goats, and men, since local evolution had barely exceeded the level of the reptile. I walked for 10 good minutes without meeting a soul, between towers with crooked roofs and long walls covered in graffiti. A rattling sound came from a window, turned into a cough, because on this planet where night practically doesn't exist, and where pairs and odd teams work in shifts, the poor often sleep in the bed of those who as revenge spend their day at the other end of the city. All shutters were closed. My walk must have fallen during the off-peak hours. Stalking through this labyrinth, I had no one to point out the exits for me. The walk had warmed me up, but I shivered suddenly. As the sky clouded over, a few drops fell. From a tiny bridge on a donkey's back, I leaned over other streets meandering into the depths, apparently inaccessible. The sea was also out of reach, accompanying me at a distance, showing itself among clusters of buildings, or writing little poems in silver at the bottom of steep stairs. The rain lasted for little, just enough to exude whiffs of laundry, sour urine, and stockpot. I came across an old man sitting on a step and chomping whatever under his strawberry nose. Between two jets of saliva, he regurgitated incomprehensible sounds at me, for which I politely thanked him, even though it was impossible to know if he meant to inform or insult me. The spontaneous wanderings were a good way to find the rare. In essence, I was quite happy to be lost. Fate was going to serve me again, but not as I would have wished. A stealthy noise warns me just in time that someone is coming up behind me. Two guys are running silently towards me. More than the weapon he holds in his hand, it is the blank stare of the first one that puts me on alert. The cold gaze of a killer. I don't know what gestures will save me. A sort of beat-down throw, followed by a somersault at the peak of a wall, from which I fall into the manure of a corral in the middle of an abrupt chicken panic. Second jump, another alley. I bless the reflexes of my commando training when two other guys block my path. Tourniquet and heel in the mouth. They collapse on top of each other. Whistles blows. The first two are already turning the corner, 30 meters away, fled by instinct for self-preservation. A small deserted beach, lined with low houses, chills of waves as far as the eye can see. I stayed for a good half hour under a pier in the company of a dead crab besieged by sea fleas. A minuscule receding tide deposited its meager harvests under my eyes, and in my soul too. I had gray foam, slugs, peels, and rotted wood scraps. Depressed reflections. I had thought the morning itself to rent a boat for solo cruising, for months of vast insouciance. But if they resented me so much, my journey was already dead born. Of the four attackers, one marble-faced man the one who had met my heel. Yet one could confound the various mulattoes of Candida. I was ready to swear that the other three were equally dark, with their auburn skin. Why? I would have expected local toughs to be after my wallet. Was it necessary to connect this brutal adventure to the clinic blast on Spashenef? Sounds of voices. Lifting aboard, I put my head out of the dock under a tarpaulin drying. Drops fell down my neck. At the far end of the small cove, two good women were fighting as they piled up hay in a boat. One of them, naked to the waist, showed pendulous breasts, one very red and the other very white. The enemy revealed his fury by sending me 4 men. Why wouldn't they now be 20 squaring off against the Pellery? Decided to wait until the evening. I suddenly remember that there will be no evening. Up there, an opal sun slowly escapes the clouds. Fenton, too. I come out of my hiding place to run to shelter from the pier. I jump over some rocks, discover another beach, and then, further on, another small port. A voice startles me. "Boating tour, sir?" 2 local guys, very typical, are drunk under the influence of a big vat of alcohol. An idea strikes me. Can we enter the city by sea? For half a moon, one could. The left-handed breeze picks us up about a mile from the coast. A bird with a red head circles around the sail for a long time, murmuring unpleasant words at it. In the distance looms the huge arch, linking the island to Grande Terre. Did I say that Niger regains an island by the same name? Leaning over the water, I love the movement that intertwines the lines, the soft lapping that twists and square a world of mirrors. A violent stroke of the oar on my head sends me to rhapsodize under layers of liquid. My mouth fills with a bland green taste. The reminiscences of school life inspire a final thought in me, quite unworthy of a romantic drowning, low saltiness, 7 parts per thousand. 4. At Fidel's, I see myself sitting under the canopy of a cabin, dressed in an old pair of trousers, on the edge of a beach whose bright orange sand hurts my eyes. "Stuff, you little snot stuff. You've been sleeping for 3 days without eating anything." I pushed my bowl of seaweed cheese away. The old man continued, Well, I was thinking that it's a strange fish you're catching in your nets. Now you are a fisherman who catches men just like the holy apostles, and you had. I already had lots of little crabs in my feet. Just right. I was also thinking. He was touching, but I heard for the 10th time how he had pulled me out of the sand and yoked his goats to drag me to his cabin and bring me back to life. He was called Faith, a name that matched his St. Bernard head, eaten by beard and multicolored mane. From the dog he also had the tearful eye, and until the yelp with which he punctuated his sentences. I wouldn't want to sound like I was making a big deal out of it, but it's the absolute truth. He also smelled the dog. I was surprised that he wasn't on all fours and had to restrain myself from scratching his head. I had needed an extraordinary chance to be caught in his net. The real miracle was that I had survived several hours of immersion, while the currents dragged me toward Mer. Devil's Island, Grande Terre. I learned later that red algae confers relative amphibiousness. A painful breath prevented me from making any effort for a week, and I took the opportunity to ponder my misfortune while Fidel was milking his goats, mending his nets, or stacked his fish in a stink-filled basement. Who was trying to kill me? An organization seemed to be following me around since Sorer. Without knowing exactly why, I sensed politics in the story. But how could one want with perseverance the death of a lowly sub-officer to the point of pursuing him from planet to planet? The ore blow had simultaneously sunk into my skull, an exclamation that now came back to me. "No, you're crazy! And the bounty?" I was disappointed by one of the 2 scumbags who, as I was disappearing over the side, probably regretted not being able to show my corpse to his employers. But did we want to blame Bryce Demerol or a vassal Pergerian? Whatever the case, I decided not to go into towns for a while in order to accredit my drowning, and I wouldn't even go to get my modest luggage at the hotel. Moreover, what else did I have to do? Besides prudence, an exalted beatitude held me back in the bottom of this jade gulf bordered by sierras that I contemplated between my moor lashes, between the palm fronds, while wandering my langur in the orange sand. I had found in my pockets a 40 tiara, mixed with a porridge of pills recommended by the medical corps. Too bad for the pills. Fidel had helped me wash the notes before putting them to dry on a string, in company with brightly colored fish. These 40 tiaras represented to him a small fortune which I tried to give him. But he was surly in hospitality. And, by the way, one couldn't find anything to buy within 100 kilometers around our hermitage. My passport equalien must still be floating somewhere between the two waters. I was therefore alone on Candida, without ties, practically without money, and without an identity. A wanderer. I needed to take care not to stay too long, because my mycosis, which had become irreversible, would make me for life a forced candidate. I still had more than 11 months to come up with something. My watch was broken. Faithful counted the days. He had the sea for a clock. The tide flowed and ebbed far away, then rose each week. Faithful gauged the passing of time by watching the level of the flood. His old, unused boat made a black spot in the distance on the sand. He used only tangents, which I helped him plant with big blows of the mallet when I felt strong enough to render small services. I learned to milk the goats by the mouth, who, despite their name and appearance of a goat, had nothing to do with the goats. Unlike what I had believed, this indigenous race might be classifiable and torturing paleontology in a small group of mammalian horned dinosaurs. It was pointless to question my happy companion about it. He swam in ignorism as fish do in water. He made no distinction between a planet and a distant continent. I had the proof when he told me that the moon was 100 days of sea. Yes, although the atlases have given it the name Clara, all the Candidians call the moon, or rather Laun, with their funny accent, their only satellite. So, Faith took the loan for an island, and when she made the big red butt on the horizon, she so white in space, the mistake was explained a bit. As Clara's orbit is almost perpendicular to Candida's, we can never see her entirely. It's only a traveling dome at the end of the ocean. Ignoring that she is without an atmosphere, Fidele claims it is filled with monsters whose fearsome nature borders on the comedic. With a goat's trumpet in front and a cow's jawbone behind you. My ass! To suck he sang with their hose, and would eat the rest by the other end. It was a tale from his own great-grandfather who had gone adventuring. Then, from time to time, I envied him. The belief in myths adds a great deal of flavor to life in cosmogonies, whose tedious demonstrations fill our heads with black figures, accompanied by a sad ant-hill of zeros. Fidel had nonetheless drawn me an approximate map of the coast on the sand. I was glad I had ventured so far from Nida, beyond the land of the great cats. The nearest town was some 20 miles away, and it would be difficult to find me in this remote corner. Beyond the cabin rose a thick bush, dominated by tall trees, with large ears that swayed slowly in the heat or folded themselves up under the rain. The original text is, Place loin, c'était des marais, quelques lieues d'eau noire où poussaient des espèces de calamités appelées sourifères, aux acres, horribles. On devait contourner cette zone impraticable pour accéder aux collines, puis échelées par degrés jusqu'à la fantastique barrière des Moors, altis, visible partance claire. Fidel took me there to collect some combuse, a white pebble necessary for keeping the fire going. for it was quite a job getting the fire lit in such a poor atmosphere. On was to invest the hearth with a combuer no doubt rich in peroxides that had to be poured drop by drop while blowing on the embers, thus getting some scanty flames which needed constant watching, lest they should go out, need to be revived. Despite the work and with an obsession of a solitary, my host had set up a hovel still between two rocks. There he was, distilling a maceration of thurifer. The liquid simmered gently due to the low pressure, but nonetheless produced a potent potion that ravaged your esophagus and made your eyes sparkle with sparks. You could also get heat by burning dried fish, provided you had chlorine tablets. But, in the meantime, Faith waited for his nephew to report back from town. A ship captain. This nephew said nothing that was worth it despite Faith's kind words, who admired him greatly and saw him as my future savior. We won't see anyone for 20 days until the collector boat comes to visit us. The head sailor, it's my nephew Guillaume. I know all about your stories, my friend, but I can only see Guillaume to help you sail away. If you wait too long, we will enter opposite season. What did this mean? The left-hand winds will give way to the right-hand winds. The night fishermen will return for the big catch. I guess that you hold so much to seeing. Guillaume, my nephew, will find a way to get you away from here. He is the chief sea captain of the Viddames of Dextrinsel. I mentally saluted this prestigious title and sighed. But what was he going to pick up? This boat collector by the famous Guillaume. Fish Fessie's barrels for the apothecaries. It's worth its weight in gold. Weight in gold. We needed to consider exaggeration. But I had surprised him more than once pinching above a cup of long trouts with a bulldog's snout, whose white velvet belly seemed spotted, with Gothic characters. So that was it. And more than the dried fish, it was this that stank the larder. He whacked his head. The season hasn't been too good for the dung, but I found a few gems. He went to get me a small box containing 4 blue beads, and far from round that. Personally, I would have thrown over my shoulder. I asked him if Guillaume would be talkative enough to go around telling everyone that he found me at his uncle's, with my foreign head. Ooh, wow. Loyal Japa, he won't even pay attention. He doubted the crew a little more. And if I were to paint myself red-brown on the face, your skin is already well-colored enough. Fold, it would be better to paint your white spots. He'll arrange it for you tomorrow. While he was talking, he had not stopped sharpening a scythe. He checked the thread with a hair of his beard, and, placing the 6th finger of his left hand on the edge of the table, he broke it off with a sharp snap. Then, dipping the stump into a cup of excrement, "It's not that I'm against having a 6th finger, but this one is getting in the way as I have to push it away every year. I'm pushing the trefoil. He taught me to distinguish certain varieties of shells by grinding 2 species of murex. We got a milky porridge that allowed us to tattoo the epidermis. All girls know this, especially those who don't have spots in the right place. It lasts for several weeks and more." I took off all my clothes, Stefan Wul, blinking and stepping back as if retouching the Mona Lisa. He started drawing strange maps of my head to toe. I prevented him from blushing my lower belly with so-called lucky signs. Don't touch it while it's drying. A quarter of an hour later, the burns started making me itch. I felt the bumps of a giant hives on my skin as I ran my fingers over it. Faith kept me from launching myself into the ocean to cool off. No, that would be worse after. He gave me an outre of thurifer spread with goat's milk and advised me to drink as much as possible. So I puffed up my stomach, walking back and forth to create wind on my body. When the burns became unbearable, I ran straight ahead of me. I woke up with my nose in the sand, under the old overturned boat at the other end of the beach, with an exquisite headache and the impression that it was going to get dark. Soon, the wet sand smelled sour. I remember having, while speaking of my pint, vaguely heard the thunder and the heavy xylophone of the drops on the wooden plank deck. The end of a violent storm and the ochre back of the moon unfurled before me, a monumental twilight landscape. Some drunken giant painter had spilled all his color palette into the sky. Enormous cumulus clouds towered over the sea like gold-headed bowls. The air was stagnant. Purple smoke rose from the hut at the bottom of the gulf, and the faint voice of the old man cooing to his goats stretched out over the scent of hay. I limped back. As long as I didn't touch it, the skin didn't hurt anymore. "Well," said Faith. "DeFace, you almost look like a nice guy from our neighborhood. In 6 days they will paint your picture as a boss. Gradual change of seasons. Every 4 or 7 days. Following an odd rhythm that faithful foresees without error, the sky darkens. The sea suddenly deepens 2 or 3 times under the leonine steps of the strong left-hand wind that is arranged to fight. Almost immediately, the mountain lightning fell on him in the fist. A follow-up hour of apocalypse while we were locked up, listening outside to the thunderous clash of the gods. The next day, in general, a more fresh air sealed the sea of fog. I saw the high building of Gilem appear one day in such weather. Surmounted by the dark fronds and the canopy of the door, the vessel tore through the mist silently, as if it were tearing a scene from a Gustave Doré print. We almost thought we could see tatters of white paper at the ends of the masts. The words buoy and jerk meshed in my head. There was something oriental about the curve of the spar, but one didn't know how to name this floating pagoda, a hybrid of Japanese galleon and sanctuary. I heard a bell without echo, distant voices. A shadow detached itself from the ship, a barge accompanied by a rhythmic splashing. The oars moved like insect legs between layers of mist. Deja Fidele was running towards the newcomers on his rickety cart. I followed him at a distance. A figure leaped over the edge and plunged into the calm water. It was a hulking Hercules with a bi-colored skull and a Mongolian mustache, clad in a brown tunic. He kissed Fidel and gave me a sly look. "Who's this bearded man?" Forgotten the straw of my cheeks, I almost turned. Faithful launched into a long explanation of cousinage of the Hauteurs, which earned me a salute, cousin. Sealed with an bronze fist. "And you are called?" asked Gilem. "Basile." My name, Aqualian, had slipped my lips despite myself. I had to exercise this automation now. Dangerous. Although it was unlikely that anyone would suspect the innocence of a first name, I minimized the blunder. "Everyone calls me Val. He wants to sail," Faith ventured. Gilem's eyes measured me up. "You fit in well. One of my slackers broke his wrist. You can take his place." He gestured towards the cabin, and addressing the 4 red-haired pirates that were following him, "What are you waiting for to carry the chest into this bull's lair?" "Execution." Faithfully danced around the bearers like a fly on a card, waving impatient hands. William clarified, "I brought you 3 rolls of fishnet thread, as you wanted, and then the usual conserves. Good grog," new shoes in heavy cloth. "How many tonnelads do you have?" Fidel entered into weather considerations about the difficulties of fishing. He confessed to 3 tonnages. The big nephew said nothing and had the tonnages carried onto the boat. Fidel signed something, I don't know what, in a dirty notebook by sticking out his tongue in his beard. I was surprised that he hadn't spoken about the pearls. "All right," said Guillaume. "We've wasted enough time like this." He dispatched the farewells. I had no choice but to find myself aboard the immobile naval monster in the fog. I replied from afar to the great gestures of friendship made by Faithful. When he would have discovered my 40 tiaras in his box of pearls, he would always find use for them. While the guys rowed the oars, one of them spat into the water with a laugh. 3 tonals. Guillaume cut him short. The first who laughs at the 3 tonals will get my punch in the face. It's not worth the stop, but we have the sense of family. By touching the target, I saw screw wheels on the side of the ship. We climbed aboard, where I soon had the pleasure of spinning in a creaky squirrel cage, along with a dozen lascars. 5. On the sea at first glance, it would have never worked, but an aberrant gear system amplified our effort to turn the screw wheels. They were only used in calm weather, however. This was not the only extravagance of a voyage that, deprived of means by the fixity of the sun and absence of magnetism, relegated compasses and sextants to the store of picturesque objects. Guillaume used an even more imprecise method for charting the course. He observed the foam at the base of trees. He marked the corners of the coast with a graduated water clock, where I no longer know which kindling swam, who followed the seasonal migration patterns and gathered at some or other cardinal point. Real folklore. We are sailing against the wind in the diagonal sea, a vast diaclysmic collapse, where a Dantesque deluge had raged 100 million years earlier through the emerged lands. On the left, very far away, the relief of the island nude could be seen as it jutted up from the sea. On the right, the high walls of Grande-Terre stood imposingly, blocking the horizon. The sea was all very funny, consisting only of waves, but successive swells traveling one behind the other, and spiraling into deep grins under a ruined sky. At times the coast pitched us long caps to barbelés. Since I wasn't good at much, I'd been assigned to chiseling the hull. The big crabs attached themselves to the hull with such force that they didn't give me a moment's rest. Armed with a long-handled rake, I had to deliver a powerful blow from both arms to detach these stowaways and prevent them from weighing down the ship. This seemingly simple task was disrupted by the waves that pulled the rake out of my hands. Thankfully, it was assured to my wrist, and the necessity of me hanging by my legs to reach hard spots exposed me to the heavy whips of the rolling waves. I had to keep constantly jumping over heaps of things and skidding barefoot in the puddles, with the impression that I was being overtaken by speed due to the accumulation of gastropods. It was necessary to keep for 3 hours before handing over the oar to a comrade. One had 3 more hours to eat a piece, dry oneself, put on socks and wristbands before lying down on a bed of lice. Then we started again. The prison. In my bad night's sleep, it still happens to me that I believe myself at the bottom of a well, in a viscous discomfort caressed by the pump. But what was I going to forget in my list of strange things? No matter my eagerness to finish the story, this pomposity is worth a look. At the end of the row of wet timbers swaying between 2 rows of palm fronds, I had already glimpsed, on the first night, an enormous pile of meat held by a rope net. Disgusted by this slaughterhouse in which, we had to cut some sticky steaks every day, I avoided looking at it. And then, in the dim light, I seemed to notice that the roll didn't explain the rhythmic nature of certain movements. The meatball appeared to inflate and deflate in a rhythmic pattern. Driven by a small battery, it was a heart that sucked dirty water through 2 robust veins to expel it. Outside, a good viscera lasted about a fortnight. Fishermen had them to sell at the landings. My roommate was the injured man whom I had replaced. A scrawny guy with long, greasy hair and a scarred face, so badly mutilated by a narrow juxtaposition of nipples that one forgot his bruises. We were often alone together. After turning his back on me for the first few days, he gave me feelings of emotion by whispering, "You aren't a candidate, are you? Well then, Your accent isn't fooling anyone. And you're repeating all the sentences as if you were deaf." He made such a soft, peremptory gesture to dismiss my protests that I stopped insisting. "Everyone on board knows you're not from here." I wonder why Guillaume wouldn't let us bring it up. There was more to it than that, and showed there was a lot more going on under the surface. My head was a price. Did I have to believe that Willem had recognized me from a report distributed in all ports, and a huge search could reach me on this raft at the end of the world? In addition to his usual loot of tonneau of manure, barrels of thurifer, and other bags of pearls, Willem had probably understood that I would be the most beautiful catch-up. His tour. I wanted to know more, but my companion, pale-faced, was now talking to someone invisible. "Come on, Crickery, stand properly." I had already gotten used to his passing eccentricities and monologues, addressed to an uncertain Crickery, resolutely impalpable in odor and color for anyone else. Perhaps the ghost of a woman or child missed. I understood this kind of thing. Even though I didn't go that far myself, hadn't I taken the dangerous habit of imagining to make beautiful dreams come true, that I held Prairiel in my arms? Although Grelier was known as the madman at sea, the crew's brutes dared not laugh too much at his innocent mania, because they smelled something supernatural in it. It also baffled them with a correct, almost precious diction that contrasted with his appearance of being a poor scoundrel and seemed to snub the ugly jargon of thieves. Candidates. As we went from port to port, separated by 2-3 days at sea, following the detours of the voyage, the payload villages, or large kegs of excrement, awaited us on the beach, surrounded by a crowd of people with a red brick complexion and a tangled mop of hair. High stilt villages perched on legs connected to the coast by log walkways, where one would twist their ankles rolling barrels. The fortified hilltops climbed, piercing and encrusting the cliffs like colonies of birds' nests, half troglodyte and half pellerite, and gazing at their feet, their reverse image by the mirror of the bays. We were marked by the conch of the watchman, and small crowds were waiting for us behind the mayor and the fish privet, who were wearing their insignia. Before jumping onto the pier, Guillermo was donning his most beautiful armor to maintain his prestige. We stayed longer in those big towns running around the dens, while Guillem, who had been received at the majorship, haggled fiercely over the exchange of hides for small bags of blue pearls. He launched into big, fitful outbursts, accusing the merchants of trafficking in thurifer wine with mango syrup, and threatened everyone with the wrath of his lord, the powerful Vidame de Dextrinsul. Things were finally starting to come together in front of the last Hanap. I had been on high alert ever since I met Grelais, and now I realized that someone was always watching over me. During our night raids through town, there would always be a couple of hardy goons hanging around, making sure I didn't escape their sight. Indisputably, Guillem was keeping a good lookout for the human merchandise he intended to deliver, either back to Nida or much earlier if he had sent a message establishing an appointment on the coast. For this reason, I felt more at ease at sea than at port. Still, there were times when I would have liked to see the enemy in front of me so that I could understand his intentions. Between two crises where he whispered to the invisible Crickery lullabies or poems, the Grelais had told me, "I'm the only one to know that you are from Sora, and the way you—" Easy. I was born there myself. Oh, mycosis for life, of course. But how do you explain that everyone else believes you to be Equalian? Equalian? Decidedly, Vasile seemed to be meant, and Bryce's popularity was rising. It was still worth it to have my tattoos and letting my beard curl on my chin. The Grelais was full of attention, thanks to compatriotism. For example, knowing that I had a distaste for worm soup, which I could never eat even to please Faithful, He gave me his pot of fish in exchange. We had become quite good friends to decide to run away together. What do you think, Crickery? Is not nice my new boyfriend? We were deep in the bosom on our twin palaces. A bleak ray cut his facial necks frighteningly while, hanging pendant, he leaned his head, watching for an answer. In these cases we waited that it pass by looking elsewhere. A simple question, usually. A pitifully sweet smile softened his face. I believe that Crickery finds you sympathetic, but she is still too shy to show herself, and suddenly sensible as you and I. We will leave this raft of the Sellies a landing stage. First, because it is more convenient to disappear near a town. The back country was gently sloping. How do you want to cross this? Through the great open hatch, he revealed the blue-grey walls of the Altus Mountains, which climbed skyward and beyond the clouds. The life of Grelle could have filled 10 picaresque novels, from which he would spill bits during hours of relaxation. He showed his sunburned skin between the navels. That's a reminder of mesochlorella. A nasty thing that kept us comatose during long space flights. We still use it. But after improvements, it no longer leaves traces. The temperature of the syringes drops to 30 degrees. They are fed by injections. This gives troop transports without incident and no mutiny to worry about. At the time, you are injected with mesin without asking for your opinion. And you landed 6 months later, whole like a sponge. An old soldier of fortune, it seemed he had great experience in desertion. Noting that I was a good swimmer, he organized a 3-phase program. 1. Pretending to argue with us, simulating a bloody disagreement and refusing to speak to us again. 2. Agreeing on a signal that would trigger the right moment for my dive into the sea. Keep your broken wrist in your other hand like this. By the way, I feel no pain at all anymore. Look. And banging his arm against the wood of the cot, locked. Locked. Stronger than ever. I am keeping bandages to avoid chores. You jump into the sea and swim underwater as long as possible. With this weather, the island pollen covers the whole bay. It looks like soup. If you stick your head out of the boat to breathe at about 20 braces from the ship, you will have so much stuff in your hair that no one will be able to see you, especially if I distract attention elsewhere. 3. I will draw you a picture. Note our rendezvous outside the city. We will find each other a few hours later. That very evening, after he sent me a bucket to my head and shouted that he was tired of eating 2 rations of worms, I called him a sieve, a stinking rat, and moved my bed to the far end of the hatch. Lightning and storm, piercing of diverging glaives, the sky weaves black plots. While beige, blonde, golden, capucine, ad nauseam, red and blue in spots. Pollen gently swayed transforms the whole. See into a Persian carpet, whose ample patterns are torn by the prow and reform at the stern. We double on the left-hand side, a sophisticated head. Elise, city of 100 palaces, former capital of Sinestra, presents to us a proud exhibition of hanfs, samovars, and large organs. This is where I would swear Guylam thinks about giving me up. I scratch without conviction some shells on the side of the boat, watching from the corner of my eye for the signal of Grelle. Time passes. The stopover approaches. The tall towers are growing taller, and we can already make out the details of the harbor. The wind dies down. Groaning noises from the grand sail. Guillaume whistles twice to call people to the wheel of the Squirrel. The shattered one had to wait for this precise moment, because he stumbles and feigns pain by massaging his wrist. Oh no, I dive into the pollen. An impression of cracking an omelette layer before being seized by the freshness. I swim and keep swimming, hoping to stay on course. When I can't any more, I slowly surface so as not to disturb the surface. A warm paste covers my body unpleasantly. I wipe my eye with a finger to look at the ship that's getting farther away. No one apparently noticed my absence. My second dive adds to the mistake of the building that is 100 meters away when I go back to the surface. This time it seems there's a commotion on board. I hear Dylam's voice booming while people lean over the railing. The scurvy dog was right. I doubt they'll be able to spot me in my pollen suit. Even if I rest every 10 minutes, reaching the Cape is a terrible ordeal. It takes me hours to touch a small, fluffy patch of yellow foam. The ship has disappeared. Its mast must get mixed up with the others at the bottom of the harbor. Risking exposure, I undress, wringing out my shirt and pants and warming up by dancing in place while rubbing yellow foam on myself. The water has seeped into the small bag where I kept a fish sandwich. I forced myself to swallow some of it anyway, as pollen adds a sweet and salty taste. The most difficult part is to put my wet clothes back on and get back into the water. Because I have an appointment across the Cape. After doubling the headland, I still enjoy Greylou's forecasts. The southern half of the bay is free of pollen, and the current carrying me towards land forces me to dangerously brush against the reefs. Shock in my heart. The large fin of a whale comes towards me. I think I am going to die of anxiety before its flat, massive head, like a table, and now visible under 10 centimeters of water. The terrible certainty splits in two, grasp my waist. Its grey skin knows me twice or 3 times as if to test my texture. Then, with fixed eyes and a locked jaw in the safe box, the monster turns away to sea. Did I shout or want to shout? Coldness in retreat. I pedal standing like a child drinking a painful soup. I cough hoarse, and my right hand tears on the edge of a rock shell, dumped on the green water. The caves sniff heavily the balance of the tide. 6. Long marches well, said the shrew. I thought you wouldn't come back. Turn around. We're at the bottom of a lot, between 2 hills of garbage, south of the city. After my long stay in cold water, the stench that rises around me seems warm and comforting. The shrew mops my feet to my head with a large alcohol-soaked handkerchief. I lean on one hand against the trunk of an old tree, which, with its ear down and its bark wounded by a wire collar, is slowly dying in the scrap heap. The wasteland is very far from the center. The voices of the city float in the breeze from afar. A dilapidated building sheds a long, leprous cry into the pink sky. Chimneys are on the lookout. Not very far from us. A Kia dressed in overalls sorts through the garbage. He is the only one I have ever met on Canada. No doubt he is my con. He pays us no attention. I stammered and chattered teeth. You told me to follow the road that goes around the factory and the playground. I've come back several times and still can't find that land. The factory has encroached on it since last year. You found me, that's the main thing. He helps me carry the dry clothes he brought. We don't have time to waste. Guylam makes me search around the harbor. One has never seen him make so much noise over a deserter, said the scruffy. Gossip runs in the Estams. A reward was promised to anyone who put their hands on a Prince of Equalis, encarnailed in the region. He looks at me so funny that I laugh out loud. He smiles back, hands me a bag, and secures his own with a shoulder rub. With all the bounty hunters. This is what they call falling at the wrong time. Let's get out of it. Before leaving, I take a look at Kiha. Sitting on an old, rusted car body, he ties bundles of supplies together, blurry images of great fatigue. Paths winding through the grey grass of the hills. I was stripped of my shoes and drained by my long swim. I stumble every 3 steps, climb a metal pylon, and, up there, embark on a bucket from the moving walkway that connects the coast to the Nunantum mines. I fall asleep with my head on my bag, rocked by the creaks of the bucket. If she turns around, I will jump 100 meters without leaving the fetal position, to collapse into a thick bliss, sun in the eye, and muscle pains. The skip is moaning from pylon to pylon. Leaning on the edge, Grele indicates the outer world with a flick of his chin. The marshes of Hawk Pal. My hand burns at the edge of the tin. I stand up straight. The whole country leaps to my attention like a wild cat. The pumice stone-like earth raises up hillocks everywhere, filled with large platters, goblets, basins, and baptismal fonts that hover above the dark marshlands below, which, in turn, gradually descend into depth like rice paddies. Terrific thorns watch over the waters as if they were candelabra on top of towering platforms. The train of trash is about to enter a tunnel. We go down via the last pylons. "Straight ahead," says the scruffy one. His hand points to the black, lacquered horizon, where lies the last pond. A quarter of an hour later, we are struggling in the shallow water, which is washing bubbles of pestilence up our legs. I wiggle my toes to keep my shoes from sinking into the mud. Up there, a small, hard, round sun like a lamp looks like a hole in a tin sheet of light. It heats up like a devil, and we are turbaned with wet rags. The shaggy one was really called Tursus, a pastoral first name that went well with him by his own admission as a glove to the tail of a goat, at least in terms of appearance. As I discovered in him every day a soul that did not harmonize with his arsenal of reproachable man. He had been a soldier, but also a peddler, a lab technician, a little bandit in difficult times, a sailor, of course, a vagabond, we would say clown, and then, please, Han. Appointed poet and librarian of the Democrat from Sikov. That's where I met Crikey. Hey, Crikey, do you remember? We were absolutely alone, standing in the black water. He spoke to his Crikey in such a natural tone that at times I thought I saw a diffuse shadow on his sides. But he swayed his head. She doesn't want to get out. You shouldn't be hasty with her. Where do you come from? From the fourth dimension, no doubt. His eyes, piercing and perceptive, noticed my skepticism. He didn't press the issue, and we talked about something else. We were advancing meter by meter in the vast eccentric circles created by our footsteps, and we had to talk non-stop to pick up on the sound of the heavy gases. High Pal is a basin where they accumulate, said Tursus. When you hear my voice drone like at the bottom of a barrel, it will be necessary to go around the unsanitary benches. With turban on his head, and majestically decked out in rags, he walked forward declaiming Bornean poems whose cliffs repeated the rhymes. And playing the critic, he said afterwards, "Too many rhymes." Old Prosody was addressing hard-of-hearing customers. It was necessary to bang the rhythm into their heads with cymbals. This gave them barbaric quatrains of a particular charm, a bit heavy, like goldsmithing from the primitive era and overloaded with pearls. Pearls, pearls, echoed the echoes. He had a dry throat. I would take over by narrating the episodes of my life in a loud voice. Or we were all tired from this eternal exchange of monologues. We put our mouths on the surface for the cry, "Hee-hee-ho!" All vowels passed through while listening to the discordant sounds, indicating the thick layers. And sometimes, when the sounds slipped into the high tones, Tursus gently pulled me back. There's no need to panic. The gas isn't toxic, it's just inert. He pounded on the surface of the plate with his hand and followed the propagation of the wavefront with a watchful eye, claiming he could see it ovaling out toward the left. That's where we have to go. Our route crept cautiously into a black locker and blind rocks where even animals wouldn't dare venture, except for some insects. "Nobody would ever think to look for us here," said Tircis. "I've got an old friend in the Marine Palace. She made her fortune speculating in timber, enough to buy a small title of nobility that keeps her halfway between the troubles of the people and the inconveniences of the great world. That's where I'm taking you." "Ha ha ha ha. Hey, back off, God damn it, the gas. It's not convenient because we have water up to our armpits and we're carrying our bags on our heads. A choking sensation tells me that I've just inhaled a good dose of xenon, I suppose. We regain our footing 10 meters away on a small hill. Tircis scans the surroundings with various cries and modulations before concluding, "We have to wait." This is a translation of the text into English. It's mainly for Crikery. Stop being so silly. Finally, my Crikery. The place is badly chosen to give oneself over to madness. After a while, it makes me feel uncomfortable, especially when he pretends to convince the mysterious presence to show itself. He coughed, his voice hoarse from too much talking for hours. "She's going to come. She's coming. A double psychic? I expect to see some ectoplasm emerge from his thin, holy chest like cheese." He leans his head. There it is. Enfeebled by her comedy, I look. Her finger points to her temple. A tiny mouse slips out of her ear like a cuckoo in an hourglass. The jolly eye. Grele is enjoying my surprise while the mouse goes around his shoulders, sniffing the air. I welcome Crikery's panegyric with all the cliches usually reserved for dogs. Affectionate, clean, understands everything. It only lacks words. Then one must convince this little bug to sniff at my fingertip. She finally agrees to climb my sleeve and hang herself on my beard. Tircis oozes sympathy. "You needed to meet, because we're headed for tough times. We eat a piece of which Crikery crunches the crumbs." Tircis scans the surroundings with a worried eye. A half-foot-thick layer is slowly closing in on us. "Where do you get this half-toys?" He shows me at a distance a large thurifer. Freeing the base of the trunk, columns of ants mark with thermometric precision the respirable level. He picks up his little animal with good words to lock it in a matchbox combustible, puts the box in his bag, and I recommend that you pay attention because we will move on with on. Great danger. Then, under his directions, a high school exercise begins. He makes me get on his back with the bags, and after having started to moisten the chlorels by taking a good breath, he enters the water to make 15 steps without breathing. Then he makes me go down, takes the bags, and I climb onto it in turn so that I take 15 more steps, blocking my lungs. One carrying the other, we alternately imitate St. Christopher over 200 meters before we perch on the thorny branches of a thistle bush. Exhausted, I look around me. Besides our labors, no noise, no breath. A funereal stillness to be seen for miles, and that is the most striking image that remains with me of Hope Pal. This long wait by two vagabonds on their perch, in an implacable sun, eyes burned by the immense reflection of a black table. For a week we found ourselves several times in a similar situation, waiting for the gases to consent to stretch further. One could only bear to dip every quarter of an hour before getting back to drying off. The white spots that Fidel had painted on me were sadly peeling off. I mimicked Tircis, who drank directly from the marsh by inserting the filter of a handkerchief between his lips. Noxious regurgitations rose in my throat. One had to hope that no microbes could survive in these dead waters. The distant mountains played patriarchs. A harsh day cut black and net holes in the stocky figure of Tircis, who, at odd intervals, strangely hung by one arm and one leg, twisted his ravished neck to hurl hyena-like yells onto the surface. He resembled a gargoyle. I saw sweat glisten on his thick apple of Adam. Our provisions were running out. We took turns to sleep with eyes covered against the light, while the other barked every 5 minutes as a deadly warning. Barked is what we could still manage from our vocal cords. I now knew that my grêlé was not mad, but our little scheme would have brought us two interesting premonitions of madness if it had lasted longer. In the long run, and for good reasons, one does not imitate the hyena or the frog without consequence. The levels of fake rice fields allowed us to climb the western slope to reach, through intricate pathways at the bottom of the valley, the course de Senistri. On the outskirts of the marshes there were bosquets with massive and rosy branches that resembled crab claws. In breaking them with stones, Thyrsis drew out a bitter pith, which was our only food for 2 days, before we could find wild fruits and catch some frogs. The luxury was to eat cooked when we could light a fire in the caverns. It grew cooler under a cloudy sky. We warmed our cold legs by the flame, which had burned them from their long stay in the lagoon vases. The thinness of Thyrsis was frightening, with his holy skin which matched his ribs. He said that I wasn't a sight to behold either. My complexion had turned shriveled and my beard smelled bad. Only Crikey, who was easier to feed, hadn't suffered from the ordeal. The car seemed to us nevertheless an easier place where we could breathe easily on solid ground. Thyrsis resumed being talkative. In comparison to the inland ice sheet, Haut Pal is just a gentle Theban land. He was talking to me about this region called the back of Candida, which was never exposed to the sun, and whose weight of accumulated ice would, on a distant day, tip over the whole oval planet. Colds of 130 degrees on the libration meridian. No spacesuits. They were reserved for the space troops at that time, and the Fendal who follow you. On my trail, hoping for your sleep and death, he was surprised that I had never heard of them. He described the behavior of the Phenodals. Picture a very ordinary-sized slug, but full of filaments that flutter in all directions, like antennae. It's not yet called a Fendal, but you'll understand. Now imagine two similar slugs. Good. They come close to each other for mating. I specify that it is not a sexual coupling. A third arrives. She ties herself to the first two. The three of them have enough holes and peduncles to satisfy all kinds of combinations. Others come by 10, 20, 30. An extremely complicated platonic orgy forms before your eyes. They form a bustling pile that grows at a glance. When the polysome, it seems to be the scientific name, reaches the size of a pumpkin, one can consider that it has entered its gastrula phase. It is a bag, a pocket, that sucks and blows air out while emitting imperfect sounds. Voo-voo. Another shipment of slugs, perhaps around 100. The pumpkin increases in volume. I don't know how the mollusks stick together inside, but the whole thing becomes capable of barking like a dog. I swear that it's scary. This drooling thing that forms and perfects itself in front of you, that smells putridly, without ceasing to grow. It must be picking up an invisible call. Maybe ultrasounds. New snail regiments were arriving from everywhere, charging into the melee, sprawling on top of each other, or making their way more secretly by shoving others aside. Meanwhile, the ball is spinning around you, tracing a silver mucus circle in the snow. Someone who isn't expecting it should sit down in advance so as not to fall over, because the ball pops out of a soft opening that says hello. If you keep your cool, you politely thank him, and even have time to tell him about the weather. The ball responds, wait. Not yet talk. With pops and clicks like a speechless person in rehabilitation. It is interesting to insist so as not to miss a single phase. So you say, for example, who are you? And the limpet ball, which is a little smarter than just now, because, I suppose, all brains are running in series, answers you in a small black voice. I am a fool. You pretend ignorance. What's a fool? And his shit, whose size now exceeds you by a good head, whispers kindly. A fool is a community of fools. The plural of son is F, so it should be le sans F marque. However, I am not entirely sure if this is the intended translation, as there seems to be some unusual formatting or symbols in the original text that are not present in English. Here is my best attempt at translating without the author's name, Stefan Wul. The sound of the letter marks the plural. What business do you have here, stranger? As a polite gesture, the fendal stretched itself into a humanoid shape, taking on a vaguely human appearance like a man of clay, poorly molded by an incompetent sculptor. Its slippery skin is studded with thousands of small ocular peduncles that examine every inch of you. Tell me clearly that if there is a F-Nedo, it would be able to too. Whistle to communicate with a Kiha in its own language. Fendal reads you through endognosis. It automatically uses the language of the interlocutor. Imagine for a moment, I don't know if it's possible, the mental power of a giant several yards high. Extendable or detachable modular intelligence obviously raised mountains of unsettling questions. But according to Tersis, these beings did not abuse of their powers, contenting themselves with expecting the natural death of their visitors in order not to devour them directly, but to grow on their corpses a manner of red algae which were their only food. They themselves resisted the cold through some kind of antifreeze glycol spread in their circulation. I asked Tersis if he had witnessed the scene he had just described in person. I only met little ones as big as a dog, but others have told me. I mistrust stories from third or fourth hand, quickly rounded out with ever more extraordinary details. But I also love to doubt my doubts, and I had already seen so many strange things that I could well admit a few more, for my own pleasure and Tersis, who had at least one extravagance anecdote to tell each day. Adventures upon adventures. We went from steppes to ravines, skirting vertiginous craters furrowed like ears of giants, living lands, seismic wave lenses of the Fu Mountains, forced marches on new ferric terrain, aggressive vegetation, tricks that outwit the strategy of the band of wild ponies to the intelligence developed by the new effluves of Palmoyan. I see again who we called the old Sachem. Band leader who thought 10 meters in front of us on the other side of a stream, by means of making our troops trample, his wicked eye and his disheveled mane, his yellow teeth when he roars, to give the shivers, his rage to know that we are out of trouble after 2 days of ambushes and maneuvers. We plunged into the north thickets, full of scents and bird songs. And then one day, as we all came out onto the balcony of a cliff, the vast sea opened before us up to the horizon, milky and murky, blowing its breath of giant oyster into our soft faces. We finally drank the elixirs of the sea after having cut across the entire peninsula. Great jokes of joy dilated Tersis. Letting go of my satchel, I raised my hands high to feel the elastic curves of the wind that slipped through my fingers and made my hooded cloak snap like a flag. Below, waves were washing over their embroidery on the rocks. A river was glittering in the west, among the hickory and Korim's woods. We set up camp on a small hillside. I was in favor of resting for 2 or 3 days, and Tersis established our bivouac shelter from a basaltic overhang. We could see horses galloping below, on the shore, these écailleux and flexible quadrupeds bizarrely called by the Candidians estuary seals. It was not possible to hunt this impressive game with our bare hands, but Tersis succeeded in finding their eggs, which looked like large melons. Beaten, we lay sprawled on bed rolls of leaves and restored our strength. The hawthorns were in bloom with honey. Half-closed eyes, I blew the petals of corimbine that fell into my beard. We talked about everything and nothing with long silences between sentences, while up there the sky invented chimeras and colors never seen. "What are you thinking about?" said Tircis. I murmured, yawning. "Anything." I analyzed the little joys that pass, and as I lazily discussed with him my interest in affectivity mechanics, he showered me with humility by citing authors and commenting on essays unknown to me. The scruffy that I had believed superficial and quite brave, beneath his veneer of a former librarian, suddenly transformed into an abstracter jester. All came from an innocuous remark in which I spoke of pleasure without mixture. "There is no pleasure without mixture," declared Thyrsis, raising his shoulder. "All emotion is saturated, cancelled by the tight marriage of endogram to exogram. The satisfaction of a desire returns you emotionally, even perceptually, to zero. The blind satiety chronologically framed by waiting pain and regret." He no doubt saw with my wide eyes that he was going too fast for me, and chose examples. Let's just limit ourselves to the meaning of sight, to simplify things. You are at the theater, and you impatiently want the curtain to rise. Note, by the way, that your wait is a pain joined to the mental anticipation of images of an imminent pleasure. No, I found it pretentious, its demonstration. Of course. But when the curtain goes up, then your desire is always slightly ahead of the rise of the curtain in the hangars. The satisfaction he cut some words of your endo is always delayed by the too slow appearance of the exo. Or, since I guess you'll retort, if there is a close simultaneity between the formation of your desire and its relaxation, i.e., if the curtain rises as you want it to rise, there can be no pleasure or pain, but only a quasi-lethargic anesthesia. This never really happens or lasts for only an instant, which is ignored by the subject in question. You should read Meyer's works, a small revenge that prevented me from being speechless. I had seen this name in my pneumology textbook. Myers, the pneumologist? No, his grandson. Sard's creator of new mathematics was also interested in the question in a book from his youth. A feeling of defeat descended upon me. My aspirations of research in the psychological field were abruptly annihilated. I had unwittingly staked everything on vague projects that would have made me feel I was good at something. Let's even admit the most beautiful one. Too confident in my introspective qualities, I had hoped to become equal to Jules by studying happiness from the individual, while he had formulated that of societies. And there were others who had preceded me by a very long way on roads that I wanted to open up. And even if their theories seemed questionable to me, they were there, prior and founders of a kingdom where, even if I improved them, I would no longer be anything more than a disciple, a successor, and not the Lavoisier of sentimentality alchemy. The song of the trees, the muted barks of otters, and the lapping waves coming from the river were making me crave for simple pleasures. Enough for me to build myself a character and an estimate of self-worth by cutting my hair in 4. By the way, had I ever started? The visits to the great Juvo gave me complexes, that's all. I did not believe I was worthy of living if, instead of leaving my mark on history, at least I didn't impose my name in the dictionary. Suddenly I was overwhelmed by a megalomania without employment, and my bitterness combined with a new feeling of freedom, happy vacation. There was no pain without pleasure, nor pleasure without pain after all. Tircis may have been right to defend his bloody psychologists. Was that one of the aspects of yin and yang that Jules once told me about? I would have gladly drowned all this Chinese crap in a bottle of Scan. But this plaster of Tircis had led us astray into a corner without any taverns. Annoyed at hearing him foolishly babbling with his mouse, I turned away from him to seek sleep. About 2-ish hours later, we crossed the river by swimming. pushing before us a raft loaded with our clothes and some food. It was necessary to circumvent the steppes, the heights of the coast, in order to reach in a few days the sea palace. Frustrated again, I responded in monosyllables to Tircis's tirades. He finally stopped rattling his teeth. We were going under a big sky of amber and ivory. Winged snakes slithered through the bare grass and slid up our legs into our trousers. Making use of my youth, I quickened my pace in order to hear Tircis panting along behind and getting entangled in the brambles which I leapt over without fatigue. My resentment was unjust. Could he guess what I had in mind when myself, before our conversation, hardly thought about it? Confusedly convinced that I could when I really got down to it, I forged an indestructible ethics from simple materials. I found in this presumptuous conviction that a convenient alibi for my wanderings. Why, then, to want the poor Grayley of a setback that would have humiliated me sooner or later, unless because he had worked on my nerves by moving himself comfortably in a field in which I believed myself reserved. He was suffering several meters behind. Taken with remorse, I was about to turn around and give him his bag when a thunder of hooves broke out on the left. A dozen picturesque riders came out of a depression in the ground, riding galloping wool balls that were Angora ponies. We were very quickly enveloped. Life in the open air and complex mixtures made new arrivals a diverse sample. Some faces seemed whipped with multicolored juice, or badly decapitated with vitriol. Borne, one of them had furnished his orbit with a large copper-faceted button. Most displayed wild coquettishness in their Peleus system. As the mustachioed Genghis Khan roared, "What are you doing on the Banneret's possessions?" Arbalets and long crossbows were pointed at us. Tircis protested, "We're in the steppe in Vidamal's territory." The Khan had a sour smile. He carelessly glanced down at a pony's veering, and then lashed out with the reins. "Mistake," he said, rolling his R's heavily. "These lands have been bannered for 3 moons now. You've not heard of the treaties?" He tossed the short whip behind him. "The border is a quarter league away. I've seen you cross it deliberately." He gargled himself with a regulative style that made his tongue stick. "Very well," said Tircis. "We'll go back on our heels." I understood there was no question of that. The mustache was having too much fun. We were putting a bit of unpredictability in his day. While he talked with Tircis to prolong his recess, I watched the ponies, whose high saddles looked like chairs. Each beast carried a bundle of large perches with funny chinks on the side. They were not weapons, but maybe masts to erect nomadic tents. One of the riders was chewing something I don't know. You could see his jaw muscles contracting. A strand of moisture stained his chin. His crossbow threatened my chest. In his pale gaze one could see the urge to shoot. Another had dismounted from his horse to tie back the old-colored handkerchiefs that served as stirrups. He displayed a shaven skull crossed with a skull and crossbone. Under their crinolines of fur, the tiny hooves of the ponies resembled little girls' slippers from the Victorian era. One of the beasts let out a sharp blast of wind. The boss gave Tircis a disdainful look as he showed him his ID, saying, "We're shipwrecks. Our ship hit the rocks at Cape Red. That's why my friend doesn't have an ID. Your friend isn't even a candidate," the other one cut in. "And I don't recognize those faces. Come on, get on the horse." Ha! Oh, how! I began to hate them. The riders got off their horses to remove the reins that were caught up in the tack. I understood their intentions when, with a brutal turn of the bridle, they made their mounts lie down for their saddle with solid saddles. Then, 2 men on each horse and boots tied to the tips of the poles, They gently backed out while straightening the animals. The ponies growing by 1 meter didn't seem to enjoy it. I wondered how their joints could support the abnormal effort that gave them a mechanical appearance. Refreshed by their masters, they dove into the water up to their chests, blowing bad moves and rolling big eyes. It soon started raining, and we advanced in a vertical grey fog that blotted out the world 3 meters ahead. Dampened to the bone, assailed by odors and besieged by ambulant clatterings, I thought of taking a sudden dive to unseat my guardian and make a break for it between two waters. Their discomfiture saved me from this voluntary plunge. I felt giddy, and the pony's mane slipped through my fingers. There was a brief cry. A hand grabbed my collar, and I heard my shirt tear. Did I dream the scenes that followed? It is no longer raining. The sky is straw yellow. I am tied to the pommel of a pony, whose pace shakes me less than the fever that rattles my teeth. We are riding along the marshes. We cross naked women, long cerrettes the color of walnut and mounted on stilts, bringing back to the shore a noisy herd of striped otters. One of the women is very beautiful in the light, with movements that sculpt her belly into a shield's hollow. A few huts made of straw, roofs made of rubble. 5 or 6 copper-colored geese are pushing the otters into an enclosure. The 2 largest run to meet us and cling to the manes of our horses, laughing as they ride a few meters away from us. The horsemen strike their hands with the whip's handles. I am shivering more and more. Where is Tircis? They've laid me down in the hay under an overhang. I welcome the stinky odors and hollow noises. My eyes turn towards a pile of rubbish, a pyramid of rubbish and dead fish heads which chew the air endlessly. The voice of Tircis, somewhere. I can recognize the 3rd fever, goddammit. Get some serum. A tumult of angry voices. Have I dreamed this again? Between 2 unconsciousnesses? My grele lies flat on his back, in a pool of blood, gaze fixed on the clouds, hands clenched around an arrow quiver coming from his chest. I am led away at a gallop. Calvaire. A clean bed. A blurry face. A voice. You are at the Prévoté clinic. When were you injected with erythrosis? You were not prescribed any antitoxin? I think of the green pills ruined by my drowning. At Fidèle. What is the Prévoté? Some sort of prison. Lockers creak. A door opens. An upright man enters. I vaguely grasp his words. Are you Vasil Pogerian? I acquiesce with a gesture. He compares my face to a photograph. My hand curiously explores the thinness of my chin. Why did they shave my beard but leave the moustache? The visitor bows. It is a terrible error, Your Majesty. The Nera has just allocated a mansion to your convalescence. Did he really say Your Majesty? What an odd idea. By inflation of the term over time, it is probably a formula of banal politeness. I am enveloped in respect. Uniforms click their heels as I pass. I doze in the cushions of a long official dress rep. 7. From manor to castle did I dream that frigid night, under the velvet sky of grenadine, stippled with green stars. I was wheeled about in a wheelchair. My large fur coat kept me warm. There was snow on the steps and pediments of the gallery, where stalactites hung from the fingers of the statues. Slow footsteps echoed on the slabs. My doctor, with the good head of a rough-looking tied cravat, blessed the short winter of oversinestry which finished restoring me. Like many natives of the Sea-Pal, those called dogmen, he showed an anthracite complexion splashed with spots of milk. Officers in color, casques, gave me Yolto. When I asked why, everyone would go silent with polite smiles. At the bottom of the steps, tall trees mournfully bent over their trapped image under the pond. There were few women in domestic service. The footmen to my room were very young and very handsome. One day I understood why the doctor looked away as he told me that Lucas, a handsome youth with spots placed harmoniously all right. I will translate this text, but be aware that the author's name is in German, and therefore cannot be translated literally into English. I will leave it as is. Here we go. Was going to make my bed for the night. I had 20 good seconds of giggling fit. I had 20 good seconds of giggle. In addition to all those ceremonial leg patting and an uncertain future that one shouldn't think too much about for now, I inherited from him a reputation of a dilettante. The next day, I found half the male staff replaced by a collection of nymphs, ranging from maiden to Saint Nitouche. Here and there, not too fast, they helped me regain a normal taste for life. My column bed had been stripped of its oxygen tent. When I mentioned Theosis, I was told that the perpetrators had been punished. I was chewing on my sorrow, imagining Crickery watching on in despair, a master's breath in her face. All my efforts to understand the inscrutable kindness of the banneret and his future intentions were met with a wall of promises. He will speak to you himself when he return. From the Naga diet, be without worry. You have nothing more to fear from your enemies. Those very ones. Who were they? I was hoping to learn from my noble protector. Spring came in a few hours when the planet made its 21st turn to the right. I watched, gasping, as the plant revival took place. This audible gush of ascending sap that raised everywhere within view dismal ethysis, like a slowed explosion, and gradually spread towards the clouds, filling the air with a great hymn of silky sounds, colors, and aromas, plays of bogs, Dionysian entangles, and the majesty of corollas. Birds salves in the gloom, from one summit to another. No! What is the best way to try and write better prose by planting small, formidable seeds under a feigned shortage of rhythm and epithets, so that excessively all these pages may grow into tangible gardens? Fuck! That was predictable. By constantly ruminating memories in your mind, you will eventually contract a literary treponema. Set out the ending of your story without musing it over first, or else it will blight your language. Resist the temptation of accessory quintessences. Facts. Later, if it amuses you, you'll play the violin all by yourself, inventing internal use scales even though no one else understands them. Facts. Not many as of yet. Dark boundaries were guarded. It was impossible to get past the gates. I was politely turned away by sentinels. My golden cage was large enough, so I didn't have much to complain about, except sometimes feeling a bit lonely in there. The doctor only spoke about hematology. The Colonel Butler would briefly check in with me each morning, and consider himself obliged to offer me a deadly game of chess every other evening, where he would refrain from beating me in 3 moves before going to sleep. I didn't understand the other people's patter. The planet was wavering over the left-hand summer, and its swaying gave us increasingly shorter nights before the 8 months of perpetual day. Inaction made me insomniac. I would willingly exhaust myself in long rides. The breed of ponies is so dark that they are lobotomized to make them into mount horses. I'd chosen one that was probably poorly operated, which gave me exercise. He turned his big head to bite my legs, and I had to send him a boot in the gums to respect myself. Then, to my great satisfaction, he poured out his anger with diabolic gallops across the landscape, where I forced him to chase his dispersing hard animals called phalacras. These looked like giraffes. dressed in lizard skin. There were also my kind servants to entertain me, but one knows that flesh gets sad after a while. Fortunately, I hadn't read all the books. The mansion housed an eclectic library where I came across books that Tersus had once recommended to me. Having picked out the thinnest for a quick random read-through, I was overwhelmed immediately. Each page, without paragraphs, piled up a discouraging cliff of words that one felt like tackling with a pickaxe. Something like this. Because in the narrowly sensory field, if there can be complaints or laughter that are merely siren alarms or signals of unintellectualized organic satisfaction, since at the level of pure sensation there is neither pleasure nor pain, but simply polychemical, mechanical, negative or positive tilts. Pleasant or unpleasant harmonics are only possible. To study from perception, which itself is only triggered by an exogram dysmorph, there needs to be surprise or dyschrone. There needs to be suspense with regard to the theatre. Endogram preferred neuronal circuit, which only reacts, only modifies, when a different exo appears, or one that is delayed, or both different and delayed. Please, air. The sections I understood seemed gloomy obviations floating on a soup of nonsense. Thus is how I at least justified my vocabulary shortage and lack of practice. I went and hid myself in a big armchair, out of low vengeance. I harped on my bad faith over mutilated details of their context, all happy to spot in the author an infantile propensity to take rhymed fragments for axioms. The tropism precedes the trophism, and translate these words with a deliberately flat and demystifying formula such as appetite precedes nutrition, shoulder shrugging at the terms dragging or magnetic viscosity applied to the endotrader of an exo preset, jumping pages of thickness. Discursize, returning to preliminary classifications, defining function, trend, need, desire, will. In short, looking for cracks in a work that at least 2 or 3 years of previous studies and contemplations would have perhaps allowed me to discuss. I collapsed in my chair. I asked for a glass of scan. A maid brought it to me. Since I was there anyway, I drank the glass and the girl. Don't judge me too harshly. All she wanted was that, and rape has never inspired me. It happened so fast. As for the pleasure I got from it, my book would have certainly called orgasm basely glandular, even though I closed my eyes at the last moment to conjure up the face of a pariah, shameful trick that usually brings its punishment in its ineffectiveness. The maid left. Gathering the book that had fallen on the rug in the action, I tried to study a long chapter on the chemistry of synapses. And that was it, the engine of the human soul. A broceliande of connections governed by billions of milligrams of amines or enzymes. And it was with this that sympathy, maternal love, the sense of family, intellectual, aesthetic, social, civic, and humanitarian tendencies, enthusiasms, aversions, repressions, and a whole amalgam of interactive influxes were created, where each individual behavior was no more than a chance ballet of result. No, my intuition told me there was something else, and that these parallel scientists were missing the synopsis, the lab graphs, and pervesum sort of third dimension. To give them infinite depth, I lacked the essential mathematical language which I would have had to learn, but I felt well that never, at all ever, I would have the courage to take on so difficult an adventure. Question of will. I searched for the word will at the end of the work, in the alphabetical directory. It was defined as the determination to actively satisfy the psychological need, EI, desire, as a warning of motor activity in service of desire or against certain desires. In the case of duty, for example, where there was sometimes a subtly masochistic priority of an intellectual long-term desire over an animal, immediate desire, my disgusted eye caught a reflection on virtue, a neutralizing combination of several turpitudes, and further on, a quote from some mathematician La Rochefoucauld, defining goodness as a logarithmic excess of personal interest. Disgusted, I threw the book at the other end of the library and, probably out of spite, excess of youth, and a taste for basely savory formulas, I voiced very loudly and in these terms the fruit of my contemplations. Philosophy makes me sweat because it annoys me, and it annoys me because it makes me fuck. This is only a pale reflection of the actual words spoken in the fish market slang of the Meandre. The old doctor entered at the same time. He had a fit and turned back as if he had made a mistake and was looking for the wrong door. Bypassing my first embarrassment, I thought to myself that after all, a highness who is short of company might well be able to indulge from time to time in a cavalier style of speech, and I rode my horse. My pony succeeded in getting back half an hour before me, the bitch, while I hobbled by myself in the high grass at the other end of the park, afraid to meet herds of cattle which would have made me pay for my recent chasing races. My bad mood dissipated when I came into view of the manor house. With its central logic core and two well-sided wings, it had always softened my morals, as they say of music. I never got tired of looking at him. The demon of analysis tugged again at me, and I sat on a bench, right in front of this very symmetrically symmetrized exogram by the old millennium. Book memories supported my thoughts. He looked at me with his pale eyes and whispered, "I am your destiny." His voice was like a soft caress. The pedants are right about this one. There's no such thing as stationary exograms. Even though the mansion cuts a shape into a space without clouds, in a fixed light, this visual stability is constantly wove with alien counter-melodies, bird music, forest, sense, and even synesthetic variants more or less modulated by Endo, who themselves don't stand still, and whose apparent stasis it is, merely the indefinitely vented sum of extras and associate interpolations. I feel myself becoming as heavy as my large book, and leave the bench to take the long avenue bordering the lawn. I turn slowly around the manor without taking my eyes off it. As the angles change gradually, I feel a pain of anticipation for the detours that I will discover, and a pain of regret for those that it forces me to leave behind. The successive exographic disbalances arouse in me the endogram of an unattainable but graspable ideal balance. By changing perspectives, the walk sharpens my classic pleasure of subtle and tasty torments. The exogram is romanticized. It becomes frankly baroque when I bias by a ramp leading to my floor. The colonel descends to meet me, while a military repetier breaks loudly in my back. "You should not have ridden this pony, Your Highness. I sent men to look for you. Are you all right?" Relieved, he tells me that the banneret is returning tomorrow to his grand castle in the neighboring province. Where he were to welcome me warmly, an invitation on protocol card awaits me in my room. Delicious treats in the capons of a candy shop, Kalide. On arrival at castle, an imposing structure from the pre-last century, with its architecture destroyed by modern additions. The whole evokes that of a spaceport. The rest is decorated in an old style. My apartments are worthy of an altitude, but one gets used to such things quickly. I have to meet the banneret officially in an hour, and anxiety is getting the better of me. Vasile, into what a mess have you gotten me? Bravery to protocol. I sneak out in my dressing gown, undetected by the servants, to take a stroll around the castle. Corridors, staircases, I burst into a great hall with pillars full of pictures, gold chairs, giant vases, insubmersible mirrors. I approach a high door armored by a multicolored shield and all covered in wreaths where you can read, "If you twist your neck, who is this?" What are these people doing here? Celedon VI, fared out of Sinestra coasts and dependent archipelagos, banneret of the 8 High-Pal counties, lord of Longland, Aloes, grand elector of 30 million souls. A voice behind me. Rather ridiculous, isn't it? I jumped. It's a thin young man, not very tall, wearing an ordinary short-sleeved shirt and displaying a quarter smile. He flings the sweater he was holding onto a chair. His mycoses are very pale, almost invisible. I do note, however, the brown stain that surprises an eyebrow as he finishes. All this anthroponymic proliferation that we are afflicted with at birth. Do you like it when they call you Sigismund de Basilia, and so on, and so forth? Duke of the Scandies of Equalis. I spot a few spirits to protest. I don't see why they're calling me that. The Celiduan banneret, no doubt. It's him. Becomes serious. At his little wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, I find him less young than at first glance. He leans to one side in a casual manner. Because your father is dead, the Duke now, it's you, my dear cousin. His eye narrowed to gauge my reaction. But I am not at all fazed. The mention of my father makes me forget that I am being mistaken for Vasile. I think of Jouve. It's idiotic. Jouve was not noble, as there is no nobility on Sora. I open my mouth. I am. He silences me with a gesture, shaking his head, and takes my arm. We walk side by side for a while. He speaks to me softly. No, don't tell me your name is Vasil Pugarian. You've repeated it during your entire recovery, and it's becoming monotonous. Anyway, it would be a confession, because everyone knows that Vasil Pugarian and Sigismund of the Scans are one and the same. You alone can maintain order on Equalis. This is a challenging translation, as the text contains uncommon symbols that are not part of standard English or most other languages. Here is my attempt at translating while removing these symbols. That's why revolutionaries from all walks of life want to eliminate you. It's very handsome to throw one's gourmet by engaging in the sister rebellion, but it's time to grow up, cousin. Don't you see, moved by your father's death? Cousin. He annoys me. I resist the temptation to shake him. By hitting my heel on the ground, I say, "Stand! I don't give a shit about your Sigismund, and I don't care that he's called Pugarian. I was going to tell the truth. I'm Jouve de Meril's son." He steps back as if I had hit him. Then he bursts out laughing. "Ha! That's all you've got. Ha! No, really, that's excellent." He laughs some more, wipes his eyes with a little handkerchief, looks at me with his quirky smile. "All right, you're upset. We'll pick up the topic later. Talk to me about your campaigns instead." There was no official reception, and I suppose after a familiar chat it was quietly cancelled. In reflection, it was in the manner of a Celiduan that one has just seen, discreetly alerted to my presence in a dressing gown in the lounges, joining me as by chance falling. Jacket to simplify our relationships. He had the innate talent for leading conversations in his direction while avoiding tricky subjects, and succeeded in getting me to talk, as if we were old friends. However, he became deaf in one ear when I told him not to call me his cousin. After I scolded him a few times, I gave up. We ate alone and unceremoniously, as old friends, on a villa terrace overlooking the gardens, served by 2 very naked women with alabaster bodies. Were they not fungus? They are painted, We missed the skin without spots. He listened without batting an eye to my story about the civil perm exchange with my Persian doppelganger, and as if he didn't want to contradict a liar, he simply called it fun. The wines of Candida buffeted my defenses. While appearing to talk more than me, Seliduan made me say a lot of things. I realized later that his computer brain forgot nothing, and pieced together the puzzle of my personality bit by bit, all under the friendly cover of a conversation with a few awkward moments. Before we sat down to eat, he carelessly asked me if I preferred being served by men or women. A little surprised, I had instinctively replied, "Women." Was it a test to supplement the information on my file? I didn't have time to think about it because, jumping from the rooster to the donkey, he returned to politics. Don't you think that the last primate of Uxiel had rendered his own fall inevitable? A man more hypersensitive to the judgment of a dozen saloons that market him than two. The true needs of the people must inevitably have missed all his work. You, who knew Demeril well, tell me what he thought about it. While trying to reply without saying too many silly things, I was touched by the fact that Seliduan began to admit that I was Bryce and not vassal. But, he went to uselessness, ordering me to taste the dish stretched out by the waitress. It's phallic shoulder at nightfall. The beast was killed 3 days ago. And then he launched into praise of his head chef. 5 minutes later, he denied his reference to my relationship with Demeril by throwing a little innocent look at me. The chase for the dugong does not make up for the long. Waits for the Sinosaur. Ah! My cousin, I envy you to go back soon to your native Scandis. But what would you say about going fishing in the sea with some of my friends tomorrow? Do you feel completely recovered? 3 steps forward, 2 steps back. This little game lasted for weeks. What was surprising then, it would have driven me crazy. I ended up having fun with it. Very aware that I must be secretly administered some kind of euphoria, I didn't want the banner to take a precaution that kept my spirits high without changing my basic principles. As the power of Seliduan could have crushed me like a pin, I was treated as an honored guest. Why complain? I didn't see Seliduan every day, but there were many people at the castle, and some people bowed slightly in my presence, indicating that they respected my desire for anonymity. From time to time, an armored box awaited me on my table. Banneret gave a dinner, hunt or show, which he hoped for my presence. I only had to choose from my wardrobe among the sport or evening clothes that waited on mannequins my pleasure, like a deferential assembly of ghosts. Having often been made ill, I gained the courage to make a few appearances in the vast downstairs rooms, to exchange 10 words with informed-looking characters who no doubt on orders twirled their sentences while avoiding giving me a title of any kind. The servants obeyed a different instruction and stammered, "Yes, Your Highness," when I warned them not to call me Your Highness. As for the Banneret, he called me cousin and Sigmund in public, without anyone making a fuss or alluding to a quarrel that everyone knew about. It was less a false situation than an ethereal comedy, a mixture of real and dream, whose phases seemed to contain delicate double entendres, where Seliduan sounded like Oberon, Sigismund like Lysandra, and all the female faces evoked Titania. Even in my memories, all these receptions come back to me, as veiled by a poetic veil. There was just a lack of griffins or unicorns, but the bleating of the tamed sheep could be heard through the windows overlooking the park. I quickly jumped over the hide-and-seek sections where the Banneret would go 8 days without speaking to me. I took my revenge by laughing under my breath and running around the sides of the corridors, when he, in a better mood, advanced towards me, a little war of attrition. One day, I found in my room an official portrait of Siegmund, dressed in grand ducal regalia, and with a mustache. I hurried to shave mine off. A few hours later, hardened position, everyone was calling me ostensibly Her Royal Highness, a title which, according to etiquette, anticipated me as the reigning prince. The fantasy was turning into a vaudeville. One fine evening, the banneret caught me unawares. "Would you do me the pleasure of having dinner with me in our usual little terrace?" "You're sure about this?" A nervous laugh. "Yes, to try and clear things up, if you agree." "To these innocent conditions, throughout the evening, I will accept considering you as Bryce Demeril. As a good son, you will tell me about your father." "You're serious." "Okay." Amazing conditions that closed an open door in the direction of my desires. Was he setting a trap? However, I did not detect any malice in this fantasy, so I allowed myself to add a clause. "You will confess to me what precise interest encourages you to promote my accession to the ducal throne. There is no objection, but this clarification would take place at a second dinner alone. First evening. A dark tent of the breach obscures the terrace. Torchlight on the table and sofas to the Immerain. Dinner at Scan. Servants painted red bright, masked gold. To put us in the mood for your native planet, my dear Bryce. What rhyme does this comedy? In any case, I am not unhappy to find myself in my skin, even if it is only for a few hours. At each dish, the waitresses whisper to our ears the distichs of alambicated. We talk. He makes me tell him about my childhood at Grand Croix. And when I try to describe to him the Panzernergabt, this machine fascinates him. Is all the Merrillism coming from there? Let's say that it came out in its raw state of young thought, then softened and became applicable. The Lidouin admits to me that he has a lot of trouble making a clear idea of Merrillism. Could I define it for him? The scan gives me the freedom to caress preliminaries. First, one must understand this. When applied to the complex and fluid world of human societies, logic becomes cumbersome, irritable about its failures, and ends in a systematic delirium, seeking to force the real into a grossly prefabricated mold with the hammer of an awkward vision. Hoover preferred sweeping views, thus the value he placed on intuition. This superlogic, more modestly conscious of indiscernible flows, and guessing their swaying relations with solid archipeles of solid archipeles. Evidences that Banneret blinks. Ha ha. I suppose my little gallop has impressed him. He comments as he fills my glass. Priority to synthesis over analysis. Icar flies over the labyrinth. I interrupt him with a gesture. He annoys me. If he mixes his images with mine, we won't get anywhere. It's me who speaks. Thanks to the distance of exile, Shuva was able to observe in its entirety all the revolutionary syndrome, without getting lost in the fog of war or falling into the trap of ideological purity, or letting take on the passionate artifacts that had distorted so many ideologies and caused their collapse. I speak and speak again. The scan makes me voluble. A bare breast flirts with my shoulder when the waitress leans to relight a flame. It's in full force. Long familiarity with the Merillian vocabulary makes me burn and jump cheerfully from cinesic ideas in social endoplasm to quasi-psychosomatic disorders that terrify civilizations in full swing. What? Celadouan returns to his first idea. A simple definition of Merillism. This is all he asks. Well, be it. I crash as a meteorite, to muck up completely after 30 seconds. Mercilism is a doctrine that... No, rather it's the method by which, how should I say, sudden shame forces me to measure with short, poorly crafted phrases the abyss, separating things one thinks one knows from those one truly knows. My years with Jouvet only cluttered my brain with formulas that I never had the courage, or even the idea, or struggled with circumlocutions. My hand stroked my glass of scan. No, I had drunk enough already. Additional humiliation. Celadouan was saving my face. His falsely naive questions and calculated astonishments tore at me bit by bit the great structures of Marillion thought. And as my brilliant presentation degenerated into a bric-a-brac of memories and anecdotes, my host sorted them out cleverly, the usable parts, and helped me rebuild, piece by piece, an entire structure I had not previously imagined was so magnificent. Jules emerged, gigantic, as if under a huge Talantic spotlight. I could hear him speak, with that familiar voice now tinged with sovereign irony by his stay in the afterlife. Gradual installation of material and moral happiness is hindered by caduc antibodies inherited from the pre-ecobernetic era. We are going to dissolve with very studied serums this grotesque allergy to happiness. Another voice, that of Celadouan, comes to me from a great distance. Did Demeril intend to use the autosums? I scratch myself frantically in the inside of the skull to recover the meaning of the word autosum. What can I answer? I no longer have the consciousness of speaking while my lips describe and comment on my hallucination with a meager vocabulary and means certainly incapable of depicting its radiant complexity. Car Jouvet is there in front of me, terribly real, reconstructing under my eyes the whole of its work from the beginning, preparing in the laboratory also simple necklaces of nucleotides of phony chains texts, bearing endogram chains ideas. Then he carefully affixes the said endograms to the innate valences of human soul, carrying all a new psychobernetic code, an inhibitor of regressive mutations, and in fact leaving the field free for all others, without even caring about their future nature, since they will inevitably be oriented towards Xena. Using the multiple and wonderful crypto properties of language, he has made it into a sort of Marilyn DNA well wrapped in his Bible to infect usefully Prevom, humanize his message, and give it an irresistible expansion force, this expansion being planned not as a simple oil spot, but as an acrobatic ballet of metastases, subjugating control. Centers after enlisting, in passing, fools, and consenting, the conservative stupidity and the libertarian dementia finally stretch towards a new and definitive and healthy and holy alliance between man and cosmos. It would take 1,000 years to translate into words the circoherent demiurges that fascinate and overwhelm me. A six-winged Fauvist painting, a throne in the center of a living synergetical panoply that prolongs and subdivides my thought infinitely in perpetual games of mirrors. Awakening as if from a dream, I find myself in a large, antique bed. Have I found my room on my own, or have I been carried there? Empty. I am. Through my communion of last night with radiant certainties, that I would now be hard-pressed to define, which left in me only a dull and vast negative, and the regret of their flashes of lightning. Banal scan. Of course. And so what? The vulgarity of the means negates me by its high catalytic value. But that doesn't work for poor guys like me who try to open the gates of Olympus. We are struck down by very high voltages and aware of our own weakness. I'm lugging around sandals and a toga indoors, even though I am relieved to learn, in a note from the banneret, that our second evening is put off until later, due to an extraordinary session at Niaga's Circastle. Good, for heaven's sake. And may his policy keep him busy, His absence gives me sudden vacation-like joy. My windows divide the park into large sunlit tableaux. I jump for the bathroom to luxuriate delightfully in the onyx basin, rolling my depilatory ball around my chin. An odd insensitivity of the left cheek gives me a jolt to think. Splashing and knocking the girl who offers me a hot towel. I burst out of the bath to consult my mirror. No doubt, an irregular marble pale my tan, between mouth and ear. "It's just a bug bite," said the old doctor I consult for the first time since arriving at Castle. He gave me the scientific name of a bug whose saliva, it seems, contains a vasoconstrictor. Don't worry, he won't be back tomorrow. The mycosis irreversibility manifests itself all over the body. This is an absolute rule. You still have a good quarter ahead of you. A quarter? This revelation only tempered my anxiety. Living in wealth and silk, I had not counted the days that were drawing me closer to the deadline and forcing me to make a decision. The banneret was holding me by the throat. I was confused and upset by thoughts. Confusing sentences from Selduin came back to me in a jumbled order. Come on, my cousin. Well-informed circles know that you have never been a serious moralist. You only wanted to make your father the Duke angry. In any case, your headlong rush has given you a liberal tinge all your own, which is sure to attract popular favor. The Aqualian Republic is still badly consolidated. It demands your extradition for form's sake because it fears. By clevering sending you home, I give them a counter-revolution of the duchy in their legs. What? I had barely listened weeks earlier to this boring monologue that I thought didn't concern me. There were only words without further implications to which perspective gave an alarming relief. Extradition, votes, trial, republic. What did all of this mean? I was punished for a proud laziness that had always despised low politics. Knowing nothing, I heard nothing, and nothing was more dangerous than this nullity if, as the threat was approaching, my new character should stick to me. A sense of urgency pushed me towards the library at Castle. The Grand Armorial confirms to me that the nobility of Equalis and Candida have distant common ancestors. I seek in scans, but the ducal title is only a recent addition, a little over a century to the House of Basili. I seek in Basili, where I find an extensive family tree spanning 2 pages. Sagamund is on the left, at the end of a stunted branch. A number sent me further away. As the volume is a decade old, it offers nothing interesting about Sigmund except for a youth photograph. Apart from the blue complexion, I admit that Vasil resembled me terribly at the same age. The article on his father is more revealing. The Duke, Bertram I learn his name as I go, conducted politics, speculation, and high society. The word speculation sets a small light bulb off in my head. I've heard that Scandinavian banks are under the control of a duke. Contemporary history books, economic journals, newspapers, cross-referencing. Basically, I spent all day at the library before discovering the truth. The Union of Scandinavian Banks had advanced 100 billion guarantors to the seaward government. My father, the Duke, had taken advantage of the Sorarine Civil War to establish a discreet protectorate over Candida. I am therefore the creditor of Seliduan, and what a creditor! For I pass you all a detail of usurious rates. The liberals of Equalis have taken power with the death of the Duke and Show on the outside to be tougher than the aristocratic party. The Republic demands an immediate refund. Seliduan has every interest in me being on the throne. He probably hopes to benefit from my recognition. Additional assumption. His loyal men are already a majority at the Sir Castell, so he may also hope that, by resurrecting the monarchy, I will allow him to reign openly over his beloved oval planet. What can I do to this? Besides proclaiming without proof that the true Sagamund is hiding on Sora, and that I have nothing to do with this basket of crabs. That's exactly what I've been doing in vain for nearly 2 months now. The current situation does, however, have a reassuring aspect. At the Eagle's Nest finally, I was impatient for the banneret to return from Niga to play cards face to face. But he no longer showed up at the castle. It was I who got upset about joining him in another summer residence, on the Austrian borders of Sinestra, where the Altus Mountains plummet into the Sikov Strait. He threw parties that didn't interest me much, but I couldn't decline his invitation without losing more and more precious time. My arrival survey gives me immense vertigo. The Eagle's Nest, a story high, stretches out across hectares of terraces on the mountain slope, overlooking the sea. A large volcano smokes majestically, taking up 3/4 of the sky. But the pièce de résistance is to the left at the end of a fjord, where a bewildering capital S twists that hurts your eyes with its brightness. It's the huge polychrome glacier called the River of the Fads. Hidden in altitude, its sources uncover inaccessible Favian temples that it delivers in blocks scattered among the moraines. Years later, the simple people pay him homage. The Fovians of the world find an apparently inexhaustible supply of bas-reliefs here, which leads one to believe that a gigantic metropolis lies hidden in the mysterious chaos of the heights. The Reptius takes me along a winding path from the Kelidit to the Eagle's Nest. This is a series of multi-level pavilions connected by covered galleries to an impressive central building. Seladuan isn't there yet. I run into some dignitaries who genuflect more than ever before to ask me if I had a good trip. Everyone ignorant whether the banneret will arrive tonight or tomorrow. I am temporarily the focal point of people in court. I move into the vast pavilion that is entirely reserved for me by way of great honor. My balconies overlook the strait, among other islands. In the distance, one can make out the relief of Sikov. I go down a service staircase and hide behind to visit the terrace gardens. The towering erratics had been hauled at great expense to adorn the lawns and walls, framing escapes towards the sea and a breathtaking view of the feckless jasps of the glacier. Small paths descended beneath rock arches, and soon found me in a maze of rare plants, where birds whispered countless things to me in their native tongue. A noise draws me beyond a tangle of corims. It sounds like the size of a circular saw. It comes from a zoo filled with colorful animals. A man is bent over a large pond. He throws food to huge lizards with blue scales, which I have never seen before. They stand on their hind legs, letting out strange roars that intrigue me. The man turns around. He is a noble-looking old man with a gentle gaze. He says, "Good day. Look at this one, who always jumps before the others." He exposed me to a fairly vague theory about the combativeness of young males, continuing to cast one by one small fish, which the otters snatched out of mid-air. He wiped his hands on a large handkerchief and then, noticing my coppery complexion, "Hey, but you're not from around here, boy?" I took an instant liking to him. "I was sick of your Royal Highness. I'm Sororian." The acanthus leaf on his right cheek wrinkled into a duck's beak. Soror. New ideas. Merrilism. You are an invitee of the banneret. In a way. Anyway. And you? He repeated my answer several times as if he were examining it all over. He seemed slightly bumbling. "I am an old counselor. Not much good, I'm afraid, but Selidwin holds fast to his world to the end." He praised his master, the aristocracy, and the Merrilist rebellion. To reconcile everything, he concluded with this statement, "If taken up by nobility, Merrilism will save humanity. Chakan is overwhelmed by events. It would require kings with a passion for merit, I am not afraid to say so, and great aristocratic solidarity among the planets." We marched side by side. A delicate dusk settled for an hour. We were headed toward the great season of short nights. I had experienced a small season of long nights elsewhere. Thus goes one's way when one ventures out in the cardinal directions of the vagina candidate. I have never been able to get my bearings. Leaving the lobsters behind, we went under trees entwined, our feet trodden on patches of a dying sun on the sand. 2 birds swirled 10 meters in front of us as they vied for a beetle. The old man leaned towards me. "Are you aware of the young duke?" "Which young duke?" He looked around as if he feared to be overheard. "But surely the only one, the sole, the unique. Sigismund of the Scandies. He has taken refuge in court, under the protection of the Banneret. A cautious interpretation of facts that were well known to me. I played ignorance to extract more information." "Are you sure?" He put his hand on my shoulder and laughed. "When the press is silent about a rumor that goes from mouth to ear. I've lived long enough to know how to interpret signs, my friend. Believe me, a huge move is being prepared. Candida doesn't have the means to use the situation. For Equalis, it's different. If the new Duke follows the Banneret's advice, he will become the Emperor of the entire solar system. The most powerful man ever seen. Something like a god. At first, I must admit that it felt a bit odd to hear this talk about me. And poor fool, I had a bit of a vertigo. Whether it was dreamed, the weight of the imperial tiara was lacking in me to bend my knees. I counted up to 3 before opening my mouth. "And if he doesn't want to be a god," the old man said slowly, "those who really deserve it have never desired glory. But how to avoid the exalted role of founding a dynasty that would ensure the happiness of peoples and nations for centuries and centuries?" The next day and the day after there was still no Saliduan. Kalides arrived from other regions. The Eagle's Nest was becoming a vast hotel for ambassadors, provincial representatives, figures from the world of letters and arts, television stars. It was a fair, not always distinguished where mingled, still somewhat timid, some cultural delegations. I would have needed a mask to pass unnoticed. For amusement, my bungalow housed a small vehicle that allowed me to descend 100 meters lower than the others, unnoticed, in a circus of natural baths that raised as many pools of thermal water above the fjord. Gemstone mosaic and encrusted with rugs, a cliff lodge was arranged as a small Ali Baba cave that served as a dressing room. It was pleasant, sometimes, to be treated as a branded guest, and deceiving my impatience, I enjoyed for 2 days this suspended beach solitude over the void and wide open to ocean melodies. 3rd day, I woke up to find that Seljuan had arrived. The valet told me an officer was waiting for me in the antechamber. The officer informed me that I had a visitor in the upper floor drawing room. Without pausing to find it rather strange that the Banneret should present himself thus, I made myself ready in 5 minutes and asked for my clothes. I was brought an Equalian lieutenant's uniform which I had never wanted to wear. What does this farce mean? Give me a civilian uniform. I'm sorry to tell you that an accident with lingerie has damaged all my clothes. I raised my shoulder. I don't insist, and put on the high-waisted tunic and golden Brandenburgs, the soft boots. The officer accompanies me in the Vector. He tells me that I am expected by personalities of Equalis. What? Ce n'est pas Saliduan. The officer opens the door and announces to the guard, His Highness Sigismund of Basilia, Duke of Scandies. They are 3 with a somber expression and blue cobalt skin. The small CO tubes around their jaws indicate a very recent arrival in Candida and a desire not to stay there forever. 2 bow down until they touch the carpet. The 3rd, a tall type with silver beard, approaches me, kneels before I understand his intentions, and tries to kiss my hand. I tear it out of him by turning his nostrils involuntarily, so that the interlude is more comic. I cross my hands behind my back. What compels me to lean forward, spreading my legs apart to avoid looking like a slut? A majestic nonchalance. The gestures flowed together by accident, and what began as a refusal of an obeisance ends in a historic pose. The hand-kisser straightened up. His eyes were teary from emotion or a runny nose. We don't know. He said, "Your Grace, allow an old servant of your father to express his joy." Since I did not object, he took my silence as arrogance and proceeded to make the actions, holding back on the names of these types who were approaching, perhaps also to kiss my hand. As my gaze holds them at a distance, they content themselves with a slight bow. I believe one is the head of the trade unions, and the other vice president of the Scandinavian banks. As for the Honorable Beard, he is Count Loides, and this name means something to me. I must have seen it well placed in the armorial. In summary, I have before me the nobility, the finance, and the third estate. There is a time lag. Courtesy dictates a small gesture that invites them to sit down. I am first to take a seat in an otter leather chair. I wait. The Count coughs. This is a big moment for us three, Your Highness. We have seen off an adolescent full of zeal and eager for personal experiences, and we find a prince. Translation. Am I mistaken? After your antics, are you ready to take on the highest responsibilities? I tilt my head slightly. Who says no when asked nicely? He must take my gesture as approval, and I sense his relief that is conveyed to the other two. Celedwan must have spoken to them about my hesitation. They seem to take my docility for granted. My eyes wander towards the ceiling moldings while they talk about economic agreements with the Bannerate. You are no stranger to the fact that Equalis's dairy plantations, based on red severers, only produce polyterpenes, whereas our chemical industry is deprived of. I don't know anything absolutely. I couldn't care less. I cut their blather short with a remark. Do you think I have the abilities of a statesman? You don't know me well. The Count, after a pause. I had the privilege of sitting on your lap, Your Highness, so, indeed, and of watching you grow up at court, and of appreciating your qualities. As a volatile young boy. Certainly not unintelligent, though. Your fugue itself was a sign of character. Good blood cannot lie. Your father, too, had an adventurous youth, tamed by the experience and seriousness of manhood. You resemble him with the added sense of modernity. You have been from time immemorial the only character for whom a destiny opens up. A solar one. If your father were Philippe, you are Alexandre. I shall be your Aristotle, the respectful counselor who will point out the dangerous paths to tread upon, so that you may ascend the throne without a misstep. References to Greek history and scholarly figures. I see classical moments, and wonder for a second why he is not expressing himself in iambic pentameter. I feel draped in purple, with circles of planets around me forming fiery letters of currency like quo non ascendam, or nesci pluribus impar. I float 10 centimeters above my chair with electricity under my toes. A fun levitation experience triggered by fire-breathing oratory. There's only one problem. I'm not Sigmund. Poof! My rear end is sinking into my chair. The 3 men are still talking. I observe them. The Count has the look of a dignified man cemented to traditional Manichaeism. The financier only believes in numbers. As for the other, is he advancing his career on the demands of the masses? It doesn't matter as long as he helps them balance out other pressures. It takes people like these 3 to do that, but they don't complement each other. Perhaps a sovereign would be necessary for this triad, an archkey, me. That would bore me to death. And one does very badly a job that one doesn't like. The Count speaks and speaks. The circumstances are favorable. The Republic of Equalis is still wobbly. My high extrace will carry the votes of the conservatives, and my rebel aura those of the liberals. Seliduan is encumbered by its debts. Chakan has too much on its young regime to afford to meddle in external affairs. Equalis and Candida enter conjunction in 4 months. The ideal would it be possible to leave in 40 days to land in the scans at the same time as the last legion's return from Sorer. I am languishing with B mycosis, and my future troops speed towards Equalis. I will be able to join them at the head of the 100,000 Candidians placed at our disposal by Seliduan. If the marbled men make excellent soldiers in the carbon environment, since the development of phallic compounds. You know well. The golden pigments about which we have been talking for so long. Cut it! I stop everything. And if I were not Sigamon, the effect is not as terrible as I thought. They seem to be aware of my little mania. The Count suppresses a sigh. He lowered his head a little, as if thinking. Again, go on, Your Majesty, go on. It's not because you have a red complexion and a shaved lip. And why not get naked? You're refusing, Your Majesty? Oh, no way. This must be some kind of birthmark. Always the melodrama? Let's go so they leave me alone. I stand up to unbutton my overcoat. I open my shirt. The Count stops at the unfitting. It seems enough. He apologizes and bends down. His frostbitten fingers touch my belly to push aside my navel. He turns around triumphantly. Gentlemen, the other two approach. Look, rejoice. What do I have? I scrutinize my navel and thin. I discover a tattoo in the form of a golden star. The Count became cold and severe. His complexion turned indigo. Your Highness, he wanted to scare us. I am so bewildered that I let him reboot me himself, as if I were 4 years old. We cannot prevent you from refusing power, said the Count. But consider that the birth attested by this mark forever prohibits you from being a man like others. The choice is simple. Be a ruler or a corpse, or perhaps a lifelong prisoner. We couldn't stand against the rancor of Seliduan, the ostracist precautions of the Republic, or the provocations of Chakan. You would be illegal on every planet. Disappointed, I asked for a month's reflection. They gave me 20 days, reluctantly. I greet you formally and bid you farewell. I return to my apartments. Are my legs trembling? No, it is the pavilion that sways a little on its volcanic base, as it does 2 or 3 times a day. It was the scoundrel who tattooed this star onto me. There's no need to look too far. I passed through the storm that clashed with me on that very day by the banneret, in an office of the Central Palace, with big insults from soldiers in my mouth. I went so crazy that 2 guards broke into the next room, fearing assault and battery. Lidwin sent them away when I was out of breath. He poured a glass of scan for me. I don't understand your stubbornness. If I let you loose in the wild, you don't live 8 days under the blows of 3 or 4 different secret services. But if you leave yourself carried by events, you will become in some way my overlord. Do you understand? No. He didn't always know that I was Bryce Demerit, but as soon as he had certainty about it, he moved heaven and earth. His Machiavellian orders flew through the airwaves. His agents forged all the files, eliminated all the witnesses, and even corrected the fingerprint records on Sorrow and Equalis to make Sigismund alias Vassal, alias Bryce, one, and the same character, a wayward child of an reigning family who became a disciple and secretary of the great Jules de Meril. I exploded. It's impossible. There are irrevocable dates and facts. The truth will emerge. Only a few traces of truth when it's too late. Doubt will shroud you in mystery in 50, 100, or 1,000 years. You won't be the only case in history, much to the chagrin of historians. Vasil, just an anonymous skeleton in a mass grave at Bourne. The news crushes me. You made him kill. It happens that's not the case. But this firebrand couldn't end any other way, and his death suits everyone. You make a Sagement. Much more manageable. He sighs. Don't take it that way. I'll explain. First, let's change places. You have the sun in your eye. What? Yes, he's right. The large stained glass window behind him reflects glimmers of glacier onto my face. Music rises from the terraces where the court is playing in a sort of garden party. He became very nice, very simple, as one says of the older people who treat you as an equal. He gestures to a chair and places the scanned bottle within my reach, sits lower on the leather poof, moistens his lips with his glass. There is no longer in his eyes that shadow of contempt which, I realize now, has always displeased me. He speaks. If I were you, thousands of little vain people would jump at the chance to strut their stuff on a throne. Not you. And misplaced pride gets in your way before an undeserved destiny. Am I wrong? Yes. He tilts his head towards me in a conciliatory and interested way, but I don't know what to say. I seem to be betraying Jouve by getting involved in uncontrollable deals and denaturing Merrillism. That's it, in the end. My natural indolence is tempted to lie in purple. I would be free to indulge in innocent Ingra's violins, while others made a policy in my name that I wouldn't hear about. But it would be such a mortal sin that even without the existence of God, my soul would become leprous. Instead of waiting for an answer, Celadouan comes back to the charge. I don't listen anymore. After a while, I get up like a somnambulist to walk towards the door. Some words catch up with me and make me turn abruptly around. Sorry. Do you want to repeat it? My sister Ghislaine is arriving tonight. I'm giving a party in his honor. She is charming, the romantic type, a little younger than you. I'm sure you'll get along well. Does he have a sister? I realize that I've never imagined him to have a sister or a wife or a family, but the intent of his words is so clumsily transparent that, instead of bursting out laughing, I remain without speech. Some stuttering keeps me busy. 9. Loves I barely aware of the usual obeisance marking my passage, I ran to my pavilion, Celadouan, my brother-in-law. For finishing this operetta, there was missing just that. Were Equalis representatives aware of this princier swindling? Suddenly I thought that Candidiasis would make the conjugal cohabitation very intermittent. And this absurd marriage, my relief only lasted a second. I had forgotten the golden pigments. Run. Escape at all costs. There must be a way. By passing through my small thermal paradise, for example, which I had not yet explored its limits. I go down right away by the private elevator. The mirror of the natural vats drenches me with sun. I am going to undress in the cave of Ali Baba, repass the threshold quickly, and that's the moment. Surprise! The naked girl who wanted to enter instead of me retreats while holding the door. Please excuse me. And that's the sentence. I recognize her at a glance, with the tone and the erythrosin that combine to make her body an object of very precious art, with mauve shadows on its curves, with her hair golden lit. Yes, it's her. Not only the Prairial I knew in Spationef, and who was nothing more than the avatar of an older divine image. The innocuous sentence, please excuse me, this soft irony of the eyelids, and this imperceptible swaying to turn away from the passage. Everything is there, everything brings me back several years ago. And that voice, my God, who walks barefoot on my senses. I'm frozen. She looks at me, a little wide-eyed. It lasts perhaps a second. Then she says, "Oh, good morning. Do you still like psychology?" I scratch my throat. "I know where I saw you for the first time. In the little blue lounge of the ship. No, before. At the hotel in Grand Croix. You were the hostess on my floor. I'm waiting, with the desire to touch her cheek to see if it's plastic, struggling with the absurd idea of a robot who could tan. She smiles in silence. Then she says, "It happens that a penniless student accepts to pose for an automaton sculptor." May I go change your clothes? May I go change? I blocked the way without realizing it. My gaze gently brushes the golden moss of her sex. I knelt in the sand, and my lips rested on her warm belly, where a few drops still rolled. No, I stayed standing. I don't know what she saw in my eyes. She seemed to be searching for her breath, her mouth open. And we panted against each other, our saliva mingling. Do I know how these 2 weeks passed? Impossible to reconstruct the timeline. There she was, and only her, always. Even when the banneret presented me with lots of people whose names or titles I didn't hear, I was haunted by her face. Even as I made Ghislaine dance, very charming she was indeed. But it was too late. To the approving eyes of the court, I was hungry and thirsty for Prairial. Between 2 waltzes, between 2 concerts where the favour of a folk tournament, I took advantage of a moment's inattention to run through the gardens to our Eden, the serpentine path of Vase and Vask, and among the bushes of Hound's Tongue, a shortcut descended to the beaches. Prairial had arrived 8 days earlier with a delegation of fuddlers. She had discovered this path that connected Eagle's Nest to the more modest guest pavilions located below before me. I raced down the slope. She hurried to meet me, and our bodies, embracing at random, staggered under the shock of brutal reunions. I had against me her skin like rare fruit, and the panic in her heart, her spasms of impatience, and the plaintive sound of her bites, with their taste of flowers and the spearmint. And then, no, hush, you don't know. I hear you from here. Question of endograms. I couldn't care less about your endograms. How did the pain cues ever get the idea of encrypting these things and putting them into formulas? Their pretentious equations will always be missing a whole bunch of crypto-millennials that give their inimitable flavors to life. The perfect carnal communion of a couple combines it with the valences of the cosmos. Making love with her was to us as a catalyst of the sublime heights of the fjord, the sky, the water, and the muted telluric pulse of the earth. With others, what was it? A little jolt, a cough from the lower belly accompanied, at best, by a borborygmus of sentimental esteem. But there, movements, nuances, succulence, moitures, depths, infames curiosities, sanctified by frenesy, luminous jolts, loss of all control, and candid impudicity of offerings, great disorder of brutish or delicate assuagements, cruelties of raw flesh, to reach the soul through the intermediary of torn bodies, at the center of an arena open until the sky. I remember a certain twilight. After outrage that we thought insurmountable, there were times when, again feverishly dug, his happiness tore long, rough cries, all the silk of a already fantastic scene. Open us a more bitter universe, a second world, superhuman, a hell crossed by divine flashes, which broke us one on the other in an ecstatic collapse. I was unfair to you just now. All right for endo, but please, no figures, no graphs. How do you pick out this tangled mass of frenzied sinusoids at 200 meters per second in the nervous maze? And how would one say if such a rebound, such a chaos of overvolts, does not create, on an unknown induction, magnificent showers of lightning-speed influxes. Genetic intoxication is the most sought after because it's a combination of all others, that which exalts in us a total polyphony and makes us brush with dementia. The absolute death to the subsidiary benefit of the species. It gives us, at the top of a weightlessness curve, the sensation of gliding for a time on the inevitable. Centrifugations of vertigo and point of no return. Oh my! A giant heel crushes us net in the midst of paroxysms, and our souls escape forever, voluptuously crucified to each other. And later, rocking finely our tempered hearts in the twilight's enchantments, the ocean slowly offered us on the sand, with a low voice, its litany of unsolvable charades. I showed up for long hours at court so as not to be noticed. To simplify things, my Greek profile had set fire to the heart of Gisela. She had very pale skin, protected by the parasol of a lady's companion who followed her everywhere. A pink spot rose up on her forehead when she saw me approaching. Her pretty but slightly naughty charm melted my heart like that of a younger sister, and as he touched my hand with his cool fingers, I felt a subtle, incestuous sentiment. His head, stuffed with ancient books, had always lived in a world of chivalric romance, and I was suddenly its hero. On the other hand, his manservant seemed unable to sense me. His suspicious eye kept watch over my comings and goings, noted my absences. Disastrously, the word engagement began to circulate. The banneret seemed pleased. The unofficial representatives of Equalis much less so. On my 3 zebras with purple tinge, I had seen 2 of them. The Count and the banker during an acrimonious discussion with Seliduan about malleable sap, extensions of thumb, credit, and a little glance at me. Alliances sealed by blood. They seemed both puzzled and reassured by my silence. Perhaps my sleepy gaze gave me a regal air of detachment. I must have been the ideal poodle to place on a throne. Seliduan once told me, "Your incompetence should no longer scare you. In a few months, you will know the very simple mechanics of power." It is possible, if all it takes is to be an intellectual failure. My response had come out on its own, expressing a recently formed conviction towards me. The banneret paused for a moment and then said, "Ah, bravo. I wouldn't have dared to say it. Don't take it badly. Very average intelligences aware of their limitations like yours are the most effective. You don't imagine how solid mediocrity favors, among other things, long political careers." In due time, he didn't beat around the bush. A little confused, I didn't like his way of being too confident in my opinion, but Seliduan continued without worrying about my pride. "I wouldn't have given a dime for a universe ruled by Juve Demeril. Great human enterprises are sometimes started by geniuses, but it is the mediocrity that makes them sustainable, as long as, I emphasize, they avoid any display of originality. Attachment to primary methods and a focus on the concrete can lead to a sense of grandeur. I admire your insightful balance. Don't think I'm making fun of you if I predict that thanks to it they may call you Sigismund the Great. Close the deal." I, on the other hand, admired that he could believe me sensitive to his big tricks. Still, he underestimated me. Unless, who knows, he overestimated my lack of vanity. I played the part of a meek young man resigned to the forces of fate. But what was most terrifying in the story was that my attitude was considered tacit consent. I had no illusions about the future resentments of the banneret. Retaliation would be terrible. From one day to the next, from excessive honor to indignity, I would no longer be anything but a wretched insect in its power. Fearing even more for Prairial, I told him everything, even if it was to see terror grow in his eyes. Our loves became extremely daring. We hid, changing our routes and meeting places every day in a maze of cliffs, caves, and small beaches. Despite the haughty indifference of the scenery, a sense of danger heightened our embraces and gave them a solemn, vertiginous dimension. These disrupted nuptials irresistibly lured us away for hours that might have been mieux employés réfléchir. Escape? There was only one road that led from Eagle's Nest to the Kelladys Field. The ocean spread before us to Psychov. To jump into a boat. We would have been quickly caught up. It would be madness to swim. Not because the mackerel that haunted the depths of the Gulf. I knew now that Canada's great mackerel were harmless whales, with nothing to do with soarers, but because the water was terribly cold. One saw from time to time floating icebergs whose reflections were as stained glass windows in a cathedral. Prairial told me about a Fabian shrine hidden under the sea, and that, propelled by volcanic currents, emerged every 10 or 15 years in the middle of the fjord. The legend attributed supernatural powers to these appearances. If the temple appeared, we could make an immediate wish come true. Mem for a smile, this kind of reflection showed that we were at the end of our wits and hope. When she was invited to official galas, we would avoid each other without speaking much, pretending to be indifferent. I remember an excursion to the Favs River. She was wearing thick mountain boots and a fur-lined jacket that, by contrast, gave her face a youthful tenderness. In her hand she held a stone carved in relief, with which she was talking to two fellow fuddlers. I guessed the familiar warmth of her body underneath her clothes as I approached behind her, pretending to examine the stone myself, although I didn't really care about it. When her shadow revealed a presence, she turned, and we were suddenly face to face. I will never forget the sudden bewilderment of his eyes, his slightly opened lips, and the repressed surge, the magnetism that we held back with all our might, making us sway, one before the other so as not to fall into each other's arms in public. Another time, we lost all measure. Costume balls give wonderful temptations to elicit passion. One of us was hidden under a ridiculous costume of an enormous otter, and the other under a false harlequin ringworm. We made love within 2 steps of the orchestra with some kind of rage, behind a double curtain that anyone could accidentally raise. Face down beneath the flashes of a fireworks display illuminating the gardens, she let out a prolonged sob that was lost in the din of applause and popping noises. The next day, I had a sensational idea, inspired by urgency, because they were going to put me firmly against the wall within a few days. I was going to spark a scandal by taking advantage of the concert given that very evening. Who could prevent me from jumping on stage and tearing off my insignia and decorations while declaring before everyone, I am not Sigismund, and making an official appeal for mercy from the banneret? I would speak of Prairial. There would be enough sensitive marquises in the audience to take my side and plunge Celiduan into a delicate problem of popularity. All the more so that, delighted with the windfall, a crowd of small lords impatiented by his ambitions would make chorus with their wives. The only obstacle, Kislane, whose existence made my idea a double-edged weapon. I should have confessed all to him beforehand, so that he could put his novelistic sense of sacrifice into my play. I was sickened by it, and decided to speak first with Prairial, perhaps overwhelmed by events. On the path, descending to the sea, I ran across an old acquaintance. Outsmarted by his handsome figure and stunning bright scarf, I did not immediately yield to the big boy who stood in my way. It was Maxime. The handsome Tarzan swimmer, athlete, and medal enthusiast, who had sometimes stirred up my jealousy by dancing prairial in the Spazhenev salon. What was he doing here? It had its usual sterile smile, evoking a toothpaste ad. Not much as usual. After tomorrow, I'll be attending regattas. Prairial explained your convoluted situation to me. I should have donned my gold armor and to draw my sword to give you confidence because you'll have trouble believing it. I'm going to pull you out of there, both of us. The joy of finding an ally cuts my legs. We're going to sit down among the brambles. How can he be so sure of himself? A little smile of modesty gives him an unexpected charm. We don't trust useless people in my line. My father is a friend of Soliduan. They have common interests in some big industry I can't remember now. Let's leave that aside. So, have you found nothing to get out of it? I lay out my last-minute idea for him. He finds it unrealistic, and I propose a simpler way. To flee on board during the regattas. My heart is pounding faster. I ask for details. All right, but in few words. We don't want to be seen together. Suspicion would have time to sprout. There you go. We will meet by chance after tomorrow on the terraces. A joyful reunion of fellow travelers. You get the picture. We never part anymore. I take you aboard and you trust me for the rest. A few hours later, we'll be in Sikov. Under the protection of Democrat. Soliduan and he can't stand each other. But your father. Why are you doing this? A fatalistic gesture. I can't resist beautiful love stories and prairial. That's a bad surprise for you, old man. Know that your last imprudences are the fable of the court. I have convinced prairial to leave before finding herself as prisoner as you. It is useless to look for her on your usual beaches. She is already in Psycho. I felt a great cold. Finally, said Max, think a little. Having gone first, she would have served as a hostage. Lost and nervous, I didn't see much of the regattas except for green water, flapping sails, people calling out to Max Boss, and him well in his role, solid and secure, directing the maneuver. Stiff Islands. A fantastical labyrinth echoing the cries of seabirds. Our white sail was replaced by a devilish other, patched with scraping. Sprightly sailors mockery themselves in poor fishermen's rags. We leave the islands. A kelpie flies overhead, gets distant, thinks better too late. We're in the Sikovian waters, greeted by a warship. It's night, very cold. A little snow that infiltrates. Areptius takes us into a whirlwind of glitter. Where is Prairial? I am honored by an odd building, until an odd room with bare walls where the strictest essentials have been installed. It looks like a prison. It's a prison, says Max. Its walls protect you. As soon as dawn, we will transfer you elsewhere. Don't worry about it. Prairial. Tomorrow. A word from Prairial. My love, let's skip the sweetness, which is always silly in the eyes of others. When you read these lines, I will be in space, on my way to Sora. But the separation won't last long. Trust Max to take care of your departure. I'm already waiting for you. Soon an address to Cornwall. As well as all the lovers of the world, boniches or princesses, she has placed her lips in a small heart drawn at the bottom of the sheet. Just time to bite your lip. The paper becomes a ball in an angry palm. The theory of endograms is a great help in explosive moments. It allows to transform mental images into bright arborescences of circuits, whose silent contemplation delays any excessively centrifugal reflex of the type Punchant there. Mouth. Without it and left to reproach me, I would have perhaps demolished Maxime's portrait. He makes a gesture to brush my arm, renounces by wriggling his head. It is essential for your safety that your planetary transfer take place. When? Not right away. Deliduan is surveillance of the spaceports. We are going to demycosis you. I hope that makes you happy. And then send you to an asteroid where you will wait for more favorable circumstances. I look at him straight in the eyes. Who are you an agent of, Max? He agreed to lift the corner of the veil. Of a power making common cause with the Democrat to break the policy of the banner. But this should not prevent you from counting on me. Say I can. He left without answering. The guard turned the key in the lock, and I heard their footsteps recede. Suddenly terrified, I throw myself at the door and knock with my fists and heels, demanding an interview with the Democrat. The window is suddenly opened on a large mustache. An odious breath comes to me in the face. Hey, you, the new one, you're not going to give us peace. The curious used to it. Since I was given such high rank, I have finally come to find the looks all natural. This rough tilting makes me measure my entire height of my fall. 7th part. The Axe one. Disparments the Democrats' sovereignty extended to a few islands in the space surrounding the oval planet. He was dropped on one of them with kind words. Celiduan would never think to find me there. The name of the planet is only awarded from a certain volume and approximate roundness. This rock of 5 million tons did not deserve. Suspended in space, it was just a kind of 3-kilometer polyhedron, a bit like an imposing prehistoric pebble, gliding majestically between Clara and Candida. The first navigators who met him did not have to torture their imagination to name this islet of the void. The Mace. The least eroded cliff that bordered the Hashi had a formidable edge, while at the other end it ended in uneven juts where the cockpit of an humble scuttler, me, was attached. Me, Bryce, isolated like a lighthouse keeper, and tasked with sending automated observations from some devices to Candida. Me, with my anxieties, my uncontrollable impatience, my ever-postponed hopes, and this monotonous work that I sometimes cursed, but which probably saved my morale from sinking. The change of gravity woke me up every morning because my body pulled at the ropes of my bed as if trying to climb towards the ceiling. Morning didn't mean much in this crevice where the day rose every 300 minutes, but with gravity falling at 20-hour intervals, I measured out a respectable span of existence. When I felt my weight fading, I emerged from sleep, knowing that the anvil, a rock more important than the axe, was going to soon pass between me and the lone. I left my bed and quickly devoured a meal before getting naked and spraying myself with the anti-void fluid all over my body. This fluid covered the skin of a polymerized gel of a 2-centimeter thick plastic sheath that spontaneously organized itself into a dense network of capillaries, where the residual liquid flowed under the action of the pulse. Named biological spacesuits and, depending on the case, more or less convenient than the space mycosis, these suits served as anti-compression, isotomal, dermofertilizing, and radiation protection functions, but not respiratory function. So we had to don a face mask. I realize that this technical presentation helps me to escape the image of Prairial, dolorously resurrected by writing. To end it, protective sleeve, heavy cuff irons, and masks suffumate me transformed into an Egyptian god with a lion's head, golden in color. I was leaving the gate to pick up the recording tapes scattered far and wide in my desert-like domain. Once inside the cabin, it was nothing but slapping the tapes into other devices, which sent the information about Candida. During a military internship long ago, I had been well trained to move around in space. but I had lost my pace and my daily routine was exhausting. For several hours I had to walk like an egg, crawl, sweat behind my glass, freeze in the shadows, pant in the sun. Let's skip that. This idiotic labor, within reach of any clumsy, drunken fool, helped me forget my misfortunes, for it was even harder for me to wallow in self-pity during the lulls. Praria. I sent out radio messages without responses. Loneliness inspired me to utter absurd prayers to unknown powers. I even spoke aloud in vain entreaties. Yes, to the Fads. I never knew if they had betrayed, kept back, or simply forgotten me wandering in Maif Castle. The Iron Mask at least heard footsteps in the corridors. Maybe he even caught a glimpse of ships and the coast in between two bars. The receiver I was given announced news between two musical tunes that no longer concerned me. The nations were fighting without me. Buxail, Subral, Grantaire, and Sikov, and the Scandies whirled around in my head like a fairground of distorted representation. And when, trying to get my bearings, I began to place the Scandies on Sora and mixed up the names of Imarine and Equalis, my mental confusion scared me. Giving up my original determination not to touch it, I started taking a little euphorine. I learned that, disoriented, an Aqualian armada was carrying millions of corpses in its flanks towards the sun. The Soror's voice announcing this catastrophe repressed her jubilation under the hypocritical condolences, but it also condemned the equal heads. Defying the plans of the Banneret, the Democrat had removed his occult power and became the strong man of Candida. Chakan turned on his former allies, devoured Boni and Imarine in a single bite, launched a space expedition against the Hadeans, ranged under the new labyrum, almost all of. The universe spoke on behalf of a triumphant Miralism, which topped off various disparate syncretisms or swept away the old cults everywhere. Duval was like Christ, and new sects were fighting in the ruins of cathedrals, brandishing his principles interpreted in various ways. Unrestrained, an absolute famine made humanity a hydra devouring its own entrails. Opposing Manichaeisms excommunicated each other at random. In my rare moments of clarity, I came to regret the old systems, which marched without too many bumps at the cost of some obviously scandalous imperfections, but perhaps also necessary as intestinal microbes are to a well-formed body. Purity at all costs was an artificial and bloody goddess, a false Minerva, robotic, inexorable, a Kali with more deadly precepts than the little social infirmities. Unless Juve had anticipated these bursts in the pain, and this ultimate Armageddon, I imagined even worse. His words, to which I paid little attention during our last meeting, came back to me later. I keep 3 long sentences for my book, which contain essential concepts. 3 unbreakable and transfixing screws destined for the cohesion of a perfect watchmaking. I will set them in place as soon as I have in hand all the chapters. Had he been felled by death a week or day, or merely an hour before completing his Bible? And would one ever know if, in the absence of those 3 sentences, that same clockwork had not become some fiendish contraption? My outings became less awkward. Passage of my first distresses and my fear to go off at any moment into the abyss, I had dared to stand up and progress, a little leaned forward like a swimmer walking on a sandy floor. Then I dared to move in long flying strides through the maze of rocks, which seemed sometimes like balloons fluttering just a few centimeters above the ground and carried by an invisible water. Then I needed to proceed cautiously, as if I were entering the sea by avoiding floating wrecks. Armed with 4 small, thin reactors, 2 at elbows and 2 at ankles, I was even going to swim in the vastness of space, recovering the techniques that had been taught to me. Every morning as I emerged from the hatch, a slight cramping of my toes sent me bounding to the edge of my cave, standing face to face with emptiness on the ridge that I had called my diving board. Clara, the loun, was usually behind me, but the greatest light came from Candida, a jasper oval that filled 3/4 of the sky. When I had forced on the euphorine, a surge of tenderness came to me for the millions and millions of men who hung there their lives in Lilliputian struggles. I lowered my eyes to the black abyss opening beneath my boots, a jewelry of constellations entangled. My arms spread out wide. I plunged into the void as a lazy golden arrow, made slow turns and then another, counting these involuntary somersaults that I knew dangerously, uncontrollable before the decade. At 11, I slowly brought my knees to my chin. At 12, I was soaring in space, taking 2 or 3 fire jets to balance on the almost motionless abyss, my limbs spread wide. I entered the great moment of ecstasy where, embracing the universe, I communed with the stars. The beats of my heart rhythmicized in the closed vase of the helmet, a silent cantata that seemed to emerge from the very stars. My extended fingers caressed at a distance countless gems, as if to play arpeggios on them. I thought I could hear the pitch of the blue nebulas, the peri-note of out-of-reach fireflies, and the soft murmur of ochre flames that would take centuries to dim. I welcomed the faint song of dwarves, the contralto of giants, the wild cries of novae. The sprawling galaxies or gaping black holes like throats me roared with their organ sounds, and the deeps, falling slowly from solemn chandeliers, echoed endlessly in my soul, as if in a deserted palace. C'était ma drogue. À moi, ces bains de cosmos, et d'harmonie qui me lavait de tout souvenir, me libérait de toute attache et me rendait, pour intense, divinement immortel. Visiteur en reprenant pied sur l'astéroïde, j'y retrouvais mes obsessions coutumières. Je voyais des monstres se glisser félinement parmi les éboulis. Sometimes they were the moving, distorted shadows of huge satellite blocks, rising 100 meters above me. They were also visual errors. The colors and shapes changed from minute to minute in the void. From purple-gray to blue-gray, from red to brown, the large reliefs seemed to shorten and undulate. It was also pure hallucinations that I exercised according to my condition with prayer or internal sarcasm. But one day, I saw a man. Yes, an undeniable man. A man in a spacesuit standing 50 meters in front of me, and wiggling on the tips of his cothurns, was going down a slope backwards while using discreet scuffles for support. I closed my eyes, crinkled my eyelids, and opened them again. The man was still there, slipping lightly onto a crevice where he would soon disappear. Stars were reflected in spatters on the globe of his helmet. I shouted out a call that, in blinding me myself, could not reach him. I made big gestures to which he did not respond. A clumsy precipitation thrust me forward. When I had mastered 3 spectacular somersaults, the man had disappeared. I searched for him for hours in the recesses, behind heaps of rock, along the landslides. Everywhere. I cried. I returned to the edge of oxygen, came back out, tried to find a landmark, shot fire jets to attract his attention. No result. I went to lie down on my bunk. I told myself, a man? Why not a woman? Prairial? I was dreaming, imagining Prairial, scrambling to secure a permit, clemency, or charter a space pod and land on the knife. No, it couldn't be Prairial. Rather, A sadistic henchman had been dispatched to report on my behavior. He must have hidden his craft at the other end of the blade so he could depart quietly. I no longer counted the time or the number of my desperate exits. I completely ignored the recording of tapes. Rages stifled me. Bastards! Work in addition. I should have thrown their whole stuff into space long ago. I had nothing to lose. I broke down all their equipment one by one, including even the radio that still connected me to their pathetic stories. And to continue my wrath, I stoned Candida, lifting without effort huge rocks that I sent swiveling in her direction and which slowly became pebbles, pinheads, dust before disappearing. It was beautiful, the overbalanced of which Juve was proud. If she went mad, my crisis gave me new hope. They were about to be amazed by my lack of correspondence. Launch an investigation. Punish. Do anything. Show any interest in my solitary rebellion. There was no response. Another day I saw something shiny, a good kilometer away. I went there with great effort and found nothing. Then I became crazy. My space baths were getting longer and longer, more and more dangerous, bordering on suicide. I was needing to stretch my view to the maximum on the blade, and to distinguish who knows a Kalide in visit, even if it were inhabited by Hadians, Kias, Favs. Space first had an anesthetic effect on my mind. I swam in the cosmos that swam in Prairial. In defiance of all logic, I had the feeling of approaching her, then swimming in her, whose distance gave gigantic dimensions. Then, my suddenly ravaged heart, I said to myself that only the dead can create such fantasies, and that Prairial was dead. I chased away all my dreams, rejected with rage all these childishness, and decided to act. I was sure of myself. I had indeed seen this man and that bright spot in the distance. We had to find out for sure, and so I further removed myself in order to gain a general observation point. A shadow passed. I looked up. There it was, my observatory. It was an oblong stone, a reef that I knew well, a satellite of the Hash. I had named it the Shark because of its particular shape and its cunning way of appearing when I took my space bath. We had to approach it at all costs. But think well first, so that we don't miss the maneuver and run away like a fool into the depths of the universe. Everything was thought out, rethought. Takeoff angle, distance to be covered, escape from time in self-sufficiency. My little reactors only had to make some corrections. I was determined to use it as little as possible, so that I would have intact reserves in case of an emergency. Crouching very immobile on my diving board, I waited to see the shark appear at the external angle of my eye, to jump up with all my strength and height. The sun was setting further than ever, and I could see the formidable outline of the Hache below me. My fear was transformed into intense excitement. Emerging from the shadowed cone into the full glare of the sun, my dome immediately took on an orange hue. In a minute, despite my harness, I felt myself cooking. The shark was arriving too fast. I had to hurry my flight and take refuge in his shadow. Each time my reactors are well aligned, I make them spit out a short flame. I get within 2 meters of the huge mass and start to curve, bending my waist as a diver passing under the belly of a ship. My gloves brush the surface evasively. My helmet fills with a rough thunder as it scrapes something. My hand creeps up on a protrusion that crumbles like sand. Another quarter second and the monster will flee, condemning me to an eternal voyage. My index finger pokes into a deep hole, like a sewing needle. I know my victory in the slow tang of the shark, which wriggles sluggishly to shake me off like a pilot fish, passing into the shadow. My belt is having trouble drinking my sweat. Looking at the surface, no surprises. The rock seems made of quartz and native iron, like the axe which, I imagine, has been detached for a long time now. The axe! She turned terrifyingly under me and offered me her cyclopean edge, cut with rough facets, while passing sometimes on my belly, sometimes on my back of my great fish to heat. or refreshing back and forth, I stayed for a good hour to study the Paleolithic details of my rocky domain, always hoping to distinguish a chelide or silhouettes of men, or even some animal movement. I would have even kissed in tears these weird human cactus encountered at Chakan. Nothing. My oxygen counter was finally set the moment of return. I lost 20 good minutes crawling from grab to center of gravity of the shark. Squatting, I counted up to 3, and relaxing very hard, I had the feeling of printing a large pendulum to the island that I pushed back with my foot. I planned to enter the cone of shadow just 300 meters from my cabin. Enough to say at home. But the operation involving too many variables, my goal was now 2 good kilometers away. With closed eyelids, rolled into a ball, I swayed as I counted the seconds. I had assigned myself the figure of 100 as a limit before using my reactors. A sudden shock made me open my eyes, while an instinct made me tighten my arms around the obstacle. I was embracing another diver. The brutality of the encounter dictated a classic reply. Tying my legs around those of the opponent, left hand at his belt, right elbow on the throat, to tear off his helmet. But there was no face behind the visor of the spacesuit, which seemed stuffed with a spongy material like an undercooked cake. I had almost fought against a corpse. An accident, a tiny hole, or the failure of a joint had to cause a sudden decompression in the plastic body casing, and the man's blood had spontaneously begun to boil, swelling the tissues, peeling the epidermis, and rendering him unrecognizable. I pushed him away from me. He had deviated my trajectory, and I had great difficulty getting back in. The next day, I saw 2 spacesuits pass by, looking like drowned men adrift. They faded into the distance. When I emerged from the habitat, some 20 hours later, I found 3 more, but these had taken up positions in a haphazard fashion, one lying down, 2 standing in a nearby depression. They were Equalians, whose blue faces seemed to be mostly intact under the glass. However, some faint brown spots around the eyes revealed the cause of their death. The iodized fungus is very fragile in a vacuum. They must have been hastily organized and thrown too quickly into irradiated areas where their circulation suddenly increased by billions of dead spirochates, drowning any phagocytosis. A few days later, I was counting them. It was a score of mute visitors covered in either metal or plastic, with ornaments indicating various planetary origins. I recall that the radio had announced a great battle on the orbit of Clara. And then it was the invasion. Very high and very far away. The glittering multiple of helmets and armor formed an immense twisted horse's tail that came to meet us in space. And soon the sword rose up a whole river of dead people whom she kept back a lot, with great pieces of space-nef drawn like scales, and which came to turn my desert into a terrible cemetery. I was no longer alone. In 2s and 3s, somber drifters glided without a word around my walks. They seemed to gather to whisper about mysterious things in the language of the dead, or with eyes lost, would separate to wander silently towards obscure pursuits. Then came the time of monsters, men without limbs or heads, heads without bodies, open bellies trailing their guts like braids. The time of bloatings and organ explosions allowed. Jeremy Bosch, forming around them floating abattoirs and viscera fests. However, intact warriors moved me more. Mauve Equalians, Candidians in a chalky figure, all marbles erased by their cellular water, turned into parahydrols, lizard men strangely helmeted to the antique, lion men with our yellow eyes. Death was reconciling all of these brave ones. I lived as an outsider in some kind of Valhalla, among a whole beautiful world whose looks affected to despise my condition as a living being. Frustrated by this arrogance, I started cleaning up by pushing aside all those who came under my grasp. I see myself clearing one of them from a rockfall by pulling it by the boots, with plenty of swear words, and suddenly coming to a halt in front of a detail of the rock. That has been revealed. Forgetting the corpse, which now floats at an angle, as if searching for something, look over my shoulder to see what I am studying intently. I lean forward. It is a glorious relief. After a minute of shock, I kicked the nosy dead man in the ass with a kick, and ran to get a shovel and pickaxe from my cockpit. Thrash! The temple, have you ever manhandled a pickaxe in 0G, dear doctor? Discouraged by insurmountable problems of support, I fell back on a metal table leg that served me alternately as a pick or a lever. I found something to do. A premonition tells me that the clearing of the temple is not lost time. Because it's a temple. Do not imagine my eyes now the massive outlines of both sides of the pebble cone. I've cut my existence into work hours, sleep hours, and reflection hours. Night-day cycle, as they say. Every day, lifting my pass in the belt, I go to the construction site, pushing through the crowd of the dead who yield obediently from my way. Pray go hunt further away. They're everywhere now, aggregated in the hollows, vaguely hovering over the bumps, or well-ordered along the natural ramps, like on high Ginny. It looks like they're whispering. What's he doing? Oh, these are the ways of the living. They always have to stir up, occupy themselves with things. Absorbed in my task, I no longer see them either. The 3/4 of the door are already clear, showing carvings in relief on a very hard and polished stone, like ceramics. I wonder what strange reasons prompted the fads, if any, to build this bakery worthy of Factor Cheval in such an isolated place from the faithful. I sometimes dream in front of this hermetic writing. All favdolgers have banged their noses on it for centuries. The combinatorics give us an astronomical number of possibilities, but effective and really encountered combinations are limited to about 1,000. Of course, syllabic, and allow the inventory of a stock of supercombinations considered as words. Studies based on the frequency of use of certain morphemes have allowed us to distinguish with certainty 7 declension tables. Let's try to forget this laborious building of knowledge, perhaps built on the wind. A big block of quartz still hides the lintel of the door. I lean so hard on my lever that my legs slip from under me and I fall behind. Revising my boots in the gravel, I am dizzy by ounds. The fog obscures my window. The block sways away slowly, then tilts to one side with elephantine grace, releasing a jet of small round objects that surround me like a rise of bubbles. I enter the cabin to examine, under the lamp, the little balls I stuffed into my pockets. They are about 1 centimeter in diameter. They look like glass. Inside, they seem divided into 2 compartments, one of which is opaque, and the other of which contains a tiny drop of liquid which moves as the pips on a silencer. I juggle a ball between my fingers. I agitate it in the light. I squeeze it with my thumb. Something cracks inside, and the Sabbath goes wild, following the clamor and images, twisted and contradictory ideas, inner earthquakes, cries and murmurs. I already know this delirium, these exasperated illustrations around unimaginable, insupportable meanings. But reality appears to me in fits and starts. I haven't let go of the glass ball. 1 step towards the door. 2 suffocations. I open the door and throw the infernal ball into the darkness outside. The door of the intercom falls with a loud bang and peremptory. I lay on the ground, my head between my arms. Oh my God, this vile thing presented in capsules, like a medicine. The dried and lyophilized noosome regains its virulence when coming into contact with a drop of water. I tamed the storm by sending the capsule into the frozen air of the chamber, as the flow, as I think I've said, is cut off at low temperatures. You need good eyes to realize that the balls are different sizes and colors. Compared from near, they hint at pale yellow or a slight blue. The microscope reveals calipers that differ by a hundredth. All of this is pointless. I think of the frozen words from Pantagruel. There were red ones, green ones, and strange ones. Did storytellers of old know about the new zone? Returning to the temple, I search through the rubble for the capsules that have escaped me. I put them one by one into a carved groove in the lintel, like marbles in a chasm of a desk. One of them disappears into a deeper hole. I still see it a little bit. My plastic-covered hands make recovery awkward. Annoyed, I'm looking for a sharp instrument, a bucket, a nail. A Scandian oscillates behind me. Eyes vague and arms spread. I spot the large dragon-shaped belt loop that he bites on his tail. I take it off him. The pin of the loop slips along the molding edge. I insist. Push. Clap. I feel the ball compress in a click. No! Chatterer threw me shattering bones 10 feet backwards, but nothing happened. It was too cold. But yes, something did happen. The whole fucking sentence illuminated around the door frame, as if it were pouring phosphorus, and revealing a dark corridor, the door slid open with a creak. I didn't enter. I was afraid. I thought about it, lying on my bunk. The capsules that pile up on my table give me a feeling of respect-filled fear. I hold here something huge, maybe the absolute weapon if I learn to use it. Who knows? Unless another experiment makes me see stars, or makes the sword fly away. Great nervous laughs shake me when I think of the typographers. Poor workers who have worked for centuries on lithographs that did not express a language, but traced noetic circuits. Imagine people banging their heads against printed circuits to extract some Sumerian text, who would stack evidence such that a circuit breaker became a past tense, a fuse A. Subjunctive imperfect and rheostat terminal blocks became suspended points, who sweat blood and tears to translate the first verse of the book of Ecclesiastes from a three-phase. Set up! See. A learned Champollion might say before the relief I activated just now, these spiral entanglements give us a phrase theme often met with in neo-demotic FBDN. Strict. Recycling gives it a precise meaning, which is, yes, I come into her temple to worship the eternal. And the famous theme phrase turns out to be something like a piezoelectric modulator capable of triggering a door-opening program. In other words, a mere lock. Then all those temples that we have revered, admired, studied, sometimes dismantled with a sense of sacrilege, to inventory their architectural details, and then respectfully rebuilt, dusted off, listed, preserved. These temples on which one wrote books and whose inscriptions are listed in corpora as large as this, all these temples were factories, power plants, observatories perhaps, or what gigantic noonic computers. In short, everything but temples. It is impossible to speak intelligibly about it. We must start all over again, for my discovery puts to shame centuries of fruitless epigraphy. And why couldn't my temple be a space observation post equipped with all sorts of measuring instruments, with an enclosure for someone like me? Perhaps there is also a small emergency boat, an escape route, frenetic hope. 4. I returned with all the capsules, with no courage to touch anything. Like a peasant in an atomic factory, I felt the contours of a second door framed by carving. I finally found a capsule that matched a roulette, The second door slid while the other closed behind me, and as my hand rested against the wall, a terrible vibration ran through my body and flowed into my soul with a fatal certainty. What else do you want me to say, Doctor? Is it that important? The temple. Sorry, the ship was programmed to trap its first visitor, programmed to keep him alive and take him to Earth. Do not ask me why. Don't ask me either to explain how the capsules helped me for the rest, or to describe the devices that furnished the cabin. It would be a bit long. The station after my first trip with Juve was probably of a very different type. Less antique, I think. I still don't know if there are FAVs. I hesitate to tell you. Oh, and then, at this point where we are, yes, a great shadow often stood by my side to show me the maneuver in difficult moments. But I slept so much during my journey, and so often confused reality with dream, that it's impossible for me to claim anything. There is a Favienne base in the Parima Sierra, a base that catches and periodically sends back ships. Perhaps there are others mysteriously scattered about the Earth, but the base in question is on an island, in the middle of a subterranean lake. There is probably a trapdoor, a well of entrance of which I have seen nothing. It was the song of the Indians that awoke me. The open door allowed me to see the reflection of torches in the water. There was a great cry when I stepped out onto the threshold. Thousands of Indians lay prostrate on the ground. In their straw and feather clothes they resembled kiosks. I wonder, looking back, whether there might not have been some among them. Wanachipe, Wanachipe. My shiny belt made me look like El Dorado. They fulfilled my smallest wishes, at least during the first weeks. Besides other dialects, some spoke Makutar. I had some rudimentary knowledge of this language, enough to stammer a few words. I became ill. As in times past, they carried me on a litter. They nursed and fed me. Treated me like a god. Strange. My suit, so resistant in space, has gradually disintegrated. The respect for the Indians has decreased in proportion. They have abandoned me one after another. Some did not look convenient. I still wonder that they left me alive. You already know the rest. The pirogue was stolen. I went down the rivers, feeding myself as best I could by choosing the fruits already bitten by monkeys, as in the old days. The people of the Negro River took me in. By the way, in which city are we? Yes, Manaus. I left at 12 years old and arrived in Brazil twice my age, though my age doesn't really mean much. Prairie out. I don't like this sky, I don't like this climate, I don't like these stinking forests, nor the gigantic pyramids of scrap metal and vehicles that, hurled from above, defile the intersections of the jungle, or turn the streams into cascades of rust and filth. Everything, even your horrors, seems to me terribly dull and uninteresting on this planet where I was born. By the way, how is it that you speak French, Doctor? The whole left bank of the Amazon? Really? This language is no longer spoken in Europe. On the other hand, Brazil extends as far as the Pacific. It must have taken a lot of blood and tears to get there. Let centuries be damned. No, especially don't tell me anything. I prefer to ignore how long I've been wandering in space. A liar, me. Your labels aren't familiar to me, Doctor, but let's try to speak your language a bit. I believe that mythomania goes hand in hand with excessive vanity. So tell me then, as master of this story, have I not given myself a more flattering part? Does my poor character not look sadly forlorn? I know that at a more complex level there could be in my case a vanity of vanities. but it would really be very subtle. And as I bring it up myself, the diagnosis doesn't hold. Tell me again, if a liar would have enough order and sense to improvise in front of your eyes, and almost without corrections, so many consistent details. Consistent and not acceptable from the start. If I lied, it was mostly by omission. For instance, it has happened to me to condense several discourses in a single monologue, to skip or to arrange slightly some facts so as not to have pages of clarifications. The newsome? This is the one that stays in your throat. Well, then I hold you, my little doctor. I have proof. Give me another 2 days and writing material. After reading, you'll want to go see what's happening in Parima. Last part, Noom, little note pinned on a supplementary notebook. There you have it. I've written for your enjoyment. I hope what I would not dare call a précis, but rather an abridged pneumology, is the remnant of an old work that I try to remember to keep in my heart. A pneumologist from Sora would probably point out some mistakes due to my failures in memory and lack of scientific spirit. But even though the text is doubly outdated by the age of the original, and also by my personal discovery of the dynamic powers of the new zone, tell me if I could improvise it by snapping my fingers. Other than that, it may be brief, but this text might have another use. For I suspect that there is newsome on Earth, probably diluted, less detectable than on the worlds of Helios, and even more dangerous. You know that it drives people mad. Before hoping to destroy it, wouldn't it be better to know the cause of the astounding human aberrations? The doctor with the crutches, the sick man, has indeed finished his story. It is by no means necessary to read with attention what follows in order to suffer, despite everything, from its hallucinatory effect. You may simply glance through it. You can still refer directly to the personal letter that I pin on the back page. Abrégé de Neurologie 1. Aspect and natural occurrences, newsome NM. From Greek new, think, and zome, broth viscous and transparent liquid of uncertain origin, found in natural occurrences and in natural occurrences. Characterized by its ability to generate thoughts. Although chemically distinct, the newsome resembles egg white in appearance. It is mainly composed of pseudopeptides, see below, and seems imperishable in natural conditions. Any living organism that approaches a nootropic source is disturbed, then overwhelmed by hallucinations of increasing intensity, and undergoes heightened psychological activity that can induce severe, even fatal, disorders in itself. The main NUFA deposits known are, in order of importance: 1. The great deposit of the subral chaos irregularity, surrounded by the secondary deposits of the subdesert zone, estimated at 7 billion tons, and those of the western and Antarctic regions of Emerine on Soro. 2. The Dorlé deposit, at the foot of Mount Apes, on equalis 2 billion tons. Dr. 3. The Candida deposits, very scattered in the south of Grande Terre, and whose total does not seem to exceed 500,000 tons. 4. The Cephas and Had deposits are of less interest. 2. Chemical composition macro, examined and cleared of the sand to which it is often mixed. The newsome presents itself, as we have said, like egg white. Chemically, it is composed of very long helicoidal chains reminiscent of DNA or RNA by their structure, but different in chemical composition. So different that, as one researcher from the last century put it, they offer the mind an absurd muddle of pseudobiology. This excessive word expresses the frustration of our fathers at an unusual chemistry linking carbon compounds to homologues based on silicon, germanium, boron, nitrogen groups, and pseudopeptidic radicals, ammoniaquated water. Let's conclude briefly. The newsome imperiously evokes a combination of high molecular weight nucleotides in mono or biquatary groups, entangling their loops in an ill-defined pseudoplasm. But where ACE, GE, Bn are substituted for C in proportions ranging from 30 to 40, depending on the sites of origin. We note that C remains the predominant fundamental element. D-xylose is regularly found in pseudoplast and phosphate derivative. Since the work of Niels and Shah, we know how to synthesize the noosome, but if this artificial noosome shows, for equally mysterious reasons, that it is not putrid, it only deserves its name by its chemical twins with the natural noosome, because it is not a noogene. That is to say, it does not emit anything. Natural as well as artificial, the noosome is not the seat of any chemical reaction. It is strictly static, as if there were a definitive balance between its various components. The putrefaction of the natural noosome is explained in part by the aura of austerity, that it maintains itself at its periphery. But this explanation does not apply to synthetic noosomes. The absorption spectra of the various synthetic noos are strictly similar to those of the natural noos on which they were obtained by the method of spontaneous chemical layering. Nu subral. 4 characteristic absorption bands in the green, and another very wide one in the red. No absorption in the rest of the spectrum, where very bright colors in practice coincide with a great power of conceptual emissions. There is a Myers ray in UV. No imarine. Generally, Levogire presents an absorption band in the red, but only 3 in the green, one of which is double and compact in E, and the second at the limit of limit. The blue, this coincides with a great power of sensory projections. 3. History. The first travelers encountered the noosome in the Executive century, thanks to the Kihas Anthroponithes polygopters, who called it Dre. In fact, Dre is an extremely diluted noosome due to groundwater seeping through the mountain ranges that create a certain humidity in the sub-Saharan savannas of southern Africa, apparent from ancient times. The Kihas knew the Nuaphara props without suspecting the immense chaos central pool, where they never penetrated. However, they could concentrate the Dre by letting it partially evaporate in the sun. They then absorbed it to, as they still say, communicate with the spirit of the goddess Kahekita, and they offered it to their human visitors, who brought small quantities of it back to the civilized lands. But at that time, the Dre went almost unnoticed. Indeed, the Kihas called the Dre not only the diluted nosone, but also the hallucinogenic decoction of laguna weed that they took from the hot springs, and which contained a simple alkaloid. An amateur chemist, Franke, had in his possession Drenofer and analyzed. His communications were ridiculed by his official colleagues who, without knowing it, had never had in their possession anything other than Laguna Dre. The work of Franke was rehabilitated half a century after his death, when the noosome was officially rediscovered during the explorations of Middle Subral and Jolet. The word noosome is relatively recent. As we've said, the Kihas used the word Dre, and the rare adventurers who dared to venture into the sub-desert zones of the center brought back legends referring to a mysterious cycle, a magical liquor emitting fear, and which, secreted by the mountains, made them inaccessible without causing deadly risks. Their stories were attributed to fatigue, thirst, drug abuse, and above all, the well-known mythomania of solo travelers. But when, as unsuspecting geographers as Malik in Silbril and Simon in Emirian West, having drawn their maps, placed an emphatic finger on the blank of terra incognita, as one affirms that one can only advance there without twisting in anxiety, or even dying, and that the animals avoided dangerous areas, and that even the trees, Malik insisted, seemed to feel the effects and grew in twisted poses, as if their sap had gone mad. People began to believe it. In the vicinity of the noosphere fields, trees in fact have an anarchic growth and present a convulsive appearance. Leaves and flowers exhibit an aberrant distribution of pigments. The trunk is sometimes devoid of bark, which forms inside the heartwood. The sap flows here and there in strange and multiform geodes. One believed it when Simon succeeded in harvesting cycle by diverting a source and bringing back a modest flask in a vehicle, well unnecessarily leaded, towed 50 meters behind his caravan. This cycle was analyzed. A hat was given to the memory of Franke. Its study and classifying certain effects difficult to synthesize in a general theory. They were pumped into reserves located far from inhabited lands. One dared to use them before knowing where their properties came from. After all, man had long used fire and then electricity while knowing nothing about combustion and almost everything about electrons. However, the search went on. The theory of the thinking primordial soup was supported by the protozoologists, while those of the thinking soup formed in a less ancient geological formation were supported by the neozoologists, and each school built extremely subtle scientific arguments, but whose very complexity was an admission of ignorance. The supporters of the protozoum and the neozoum tried to agree at least on a name that would avoid the sensitivity of both sides. Cycle looked awkward and outdated, so phobosome was proposed. However, since the zomes did not convey fear, which was only an exception phenomenon, it was settled on noozome. The protozoonic theory, despite having some devoted followers, is now almost completely abandoned by official science. Neozoists today lean towards an artificial origin of the noozome, which would have been manufactured by the Favids, an ancient race in charge of our system. The noozome would be an immense reserve of Fave thought, recorded on purpose, and the Nufers would be immense gnostics with an undecipherable content so far. Others seek in the direction of a random accident of thought Fave due to a general war or a mysterious catastrophe. The deposits would then, in their view, be residual psychobiological remains of Favadian cities, or at least large concentrations of individuals whose putrefiable elements had survived alone through the ages by aggregating in the basement. The apparent naivete of these allegations vanishes in the face of the wealth and cunning of their arguments, whose listing would exceed the limits of this small book. We are no longer at one guess as to the origin of noozome, and these are hardly more fantastic than the previous ones. These so-called Fardine theories cannot be confirmed for now. They are supported in a disturbing way by the discovery of ancient roads converging towards the Nofer and indisputably Favdine grounds, as well as by the presence of ruin, hidden under the sands of central chaos, or covered by the jungle of Jole Land Equalis. But perhaps, without having made or secreted it, the Favs knew how to use the noozome as we are trying to do. Favdowns or not, almost all today's pneumologists agree to reject a natural geological origin of the noozome. 4. The properties of the noosphere are classified as hallucinogenic and nootropic properties, neuropoietic properties, parapsychogenic properties. The modest proportions of this book will allow us to study a little the first ones, the two others being only touched upon. Whosoever approaches a noozome reserve experiences various disturbances, giving him especially the impression of having his head overrun with foreign thoughts. It is difficult to analyze the mental disturbances that affect animals, although their behavior in the vicinity of new scene cries, disorderly movements, panic, suggests that they suffer similar attacks. The prodromic phase, the man who enters a noetic area first experiences anxiety, accompanied by the physical manifestations of fear. Palpitations, trembling. Note that these initial symptoms are often subjective and simply indicate concern over sensations too weak to be clearly perceived. Most trained topics don't suffer from this much or very little. This first phase is called the prodromic phase. B. The critical. Critical sensory hallucinations manifest themselves, mixed with psychic hallucinations. The subject sees colors and hears sounds, but also feels haunted by vague ideas that succeed each other in his mind with abnormal speed and making any interpretation difficult. This incoherent dream is, however, recognized as such by the subject, who is able to comment on it with lucidity. This second phase is called the critical phase, or cratic phase, to indicate that the dominates mentism phenomena. Cinematic phase hallucinations are strong. Auditory visual images are added to images related to other senses, flavors, odors, contacts. Foreign thoughts are poorly discerned by the subject from their own thoughts. If the subject comments on the experience into the microphone, the subject speaks loudly Maya's sign, as if to dominate the tumult of a crowd. Trained subjects may display the Maya's inverted sign. They speak with a too calm voice, like some deaf people. The subject must fight foreign thoughts. This is what is called the matic phase. Automatic phase. The consciousness is entirely overwhelmed by the new active flux. Sensory and psychic data lead an infernal pas de deux in the head of the subject. The apocalyptic world, into which an individual well-equipped does not leave him than a chance to refuse by will any mental association to be bothered only by sensory hallucinations. He manages to do so by clinging to a simple idea, that of regularly putting one foot in front of the other, while repeating the same words over and over, preferably syllabic formula, the simplest being 1-2 military style. If he wants to go back on his steps, he must execute a precise about-face, like an exercise, to make sure he is returning to his starting point. Distant subjects observed by cameras have the unsteady gait of drunks. It is dangerous to ask them for comment on their feelings, an effort that would deprive them of the automation necessary for their protection. This phase is said to be automatic for obvious reasons. The statico-panic phase. The statico-panic phase follows the static one, where the subject appears to gather himself by putting his hands on his ears. This very short phase is immediately followed by the panic phase, where the subject spins around and gesticulates. These two very close phases are usually grouped together under the adjective statico-panic. Epileptic. This is the final phase in which the subject exhibits classical symptoms of high fever, tonic-clonic seizures before dying. At autopsy, the post-mortem shows a cortical encephalitis with damage to the capillary vessels predominantly on the inner surface of the corpus callosum. There is cyanosis of the extremities, hands, feet, nose, ears, due to spasm of the capillaries. The face is contorted, clownish, frozen in the opposite mimetic expressions of laughter and tears, sullied with tears and saliva, bloodied by the bite of tongue and lips. One would expect that animals would skip straight from the predatory to the panicked and then epileptic phase. Untrained but alerted subjects skip the prodromic stage and go directly to the automatic phase, skipping the machete phase. Very trained subjects skip the prodromic stage and present only the critical, automatic, and epileptic stages. The elite subjects, however, only present the ecstatic and epileptic phases, as their soul strength can spare them from any artifice of defense. The epileptic phase, nonetheless, is inevitable. 5. No efflux propagation. Several animals were used for the experiments to be described: sand mice, gliding geckos, mangrove mollusks. The species that has paid the highest tribute to research is the harlequin beetle Chiasognathus cacti, a venomous insect of the Sibralian steppes. Experiment. I. Place a weak nootropic source in the center of a nuding room and place small cages with beetles at various distances. As soon as the flow is released, the carabiners immediately enter a state of panic, regardless of how far they are from the center. It is therefore assumed that the new active intensity is in no way a function of the distance from the source. Experiment 2. Place a new active source at the end of a corridor of numization and populate an enclosure crab from one end to the other of this corridor. Unobserved, that the flies nearest to the source of activity fell limp, that the flies placed halfway to the source exhibited great agitation, and that the flies placed farthest from the source did not seem to be disturbed. B. When the closest flies to the source died, it was the turn of the flies placed halfway to enter a state of epilepsy, while the distant flies entered a prodromal agitation phase. C. When the halfway flies died, the farthest flies entered a state of epilepsy. Conclusions. One distance does not affect the intensity of noetic activity. Two, psychic activity forms a more or less effective barrier in front of the noetic flux. Note, it goes without saying that these experiences have been briefly described and that actual experiences are much more rigorous. To illustrate this chapter, let us say that the Norfire deposits located in the central chaos deserts show a major intensity. Only because the density of conscious life is very low around them, which explains why it is difficult to access them. Come within 50 kilometers, while the Great Dole oil field in Equilus can be approached without much risk from less than 3 kilometers, because the jungle that surrounds it is teeming with animal life ranging from protozoans to mammals, which make up an effective dam in front of the nootropic flow. Note that the nuclear fields of gravitational electricity or magnetism can in no way influence the flow of new active, and that the lead shields held before them by our great-grandparents were totally ineffective, if it is not by the small play of self-suggestion, because the new activity is only blocked by layers of thought, or more precisely, of psychism. Nootropism, the theoretically linear propagation of a nootropic flow, deviates from the straight line to meet the strongest psychic presences. Experience I. If one populates 2 adjacent channels with mice of the sand, oriented toward a source of nootropic substance, and if one populates afterwards with a third lot of mice, an intermediate channel located between the 2 first, the animals of this third channel will present very attenuated symptoms of new toxin at equal distance from the source compared to the animals arranged in the 2 first channels. There will have been nootropism on both sides of the third corridor, experienced to either a nootropic source with too small a charge to have serious effects on men, either 2 men separated by 3 meters and pulling on a rope, dragging a mouse cage between them but 2 meters back. A, as the 2 men slowly approach the new active source, feeling only slight cramping, they will note that there are no symptoms of new toxicity in the mice in the cage. B, if the 2 observers abandon the mouse cage and gradually move apart from each other, they will see the mice enter a panic phase. In position A, the psychic presence of the 2 men has caused a deflection of the new active flow on either side of the mouse trap. This deflection of the flow was found to be interrupted in position B. The effect of the new active flux acting on the mice will be 1, inversely proportional to the new receptivity of human observers, 2, directly proportional to the Noel receptivity of the mice, 3, inversely proportional to the number of mice contained in the cage, 4, directly proportional to the distance between 2 men, 5, directly proportional to the intensity of the new active flux, which in turn depends on the load of the source. The table appeals to concepts that have not yet been clearly defined. Noo-receptivity, intensity of flow, noo-flux, and source charge, noo-receptivity. It varies depending on the species and individuals, and even depending on the more or less favorable dispositions of a single individual. She can be, to some extent, modified by the will of the subject. She is selective, Animals only roughly accept sensory hallucinations. Evolved beings also accept conceptually based hallucinations. A very crude man could theoretically advance in a new active field without much harm, while an elite man would be overcome. This phenomenon is, however, difficult to observe. Difficulty due to that of obtaining perfectly decanted nusum see below. Decanting. It is believed that the brutish man may be immune to concepts not familiar to him. This is why inferior animals can tolerate certain new active flows for long periods of time. Rule I. The more a species is primitive, the more the new receptivity is constant, whatever the observed individual. Rule the second corollary. The more a species is evolved, the more there will be differences between the new receptivity of each individual of this same species. This means that the differences in nootropic capacity between various mollusks, or even between various amoebas, will be negligible. That the differences in nootropic capacity between groups of 1 million amoebas will be nil, but that the differences in nootropic capacity between several men can be theoretically considerable. These peculiarities have enabled the measurement of the nootropic fluxes by taking the amoebian receptivity as a standard. 7. Measurement units intensity. Let's consider a compartmented tube with a 1 m cross-section containing 1 million amoeba per 1 mm long segment. In metastatic medium at 20 mitotic arrest is ensured by colchicine, an alkaloid from the colchicum plant, which blocks mitosis in metaphase. Recently, neocolchicine, a related alkaloid from a Liliaceae plant of Equalis, has been used. If the tube is arranged in a straight line from a low, no active source, and if 1 second of exposure kills the amoebs within 5 meters, the new active flow emitted by the source is 5 UAS unit amoebae second. A less active flow can be measured in unit amoebae hour UA. The amoebas that have absorbed a lethal dose of new activity are easily detected on the new meter tube by a color change due to a reactant sharp pH variation by colorimetry. The unit of new intensity is the UAS. B no charge the emission of a new flux is not eternal. It depends on the amount of new potential contained by its source. The depletion from a new active source can allow us to measure its potential magnitude, its new charge. If a 3-granule of nusome about 1 picogram of pseudopeptides rehydrated can emit a flow of 5 UAS for 30 days or 10 UAS for 15 days, etc., that is to say a total of 592 seconds, SHA 5, UAS. Yes. 160 UAS. This is the new charge is the UAS, is the UA. This is the amount of new activity needed to kill 1 billion amoeba linearly oriented towards the source. Note, typically dried and rehydrated nusome granules are employed. The nusome contains 70 water, 29 pseudo-organic matter, and 1 mineral matter. A grain of 3 activated in a glass of water dilutes to emit up to exhaustion of its charge. We prefer to activate the grain in a drop of water so as to create a quasi-punctual new source useful for the accuracy of measurements. A 3-granule of dry No contains about 1 picogram of pseudo-organic matter. If this granule contains a No charge of 12,960 UA, this No charge cannot emit a flow of 12,960 UAS, as it would mean that this charge is depleted in 1 second, which has so far not been observed. Indeed, a medium-quality new compact can emit only 12,590,000 of its total per second, or even 11 million 300,000 for certain qualities of Nu-zone particularly active. This means that the 3 granule can emit at most a flow between 6 UAS and 11.5 UAS, which is not even a tenth of the intensity sufficient to trigger prodromal symptoms in an average person, since the average N receptivity of humans is around 75,000 UAS. These figures are obtained by a reactivation at 20 degrees Celsius, which is the maximum emission temperature. We will see later that the no intensity is dangerous only from the magic threshold, where there is an overload of the human receiver. 8. Accessories development questions. If it is true that distance does not affect the effectiveness of the no-active flow, how come we don't suffer until the antipodes of Thay? No field? How is it that, after issuing for millennia, deposits are not completely discharged? And since only a psychic dam is effective but fragile, since it disappears due to the death of the psychological barriers, how do we explain that the abiotic zone surrounding a Nufaria terrain does not expand indefinitely? Explain what causes the longevity of Nu active. Everyone has heard about the long periods of sleep of the Nu zone, as well as the periods of hyperactivity that trigger the famous rafts, the esteemed early travelers. This discontinuity of transmission is partly explained by the seasonal rhythm, variable temperature and humidity, variability animal, and plant biodensity. The Nu zone does not emit anything at 10O. It emits a maximum at 20O, stops emitting at 50O. If we wear the Nu zone to 70O, we definitively destroy its ability to emit. The Nu zone has become the zone. Let's also note that during the cold season, microbial and animal activity slows down the startup. Although not confirmed, the hypothesis of recharging is not absurd. According to Myers, there would be spontaneous recharge auto-recharge, and, on the other hand, charge by seizure of the minds freed at death of the sernomized psychism. Allo-recharge. Let's now look at the causes of the distancing lessening. It is true that distance does not affect the intensity of Nu active, but this law is theoretical. If we remember that psychic activity forms a barrier against the nudic flow, or this barrier still exists more or less in nature, whose billions of psychisms form an impressive whole which exhausts and scatters by nootropism, see above any nutic flow. Like sheets of fog obscure a distant light source. Let's say that, theoretically, a no-active flow should kill all the amoebas of a no-meter until it runs out of no charge. But in fact, the flow loses intensity beyond a certain distance. And this distance is dependent on the surrounding microbial pollution. Since the flow loses interest, that's the term in the no-meter, when the total mental stimulation from the environment outside the tube exceeds that of the amoebae contained within the tube. That is why no-meters are used in research laboratories, which are themselves surrounded by sterile rooms with homogeneous septicity. In the void psychic, the flow is theoretically inexhaustible, but this state is almost never achieved, except in interplanetary space, where the flow must still be started. The stream escapes little to the clouds, where the psychic life of some microorganisms is of insignificant and indifferent density. The flow is more interested in the immediate biospheric density and consequently propagates around the planet while diminishing. Although the term diminishing is established, it is not absolutely accurate. There is a diminishing effect due to diffusion with diffraction. Fluxes can be triggered or untriggered. In the midst of a nuization room, let us place in the reactivating cauldron 2,000 granules of 3 new subral potential quantity, sufficient for us to cross the only crucible, and let us place ourselves at about 20 meters from the cauldron. Let's trigger the reactivating hydration. A few minutes are enough to notice the absence of Nu reception. We approach at a rate of 1 meter every 10 seconds. We feel nothing until 5 meters from the nose of the ship. Let us approach another meter, and we will suddenly feel the wave-like jolts. Let us retreat 1 meter, 2 meters, etc., until 20 meters. Until 20 meters. We are still experiencing the effects of the craters, while 5 minutes ago we felt nothing at the same distance. The flow has been started. This experiment failed in a room whose asepsis is not perfect. For reasons that are easy to understand, the flow is constantly started by the microbial environment. Let's now explain the persistence of life at a certain distance from deposits. First, let us clarify that an undertone intensity current can be indefinitely sustained. There is around the noosphere fields a microbial life constantly renewed by the stirring of the atmosphere and an accelerated mitosis in an anarchic way. The microorganisms pay a heavy toll, non-negligible, and they ensure the first degree of reduction. Protozoans and protophytes located at the bottom of the evolutionary scale populate the area surrounding the deposits as closely as possible. It's obvious that the notion of zone is purely didactic, the passage from one zone to another being progressive. The first area provides relative protection to a second area where insects, mollusks, mosses, fungi may still exist, which in turn protects an area of atypical trees and plants where amphibians and reptiles, animals without pile or neopal live, followed by birds' smooth cortex, and finally mammals' fringed cortex. To better understand the differences in receptivity, vulnerability, depending on the degree of evolution, let's imagine a metazoan being with 1 trillion cells, each of which would have amoebic receptivity. Such a metazoan is obviously fictional, as the N receptivities of metazoan cells are different. Experiments were conducted by replacing the amoebae of a numiter with human cells, and the results were surprising. The neuroreceptivity of red blood cells is practically nil. If we take amoebic susceptibility as a standard, we obtain amoeba 1 erythrocytes, 0 cellular, conjunctives, 0, 6 muscular cells, 0.07, osteoblasts, 0.4, epithelial cells, 0, neurons, 0.03, leukocytes, 0.09. We can see that the record for N susceptibility is held by leukocyte. Is N susceptibility linked to cellular independence and motility? Is it humiliating to realize that a human neuron is less N-reactive, less intelligent than the humblest of amoebas? As in union there is strength, so in connection there is intelligence. This is why our 1 trillion cell metazoan will be more receptive than 1 trillion amoebae, due to the symbiotic sympsychic association between metazoan cells. For the individual of 1 trillion cells in sympsychism may absorb in all less primary data, but absorb all associated data that have slipped on the 1 trillion amoebal protopsychisms without penetrating them. It is known that amoebas absorb little data, but the explanation is not sufficient, because each human cell, taken separately, absorbs even less. The amoebic sensations can be tactile, optical, chemosensory, thermal, and vibration-based. We should first note that the vocabulary is particular because there is a great distance between optics and vision, vibration and acoustics, chemosensitivity and taste. What is missing above all in amoebs are data associations. Those that she can form without doubt put little at stake and trigger tropisms more than behaviors. Note, it is not surprising to note that the amoebae of a numiter quickly succumb under a flow acceptable for humans. A numiter contains, in fact, relatively very few amoebae. On the other hand, these amoebas, being preserved in mitotic medium, are deprived of their major defense, which is in nature accelerated reproduction. It must also be remembered that the use of the pneumator in the laboratory creates very different conditions from those in nature, especially with respect to the absence of surrounding psychic dust. But it is difficult to clarify all the concepts acquired so far without resorting to mnemic theory. 9. Noon's mnemic theory is a blind cane. It helps us to awkwardly progress in the pneumatic universe, but we don't see any clearer. E. Myers. Although strongly debated, this theory has the merit of schematizing in an accessible way the whole new active process. Myers supposes that an N-active flux carries psychical corpuscles, which he names noons. These noons can be either free or grouped into more or less complex architectures. The psychic world would then be decomposable into various noonic formations, whose simplified table is as follows. Subnoonic or subconscious universe. Subnoons simple. Sensations free noons. Images. Associated noons perceptions combined. Noons concepts. Supercombinated noons abstractions. Chained noons abstractive architectures. Multi-noons. Ultra-conscious chain multi-noons or heavy noons. The framework of this work prevents us from insisting on the notions of infra and ultra-conscious. A perseverance applied, pieced together by reasoning of the missing 10 pages indicated by these ellipses, would make clear that a no-flux evermore decant arrived at the noir biotope of animals with neocortex, including humans, after having lost 70 of free or mildly associated knowns. The flow, at this moment, no longer carries, for the most part, any superimposed concepts noens absorbed by inferior animals. Some researchers have tried to highlight the partial or complete decomposition of noonic architectures into free and absorbable noens by protopsychisms. Test samples. So, Doctor, have I said enough to convince you of the seriousness of pneumology and the veracity of all my story? I swear you don't see any clearer. You are vacillating. I will therefore hasten to speed up things by shortening this shortened one, in assailing with a thrust and a cut without explanations some fragments of chapters. Here is the English translation of the text provided, with any unusual symbols removed. Thus try to parry these few wicked boots. First nootropic law. When the intensity of N-absorption exceeds the intensity of N-assimilation. The difference between these two intensities constitutes the nootropic intensity. 50,000 UAS, 42,800 UA, 6,200 UAs. This simply expresses N-absorption, N-assorption, N-toxicity. So, an individual with an N-absorption of 42,800 UAS per second machine threshold is subjected to a flow of 50,000 UAS will experience a nootropic toxicity of 6,200 UAS per second. If this man dies within 2 hours, 7,200 seconds, his nootropic toxic overload will have reached a lethal dose of 200x 7,254,660,000 UAS under a flow of 150,000 UAS. We'll have 150,000, 42,800, 16200 UAS, and the lethal dose will accumulate in 54,660,000, 106,000, 106,000. So that is, the man will immediately enter into a state of epilepsy, which will last for 1568 minutes. For immediate death, it would take a flow of 150,000, 192,000 UAS. Second, nootoxic law. The noonic load of a receiver individual has two outlets. The intensity of no assimilation and the intensity of noeric, or loss of noonic intensity, since a variable number of noons is spontaneously rejected according to the apathy of the subject. Strong, for example, in a lobotomized person. One can say, when the intensity of N absorption exceeds the total intensity of N assimilation, intensity of N losses, the difference constitutes, in this case, FET, nototoxicity, which is expressed as N abs N as, N R arch N tox note. We recall that only the noans, neither assimilated nor rejected, are toxic. They revolve in consciousness without being classified, understood, absorbed. Let's remind you that the subject's panic blocks the noonic assimilation and, moreover, brings to consciousness the noons buried in the subconscious, causing a dangerous overdose. What do you think about it, doctor? You look very pale. There are a bunch of noons attacking you. I could still write for a few hours about N assimilation, N reception, N ray, no toxin curves, long and concave in humans, short and rectilinear in the gecko balloon, almost non-existent in the amoeba, juggling with the UA, US, noons, and picograms on very sophisticated tables. I should have told you about the fascinating effects of the new meter on night lulls to give you rainbow and fireworks visions. I could explain how disulfide bridges of the no-jolet favor telekinetic phenomena, or how a dozen or so no-eyed people can roll a kilogram weight across a smooth surface, simply by pushing it with their eyes. Perform a comparative analysis of the effects of Noah Subrul and Noah Jolet, according to their chemical characteristics. Tell you, it may be that mastery of Nuazone could make us demigods. But if these demigods must be mad or half dead, it's better to put off our divine ambitions for later, approaching new ecology by revealing that the new ecological parapsychogenic function is essential to some animals such as the Imerine leaf monkey beaver. Because the leaf monkey beaver only eats laurel berries viburnum odoriferum if they are unripe. Green, these berries contain a poison that is neutralized by maturity. The capuchin makes the berries mature under its gaze so that they become edible. The rivers frequented by the capuchins carrying less noozome in summer. The monkey loses its gifts at the moment when the berries mature naturally. I could have painted you a fantastic picture of the Aquilian industry and these factories where long lines of non-human manual workers go every day, large iguanas rendered adept and docile by... No sodomy. I could have written a whole book about the ancient wars where madness rained down from no-sown clouds over howling cities. I might talk to you about what the Helian researchers call the master usage of Noel, that is, deciphering what they consider to be giant Nuatex Vijfdingens. By subjecting volunteers to very brief and moderate intensity fluxes called readers, overreaders, and equipped with devices that I will not describe, the newer cryptologists claim to extract every 10 years 50 key concepts, illustrated by noograms. Take then full-blown reflections from a Crucian noologist. Despite our efforts and difficulties, we must know that every nugram should be cleared of an extremely thick cloud of indecipherable paradigms attached to it by a tangled web of fine and fluid valences. There is little difference between a nugram and what psychologists call an endogram. An idea becomes general when the mental ideogram that represents it is so complex that its figurative elements cease to be clearly perceived and disappear in favor of a structured tangle of images, which make up a more blurry but richer image, drowning the figurative and only identifiable thanks to infinitesimal landmarks that are accepted en bloc by consciousness. I could have drawn a parallel between the feeble notions of that me, self, and the nosomatic facts, to completely bewilder you by dealing with hypotheses on the exact nature of Noma. Just know that at the other end of the galaxy, nomologists are beginning to open the gravitational electromagnetic prison that makes up our perceptible universe. Because the space that we call mental, for want of a better word, is governed by very different laws from those to which we are accustomed. It is not I who is inventing this jumble, Doctor. It is made up of elements gathered haphazardly within a few years' light of your little sun, and you are beginning to believe in it. Go ahead, lie down. To atone for shaking and stirring your nerves, here is one last reading, more healthily accessible, that will finish converting you without excessive brutality. It's a simple article taken from a bicentennial issue of the Grand Croix Noosonomic Annals. Carefully used, noosomes are said to enhance intelligence. It enhances our reserve of images and concepts. It accelerates our mental operations. It can also confer in an irregular and temporary manner paranormal powers, such as extrasensory vision, telepathy, telekinesis, photographic memory, mastery of various psychosomatic phenomena. But the appropriate measure for each individual is difficult to determine. Noted, it dangerously embitters the psyche and becomes destructive. Animalization has given well-known results and widely used by the Aqualian economy, while on other planets it is considered immoral. Lobotomy is standard because it eliminates the disadvantages of animal intelligence, disobedience, and aggression. The use of noosome was abandoned in model educational centers, where classes were divided into sectors around a noosomic source of subliminal intensity. The students had an average of high grades and seemed to be 3 or 4 years ahead of their age, but their mental instability was a cause for concern. And these model institutions became incubators of gifted delinquents. Times have changed where every major public administration used to get its daily dose of magic potion. Today, we wonder if the reckless use of the noosome was not the cause of the disorders and decline of the old theocratic regime, while, according to a sociologist's quip, the framework of society included a tenth of intelligent fools. The numization of fetuses in vitrogenesis is also abandoned. We hoped for an increase in intellectual development for future generations. But if the fetuses had a double stock of neurons as a result of additional bipartition, the newborns showed monstrous cerebral hernias bursting out through the fontanelles and died before it could be known whether they had become geniuses. The well-known case of the mathematician Sade is a glorious exception. The brilliant combinable structures tree continues to grow incessantly like an abstract plant, since the genius of Sardes sowed its seed. The tree grows in the hard ground of the incombinable structures. He drew his sap from there, and, in the sun of the polyscoliotic, rhythmic and arrhythmic projections, he made moving, gigantic shadows on planes for metabolically affinity, surfaces with n parameters, infinitely renewing the relationships between symbolic and phenomenal. Sardes was well modest to name his discovery as a tree. This tree is a hydra. Abstraction made hydra, monstrously alive. It is the one and sovereign mathematics whose 1,000 arms keep growing without ceasing in cracking all the ceilings of knowledge, revealing to us the infinite pits. Twinkling of a new scientific El Dorado. Is it better now, Doctor? Do with this what you will. Dear brother, attached is the bizarre manuscript we spoke of verbally. Its ending forms a strange model of morbid rationalism. As I told you before, I have condensed this long story by refraining from photocopying hundreds of unreadable sheets. The exotic drawings and incomplete sentences seem to have been inspired by the famous noosome. They would unnecessarily double the weight of my postal package, but remain at your disposal if their examination seems necessary. The author's condition makes him always unfit for travel. For more information, know that brown spots mar his face, when the moments of delirium end in which he believes himself to be the emperor of the universe. One thinks of a psychoneurosis of toxic origin with psychosomatic balance. But the various laboratory tests I have had are all negative. The improvement in his mental state is indeed remarkable when he is left with a pen in hand, as if writing was an outlet for his internal tensions. I feared that after completing his supposed memoirs, he would lay his head against the wall and sink into his schizoid state from the beginning. But he asked for colored ink and calmly copied his rough draft text into illuminated calligraphy, as if to relive interminably and luxuriously his dream. This benevolent vanity, does it evoke the shadow of a clinical sign that I do not know? Are you going to find it pathognomonic in your special? Waiting for your light and perhaps your visit? I ask you to please accept, my dear brother. This volume was finished for printing on April 25th, 1977, at the presses of Flock Printers in Mayenne, DL, 2nd Trim, 1977. Publishers, No 4017, printed in France.